been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came, spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game, hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip attack games. In my own league I don't chase game. In my own league I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run, stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
To the edge of Wait. Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop? Yes, it's the barbershop. Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all right. You gotta tell me who's the pop down. Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop. Wait, you gotta tell me.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. What's going on, man? Another episode of The Barbershop, man. We here tonight, man. I got my partner in crime here with me tonight, the velvet voice of YouTube himself, Lost in Translation. What's going on, my guy?
What's happening, man? How's everything going, man?
Man, you know I'm sunshine, partly cloudy with a chance of lightning and storms over here, Doc, but I'm honeymoon happy and peacock proud to be in the crib with all my family in the chat tonight. Who do we have in the chat tonight, my brother?
You know what? Let's start from the top. I could have sworn I saw grown men talking, you know what I'm saying, in the building. And of course, you know, we got grown men was like, let the door open, they don't let me on in, you know what I'm saying? And of course, you know, we had A-Team in the building. Boss
What's up,
man
Sugarfoot?
watching from the clouds, you know what I'm saying? And of course, you know, we got Embrace the Grace, you know? And we got the one and only, the lovely Melania. What's happening, girl? What's up? Then we also have Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Y'all know him as the one and only R. Payne in the building. And of course, you know, we got Almond Eyes in the building. What's happening, Sugarfoot? How you doing? And who else we got? Quincy in the building. What's happening, Quincy? Quincy Robinson in the building. And let's see who else we got. And we got Edward Gilbert in the building. Who else? I think that's, oh yeah, I can't forget about him in the building. How you doing,
Hey,
dog?
that's my girl right there, man. What's going on,
Indeed.
girl?
Yes, indeed. What's happening? Yeah,
All right,
that's it
embrace
so
the
far.
grace. Say my name, say my name. You heard it, see?
Embrace the grace. That's right. What's happening, baby?
Man, so, you know, it's been a lot of talk about this guy.
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of him. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
Yeah. You know, and a lot of laughter from this man. And every time I see her, I think about Bernie.
Filthy motherfucker.
Oh my God, man. But I just want to say, man, you know, guys, thank you for being here tonight. Hit the like button, subscribe button. Guys, if you're in the audience tonight and you have something you want to say on this topic tonight, that we're talking about, condom sex does not count as body count. This is gonna be crazy.
That's what they said, man. That's what they said.
And so if you guys have a perspective, turn your cameras on, come on up here. The link is at the top of the chat. Also, guys, if you want to holler at your boy and support the network, you can definitely do that in the chat. All right. You can do that by super chat or you do that by Cash App. It'd be great to have a minimum of $100 in Cash Apps and $100 in super chats tonight because you guys love the show. If you love us, show us. That's what my grandma used to say. If you love me, show me. Thank you, Grandmama. But yeah, so I appreciate y'all being here, man. Help your boy out because, you know, we put a lot of work into this content, man. We put a lot of work and you know, we coming in this thing 7 days a week, man. And so, hey, guys, help us help you. All right. We love you. All right. So we got some people in the back, man. Listen. I'm gonna let you bring him up. I'm gonna let you bring the first guy up. Go ahead.
Well, the first guy, y'all know him as Grooming and Reviews. Other people know him as the Ghost of Sparta. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Grooming and Reviews.
This is Sparta!
Is Venom? Oh no, we're not doing this. It's not Gator. See, you pay me? I'm not doing this shit. my moves are not fucking cheap. Let's get that straight.
Hit him with the cash app. You know what I'm saying?
$20 I would.
20 in the front, 20 in the back.
Give me $20. I will drop my pants and give you. I'll back it up on the camera.
That is hilarious.
Man, boy.
I can't be responsible for what happened afterwards if you get deleted or something, but I can drop my pants for you if you like to see that hairy ass.
We good.
You know, I'd rather not. I just, you know,
we'll take your word.
Filthy motherfucker.
Hey, but I think the ladies in the chat want to see you dance. Ladies, if you want to see Grooming Reviews dance right now, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If you want to see Grooming Reviews, the Ghost of Sparta be the ghost tonight. Because speaking of dancers, Grooming Reviews is just starting, but we have someone in the house tonight who has been a dancer for the last 39 years. Guys, he's been on the pole, off the pole, under the bed, in the bed, beside the bed. Listen, this man said when he was in college, the rumor was that he would be on the floor with a woman and the bed would be shaking. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and the only. The continent is in the building tonight. All right.
What's happening, man?
I'm trying to figure out where we go from stripping to the continent. Which continent? We talking about Africa? What are you talking about? Which continent are we talking about?
It's a stripper name. The continent.
Right. Coast to coast, baby. You know what I'm saying? Shining season, you know?
Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Whoa.
Hello, fellas.
You need a little music or something? You trying to do something?
No.
Oh, okay.
The reason we call him the chef of the sizzling pussy comment he makes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that comment. What did he say?
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Especially without a condom.
You're welcome, Marpain.
Right on time.
Man, I'm gonna tell y'all something I heard today, man. My girl Sherelle, man. I love Sherelle, man. I do.
Yeah, she's been around.
Me and her been rocking for about two and a half years. She just not getting back on YouTube after being, gone for about a year. But she was cooking they asses today. And I love it. She says that her belief, she used to be gung-ho feminist. And now the tide has turned. She has woken up. She said that women have autonomy over their own bodies. And any decision they make, they can't blame it on no man, no situation, because everything that they did it to themselves. She said you can't blame nobody. You can't blame a dude for getting you pregnant because you gave him the sex. You can't blame a job for not hiring you because you got pink hair in your head. Everything you do, you made a choice to do it. And you're in the situation you're in because of what you do. And yeah, they were trying to get with her today. She said, I didn't defeated you. Bring the next contender up here. I'm going to say the same thing to them. I'm like, damn, Sherelle. Wow.
I think it's starting to settle in, man.
Hey, BMU, how many men was speaking against it?
It wasn't no men. It was Raw B. It was another girl named.
Oh, I know Raw B was trying to come up with some shit.
Oh yeah, Raw B didn't agree with her at all.
Of course not. Women can't do no wrong with Raw B.
Some other girl named Amy P. Like they let the women speak. The dudes were on the outside, and they put the women in the thing with her in the middle with her, and they disagreed with her. They said no, men. It's the men's fault that the women go through all this shit. She said no, women have autonomy over their own body, and that's their damn fault. It's your fault. Any decision you make that causes chaos in your life, you did it to yourself.
And that's rare to hear that from a woman too. Most women say like, "I don't need a man in my life," and they blame us for everything. Like, fuck you. I say that.
You were cooking their ass, cooking them today.
Even if they talk about their draws, man.
See, it hits harder when women say it, right? But we've been saying that. Listen, here's my thing. The reason why I asked about men trying to go against her, because the simps and all, there's a lot of men taking agency away from women.
Oh yeah.
The fact is, a lot of them say what they say is because they'll have 10 men backing them up.
Yep.
Right. So my easiest thing, and I'll shut up here, is what's true in the courtroom needs to be true in the bedroom. In the courtroom, a guy can't take it without your permission, and in the bedroom, it has to be true there too. Yeah, it's as simple as that. They don't see that. They don't see that at all.
I don't think no simps gonna come up against no real woman when they talking facts.
Oh hell no!
They always do that type of foolishness in the presence of the hyena clan when ain't nobody there to check them. You know what I'm saying? They don't never say it in front of no real dude. They don't ever say it in front of no real woman. They over there waiting to get the scraps, what's left over from the hyenas. You know what I'm saying?
I would love to believe that, but we got a whole cadre of simps out there. I mean, the D.L. Hugleys of the world and all those kind of on a grand scale, man. That's a whole lot of men who say shit that they shouldn't be saying because they know the real truth.
Hey, I want to say
they don't say it in the presence of people though. They always say it on their own show.
I'll get you that. I'll get you that.
Let me put my boy Lost in Translation on the screen here by himself. I want to see his face when I say this. You ready?
Yeah, man, I'm ready.
You remember that guy that stayed in our chat talking all that shit?
Yeah.
Aisle 5 at Walmart?
Yeah.
YouTube took his videos down.
Thank you. Light work. I'm not surprised.
And he tagged me in it. So you motherfuckers can talk about everything. But when I say something about y'all, they took my shit. I'm going to Rumble.
Well, he can go to Rumble. As you can see, I'm not phased, man. But here's my thing, man. Kings don't answer the peasants. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any problems with anybody from the LGBT community. You know what I'm saying? I told you, I don't have a problem with you. I have a problem with you being an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And like I said earlier, he should know assholes come in many flavors. And he should know this.
Let me tell you this too. I remember when Trey Songz called out R. Kelly. This when R. Kelly was out. Called R. Kelly. I said, R. Kelly is the king slopping in his throne. And they said, R. Kelly, do you have anything you want to say to Trey Songz that he said he the new king of R&B? R. Kelly said, elephants don't swat flies.
That's right.
God damn. That's all he had to say. I can't help but wait.
Exactly. So I don't keep up with stuff like that, man. You see folks, tag you and all this other stuff. I don't go over and entertain no fools like that. Because, hey, what's happening? Can tell you what's happening, baby.
Yeah.
But I always say, man, other people's opinion is none of my business. You know what I'm saying? I could care less.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Go ahead and hit that cash out for me tonight, or hit the super chat for us tonight. We're trying to hit 100 goal on each one of those tonight. Also, I want to play this video for you guys. Yeah, y'all know who we're going to talk about before we talk about what we're going to talk about. Here it is. Listen to this.
I am so sick of you cowards. Keep on talking about, well, she trying to protect reproductive rights and women's rights and this and that. What the fuck happened to all our rights when we had to fucking get a mandated vaccine? Oh, we couldn't work. Raise your hand if you lost your fucking job from not getting the fucking vaccine. Me. But you want to talk about somebody's fucking rights? They took them bitches right from under us. They told us we couldn't go to funerals, but we could go march up and down the motherfucking street long as we got BLM on. Make that shit make sense. All of you motherfucking Democrats that's following behind this bitch that ain't said shit yet, she literally ain't said shit worth voting for. She even did less. Till you motherfuckers keep on talking about she did the Anti-Lynching Act 4 months ago. 4 fucking months ago to get your vote so you can have something to talk about because it's nothing else. Then when you ask them what she did for the economy, first thing they say, the Anti-Inflation Act. She passed the Anti-Inflation Act. Do you feel uninflated? Huh? Do you feel uninflated? Because a fucking bill passed? No, you don't. I'm sick of y'all.
You know what? Can a brother feel like a pioneer? I mean, I've been saying this shit about these goddamn people for so long. I'm so happy I got some company around, man. I swear to God.
Hey, you know our pain? I want to publicly say I apologize for coming at you all those times, you know, about the Democrats. And I just want to say I'm sorry. They are a party of, they want to remove the penis. They want to remove the man, the penis. They want to make all the girls stud muffins and bull daggers. They believe in just destroying the nuclear family, bro. They are horrible.
That's exactly right.
They're horrible.
It's just bad, man. It's a battle of ideologies coming up on November 5th. I mean, it's whose ideology is going to win? You know, I mean, I'm telling you, but you know what? Enough to pat myself. Monday, we're going to talk about it again on Monday. So
yeah, if she wins, it's going to be like somebody pushing an unlubricated broomstick up our asses as men. We're fucked.
There's no way she can win. If Vladimir Putin comes out and endorses her, you know it's some miss in the mix. You know it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. About that? Wait, hey, he's trolling. He's trolling us like a motherfucker, man.
I know exactly what he's doing. I know exactly what he's doing. He wants us to have somebody soft.
He's
in the White House. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who ain't.
So, what do you think about what's on the video, man? What do you think about what he said, Boss Man? I emailed you the link, Boss Man, but it's in the top of the chat, bro.
Man, he's right, man. You know what I'm saying? People love to talk about rights or whatever, but you know, as soon as you get yours trampled on, ain't nothing to say, you know. But here's the thing: it's all about, you know, women's rights and not the men. You know, how can, my whole thing is, how can you have a platform that doesn't include all the people and just half the people? You know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nothing like that before. What happened to when they said that politicians reach across the aisle or make deals or whatever? They just told men just basically, you know, forget you.
They're not reaching across the aisle. They doing reach arounds now.
No, that's exactly what it is. I don't think they even doing that.
They ain't not even doing
that. They ain't even doing that. They reaching under. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
that's
to see Michelle
doing.
Obama. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something before we get started. We're in the barbershop, right? Ain't we in the barbershop?
Yeah, we're in the barbershop.
Michelle Obama got a big old ass. I mean, her ass is huge. I you know, and when she walked out on stage, I said, "Damn, Michelle fine." But when she got on stage, she said, "We cannot tell our children." She made that shit specific. Tell our children who they can and cannot love, who they can and cannot be. That's just too much for me, all that shit. No, Michelle. If your daughter wanted to, because her daughter's grown now, so we can see it. That your youngest one, that 23-year-old, that 24-year-old, boy, she tough, boy. You'll let your daughter go cut all that fineness off. Okay.
You know what? She loves saying stuff like that. You know, you can't tell your children who to love, who they can't love. Does that count for your husband too? Can he have a little pound cake on the side since you're so liberal? You know what I'm saying? Think about it for a minute. Since it's all about free love and everybody can love anybody.
But guess what's on the way?
The president gets some pound cake on the side.
But guess what's on the way? Edify.
What's that?
Edify.
What?
You want to know why? I took the P off. Edify. You want to know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because she's saying, love, your children should be able to love who they want, right? And then the Democrats are saying, you should be able to love who you want to love. Okay, so what happens when 35-year-old Jack Or, I'm sorry, let me take it down. 22-year-old Jack falls in love with 14-year-old Jameson. What happened?
Well, you know, the alphabet community have already said that the P's can't hang out with them.
There's a battle coming. There's a battle coming anyway, right?
They said the P's can't hang out with them, man. You know, that ain't their style.
There's a good battle coming up, and a lot of people ain't going to catch it.
Wife School Podcast, put one in the chat if you voting for Trump. Let's see what you can do.
Man, let me tell you something. I'll be running in the wife school, man, and all these little TikTok streets. You know, she ran up in one of my little crevices, cracks over there, TikTok. And I saw her sliding in. I'm like, hey, wife school, how you doing, darling? We be talking cash money over there, man. But yeah, I don't think she gonna vote for Kamala. I don't think so.
She might. I know Anissa. Well, Anissa ready. Anissa has already built a house and everything.
Let me tell you, I think Anissa gonna vote for Trump, man, because I hadn't seen her in a good little minute. You know.
Yeah, I texted her Tuesday. She told me I'm out of time.
Don't believe that.
Because wife school is right. They don't call them ediphiles no more. They changed their name. So see, that's what I'm saying. When they change their name to something more pleasant, that means that they're finna get ready to accept the shit. Minor attracted persons is what they call them now. MAPS. You can't call them ediphiles no more.
Bullshit.
Oh, yes, you can. Just not on your platform.
Right.
You know.
So it's called MAPS. Oh, she said she voted for Trump.
Of course.
I'm surprised.
My wife's cool, man. She ain't finna vote.
I'm glad though. I'm glad. I mean, there's more and more women coming out saying that kind of stuff. We'll see. But I just think the polls and all the shit that we're hearing are way off. They're lying. I mean, you just do random kind of conversations or people with big platforms like Mark Cuban, who hates Trump. When he did his thing and he saw that 80% of the people that follow him even prefer Trump. And he had 800,000 responses. I mean, whether you think that's scientific or not, that's better than the polls that they're putting out on these national TV.
Well, that's because they only answer, they only ask the 1,000 that they choose.
That's right.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? They go like, well, we're going to ask these 100 people over here.
But I got one I want to tell you. I got something I want to tell you guys about, though, that I think is going to be a big battle. In California, they passed a law to take the power of parents away from governing their children.
Yep.
But at the same time, they're starting to prosecute parents for their kids being school shooters. So if I'm a lawyer, I'm contending, I would be able to challenge that the gender affirming law based on the basis of how can I put somebody in jail for not being a good parent if you're taking my rights away. So this thing is going to go to the Supreme Court because I believe that thing in California is unconstitutional it's unconstitutional. Because otherwise, even that law about putting people in jail for truancy still applies. So how are you going to tell somebody they can't do anything with their kids, but you're going to put them in jail if their kids skip school? I mean, it's just crazy.
I've been seeing a lot of content creators actually leave California, move to Texas, because California is one of them states that's like it's like a dog chasing its own tail, one bad policy after the next. It's just like what you said earlier, Arpain. How you gonna sit up here and tell somebody what they can and can't do, for their kid, and then turn around and say you don't have no control over them? That's the most craziest thing I've ever heard.
Crazy. It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that California has lost their fucking mind. California is the new Babylon.
There's no doubt about it.
Ain't a motherfucker. I don't care. Listen, bro, I'm gonna tell y'all something because I get passionate about this shit. All these years I invested in my kids, can't a motherfucker in the state come tell me how to raise my fucking kids. And when I say it was what the fuck go. Now y'all want to make it a thing? Let's make it a thing. But y'all didn't invest in these kids. Y'all didn't change no diapers. You ain't paying no $300-400 for cheerleading. You're not paying no fucking AAU fees for basketball. Don't come over here telling me no motherfucking thing about my kids. Shit, I ain't trying to hear. Let you want to reimburse me.
Right.
Shit, for all this shit that I invested in them for over the last 14, 15, 16, 17 years. Shit, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit.
Well, here's the other thing, though.
If you think about it, What about all those, kids who are getting locked up as, kids being, adult, parents in high school, like 6th graders are already having kids. That they didn't care about that. Now all of a sudden they want to get involved.
No, yeah. Well.
Like right here, the Black Prophet says a lot of stuff to discuss, and that's the topic they pick. Absolutely. You know why?
Right.
Because this is my goddamn network, and I do what the fuck I want to do. So we in the barbershop. We in the barbershop. We in the barbershop. We in the barbershop.
Yeah.
Shit, you don't like it?
Coming, though. We appreciate you coming, though.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Hit the like button on your way in. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? If you want to really be clever, man, just put down the topic you think we should be talking about.
Send us a super chat. Send us a super chat.
What you think we should be talking about? Throw some shit out there in the $5 super chat. Yeah, right.
Like I try to be holy, and then these niggas make the thug come out of me. You like this right here?
Fuck the frail shit. Cause when my
but I do want to say, I've been watching Shannon. Man, listen, bro, Shannon Sharp is fucking brilliant. For him to have the ESPN in the morning,
right?
Because without him, Stephen A. don't have those numbers. Let's just start there.
That's right.
Shannon Sharp in the morning, and then he does every Wednesday. He does Club Shay Shay.
Right.
Right, he just did Marlon Wayans, which was amazing. And then he does Nightcap. Well, what he chose to do is take Nightcap on the road. So they went to Georgia, they went to Houston, they went to Dallas. They came here to Dallas. They was here in Dallas 2 days ago. They was here Tuesday. So yeah, they was here Tuesday. So they came to Dallas. But bro, they have different segments where they have people come up to the stage, and if you could beat Ocho in a spelling contest, they're giving away money and free liquor, all type of shit.
Yeah.
So they have another segment called Sex or Next, and they have women come down and talk about the freakiest shit they've ever done with their dudes. It's unfiltered. They saying whatever. So one girl came down and said, what you need to do is take some AIM toothpaste. She said, ain't no other toothpaste gonna do it. Take some AIM toothpaste, rub it on his dick. And she said, get a block of ice and sit it in your mouth and sit it on the top of the head of his penis and rub it for like 30 seconds. She said, you don't need Viagra. His dick will stay hard for 2 hours.
That's because you done polished it with fluoride and calcium.
Whoa.
Well, it's so one part for our pain that he doesn't need Chubos anymore.
Listen, man. You know what? How you know what my dick is doing?
Filthy motherfucker. I heard from a grapevine.
Wow.
You have a whole stack of blue chews in your dresser.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Whoa.
So
all right, so we got a cash app here. Let's see. Cash app from Through the Fire Podcast. What's up, my guy? Hey, man, if you're not working for the oppressor, man, come on up here, brother. If you're not working for the oppressor, come on up here.
It's been a minute.
Salute to BMU, Laws, Mr. Payne, and Grooming, man. I appreciate you, man. We're $95 away, guys, in the super chat.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's go. I appreciate you, my brother. I'm gonna play him something. What y'all want me to give him? What you want me to give him?
You know what he like.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
You know what he like. Yeah.
It's been a while.
Right here.
You know, it's just hot and sweaty down there. You know, it's hot and
Lord
sweaty.
have mercy.
You can't look that thing directly to the eyes, man.
Hey,
you're gonna get 45.
If you look in the eyes, boy, you having at least twins, at least triplets. Soon as you get up in that thing, soon as she sit on it, you gonna say,
King Sean gone Barrington. King Sean gone Barrington living all off. Yo, Mr. Levy, tell him something.
Get your baby breaking out into the tongues and shit. She on top of you. I can see myself doing that shit.
wow.
Exactly.
Oh my God, he wanted one more time to get to him.
That's so funny.
That girl got a moose knuckle, boy. That shit is ridiculous. R-Pain, you seen that moose knuckle, R-Pain? I know you saw it. Put a one in the chat if you seen that moose knuckle. Man. Yeah.
Y'all ignorant, man.
R-Pain that killed himself. Wait a minute, one more time. No, I ain't gonna play it one more time.
Let me tell you, if you can make our pain blush, you do it. So.
I'll play it again. Send a cash app this time. We started out with a super chat. Somebody send a cash app and scroll at the bottom of the screen. I'll play it again so we can see that moose knuckle.
Moose knuckle.
Y'all crazy, man. I'm paying over there sweating. Sweating. Look at him sweating. Got the water running down the front of his face.
Oh my God, boy. Melania over there killing herself laughing, bro.
Okay.
Oh my God. But
yeah, that's weapons grade right there, buddy. Look out.
Hey, embrace the shit over there fucking dying. Yeah, hey, y'all send a super chat. The first person send a super chat, I'll play it for y'all again. Because that moose knuckle is out there. And she ain't trying to hide it either. It's sitting right there. Y'all ever seen a moose knuckle? I'm going to pull a picture of it up. No, let it out, Lost. Let it out, Lost. It's okay.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good, man.
Oh my God. We got Miss, hold on. We got Miss Lobster Smile in the house. What's going on? What's going on, Sugar?
Long time no see, darling.
What's happening? What's going on? Uh-oh. We got another $5 super chat. Oh, Lord. Super chat. So, guys,
that's supposed to be moose. Yeah, not mouse, but moose.
That's all right.
Yeah. Here we go. I got to play it for my boy. R-Pain thinking in his head, boy, if I ran into that in college, I would have too her. Look at him.
That's right. Take a sip.
R-Pain, you would have ran into her in college, it'd have been over with.
And so I don't want nobody ever say I don't like big girls.
Oh my God. Look.
Just slide it on in there, man. Give it a little taste. That's right. Give it $2 worth. That's it. Cut it off. Give it $2 worth. That's it. Cut it off.
That's ridiculous, boy. Oh my God. Oh, y'all got me over here crying, man. Oh, look. Hold on. Oh, they done sent me a cash.
We selling dime bags of that ass over here. You know what I'm saying?
What are you folks on here, boy? Y'all
selling dime bags of that ass, man. What's happening, man?
Oh, okay. Look, y'all. We got $10 super chat. Cash app from Real Robot TJ again. He say, I need that knuckle again. I need it right now.
Give him $10 worth. Give him $10 worth.
Oh my God. What's that? A skull is on fire on her shirt? She got a head on fire.
You know, you ain't looking at her shirt. Guys,
that's why I just noticed it. That's why I just noticed it. What is that?
Guys, you want to see Sister? If you want to see Sister Moose Knuckle, all you gotta do is send a cash app, and I will play Sister. Now we got a Real Provider Network in here sending cash apps. He said he wants to see the Moose Knuckle. If you guys want to see Sister Moose Knuckle again, send the cash app. If you don't, this is what we'll play for you. That's not a moose knuckle. That's the land before time after the asteroid hit.
Yeah, don't kill my vibe.
Yeah, don't kill your vibe.
Another $2 super chat.
Hey, I know one thing. When that thing sit on you, R-Pain will do this.
I'm thinking that's true.
Hey, listen.
I'm thinking that's true.
R-Pain. She goes, R-Pain said, get up. Hold on, get up. She gonna say, no, I'm not. I want to stay on. R-Pain gonna say, oh, wait, get up. Have you lost your fucking mind?
Hey, listen.
Again, R-Pain. ain't gonna say she gonna be on that thing. I ain't gonna say.
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
She gonna catch and slip, and our pain gonna be like,
You know you make me wanna.
Woo! Of course.
Oh, our pain will be able to do nothing with that.
Very well. You know, those
I
days are gone, man. 37 years ago. Those days are gone, man. Don't be taking me back.
Oh man, hey, Hassan.
Let me get you a walker.
The link is at the top of the chat, sir. I'll post it in the chat again, but if you want to come up, man, the link is at the top of the chat.
That's so funny.
But y'all crazy, bro.
wrong, man.
Shout out to Black David, man. Black David just opened up his goat accessory shop, guys. So if you're looking for any clothes for goats or anything like that,
get you some chrome for your goat feet. You know.
I thought you said gold. You said goat.
Goat, yeah, goat accessories.
So funny.
Man, look. We got another super chat for the moose knuckle. Skinny boy 20. He said Grace has a buffalo knuckle. Dirty.
Shit. Shot fire, man.
You gotta come explain that one over.
Oh my god.
Boy, you just opened a can of worms after the Dominican and Italian. Good luck to you.
Oh, he said she got a buffalo knuckle. Damn, Grace.
Woo.
Working with a mom.
I just hope she doesn't know where he lives. That's all I gotta say.
Wait a minute. Our place said, Our place said, woo. All right, guys. So if y'all want to see, the moose knuckle, sister moose knuckle, or a buffalo knuckle, just send a cash app, and I'll make sure I play that for you guys. But man, so what are your thoughts, Pain, about the guy in the video? Was he doing too much? Was he over passionate?
No, he was right on. He was right on time. He's right on time. I think that we need to have more and more men come out and say that. But you know, I'm starting to be happy to see more and more women saying some of the same things, because we know that the majority of women wouldn't care if. Now I'm saying the majority. I mean that wouldn't care if Kamala said anything. They just want to vote for her because she got brown skin and a vagina. That's it. And when the time for that kind of stuff is over. It's been over, but definitely this is really over now. We can't put her in the White House. We just can't.
Yeah. Well, Lost in Translation said there's no way she can win.
None.
And I'm praying that he's absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah, I would like to say that.
News ain't reporting it right, man. They ain't reporting it right. They put their own little flavorful spin on it. You know, they put their own lemon pepper on these wings.
Yeah, Grooming Reviews, are you ready for Kamala to be your president?
Hell fucking no. I didn't say more than that. I'm like, I already said it before, and I'll say it again. I said on the gray area, I said it on this channel, and I said on my own channel. Any bitch is ready to have a period is gonna blow us the fuck up. Simple. I'm like, are you ready for a bitch to be on her goddamn period every month and trying to blow up fucking Canada, Russia, and who else? Nowhere else. Civil war is coming. Get ready. I rest my case.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Now, I will say this. Embrace the Grace. Thank you. She said, I don't know how he know. No lies detected. Damn. So she admits that she does have a buffalo knuckle.
That is funny.
Wow. Jesus.
So what you need to do now, Embrace, is go ahead and copy that video and have your own little ride the thing with your arm up and shit, and you know, that'll be funny.
But I know one thing. Who said she had that? Who said that cash out? I mean that super chat.
That is so funny.
Oh yeah, Skinny Boy. I'm gonna tell you something, Skinny Boy. When you see that thing, you're gonna be like Black David.
Hey, is it true about Black David? I heard he's opening up his sperm company again.
No, yeah. Well, he got a goat accessory company where he sells.
That's what I'm talking about. He's gonna reopen it. I heard.
Yeah, he got necklaces for the goats and everything. So we got another super chat through the Fire Podcast, $5. Thank you so much, sir. You say, would you stand with her if she let you touch her moose? Come on, Kamala.
Don't you ever say another motherfucking word to me.
Oh man.
Hey, through the fire. But if old girl let you stand with her and let you touch her moose knuckle, would you stand by her?
Mm-hmm.
Cause she made our pain blush, and I ain't never seen that before. Shit. So hey, listen, man. I just think that we're in a world of trouble, man. I think they're gonna do their best because she didn't have to go through anything to get to where she is. She didn't have to go through the primary, none of that shit.
Well, let me tell you something. We got good news, right? The biased judge in New York has pushed off the sentencing, right, to after the election. So there's no obstacle for Trump between now and the election day in terms of the law. I mean, Mike Smith, or whatever his name is, Smith keeps trying to do something, but he ain't going to, Jack Smith, he ain't going to be able to do anything. So between now and the election, all the legal problems, Fannie Willis is continuing to self-sabotage, so we don't have to worry about her either. So Trump needs to win for a lot of reasons. He just needs to win for a lot of reasons. But anyway, but his character aside, and I can understand some of the folks don't like character, but we're way beyond thinking that we have to put a pope in the office.
Right.
Because even the popes have questionable character.
Still making payments, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's who's, the thing about Trump, and this, I don't care what you think about him, he is sincerely America first. And I think if black folks start thinking themselves more like Americans than the color of our skin, we'll understand why that benefits us all. And that's just, I'll leave that politics there.
And that's the sad part. We don't do that. We care about, the race. We care about what color skin, what is your bank account, what kind of car you drive, or how hot your wife is, or how ugly she is, or how fat, how skinny. It doesn't matter. We care about everything but the truth.
You know what the funny thing is? That black people, right? I mean, the rank and file, we're some of the best Americans in the whole world. Think about it. We with all the oppression that we've been under, we fought in every war. We do all kinds of shit knowing we're not going to get no gratitude for this country. If it wasn't for us, nobody would be thinking about integration. Nobody. We're pretty much the heart and soul of this country. That's why we're under attack all the time. Because if we're crushed, they know the rest of the country is going to go with it, because the people who have that soul shit is going to be broken. And they spend a lot of time breaking us. And the first thing they needed to do is destroy men, because the women are so easily, if you make me feel good, I'm on your side. Men ain't like that. You got to give me some shit more than that. So I think that the cabal and all that shit that they're doing to us, it's all planned, it's all programming, and it's been working for almost 5 decades, whatever it is.
And longer than that.
Well, longer than that. But if we just go back to the signing of the Civil Rights Bill, or maybe and just come forward and all the shit that's going on, the war on drugs, the crime bill, every goddamn thing is targeted to destroy black men and to coerce black women. And both have been pretty effective.
So my whole thing is, if you keep a people from knowing who they are, then it's easy to control them, because you can tell them anything and they'll believe it. Yep. And I think that's the problem. And people don't realize melanated people are the largest cultural superpower without borders on the planet. We dictate all the cultures. People always want to follow us behind us, but they don't want to put that out there because that's not the narrative that they've already painted. You see what I'm saying? So it makes it difficult for you to talk about somebody when they still here, no matter what you do to them. And the killing part about it is, we hadn't even said nothing about getting our lick back. We're gonna go on about our business and let folks do what they got to do. But don't, you can only push us so far, man. And you're gonna find out what it is. And it's gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying?
About to tell them. So it is what it is, man. I just think that we're in a world of trouble if she even come close. But I'm with you on this loss of translation, bro. I just pray she don't win, man. I want to go around and ask people in the public, just Hey, what has she done successfully as a vice president that make you want to vote for her? I've been happy. People don't even know what to say. They won't even know what to say. They just voting for her, like Arpain said, just because she got a brown skin and a vagina. Because Charlamagne said, this narrative that black people voting for Trump is a lie. Black people are not going to vote for Trump. What?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. And he's a shill, just like the rest of them. They have the airwaves to say a lot of stuff that they don't even believe, and that's what they're getting paid for.
Now I will tell you this, man. Based upon the algorithm you in, they can get you to believe anything. Like if all you do is listen to 95.7 rap jams or whatever it is all day long, they're gonna keep pumping that same thing. Trump ain't this and this, that, and the other. But you turn around and you listen to 105, whatever it is, and then next thing you know, they telling you Kamala ain't hitting on nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on what algorithm you get caught up in, and you'll start believing that. But my thing is this: you got to live beyond the algorithm, man. You got to get out and you got to touch grass and talk to people face to face and say, hey, what do you think about this? Without influence of having commercials in your face, without the influence of TV trying to tell you what to think, because they got to sell stuff. This whole nation is based on consumerism. So they're going to mess around and they're going to tell the TV stations to spin that thing a certain way so they can get you to buy certain things. Well, advertisers don't realize is we was going to buy your stuff anyway. We just didn't need your 2 cents in it. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get political, and if you swing that thing the wrong way, like they did with Gillette found out that a whole bunch of men was like, you know what, I'm gonna be a man, and I'm gonna keep my beard. You know what I'm saying? What's happening, boss man? Welcome to the show, brother.
Good
Did you
evening.
Did you come for the moose knuckle or the conversation?
We'll just say a little bit of both. How about that?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Put a little bit on my plate.
Lost, you know what was funny? It's because you said, look, Lost, the reason that shit was funny because you said it under your breath. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, somebody.
Listen, I want to call you one day, and I'll see her walk behind you. You want some STE, baby? That girl throw that big old ass on Lost. He may not do a show for a month.
Y'all might not see me, man. I'm be like, hey, black man, look at man. I got something to tell you, man. Look at
I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay.
I'm gonna be busy for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
So, guys, I want to play the video tonight. Condom sex does not count as body count. Let's listen to this woman talk about it. Here it is.
With a condom, that does not count as a body. It does not.
So you can fuck 100 niggas,
and it's not gonna count.
Fuck nobody.
Exactly. It's not gonna count.
Yeah, that's
not gonna count.
Different. Wait, so that means your boyfriend can do that. If you got a boyfriend, like, yeah, I'm about to go fuck with this broad right quick, but I'm gonna wear a condom, so it don't count.
And see, niggas don't know how to do that. You're fucking with a condom, that does not count as a body. It does not.
So you can fuck 100 niggas,
and it's not gonna count.
Fuck nobody.
Exactly. It's not gonna count.
Yeah, that's
not gonna count.
Different. Wait, so that means your boyfriend can do that. If you got a boyfriend, like, yeah, I'm about to go fuck with this broad right quick, but I'm gonna wear a condom, so it don't count.
And see, niggas don't know how to do that.
You know what? She didn't even believe that lie she told.
No, of course not.
She's full of shit, in my opinion.
Well, first of all, she's not a thought leader.
It's
so we probably shouldn't be listening to him.
Yeah, while y'all talking, so I can find the other one. It's 2 of them.
Thank God.
The other girl said that she can go to her job and fuck on. She said she'd be at her job while she was married. She would go to her job, fuck her coworker, and her exercises for her pussy, her Kegel exercises or whatever for her pussy. She had a way where she could tighten her pussy back up and go home and fuck her husband. She said, right after I fuck him, I'll fuck him 4 hours later. I'm at home after work and fucking my husband.
And she's a wife.
And she's
See, I blame the dudes, man. Y'all making women wives. They ain't got no business being wives, bro. You get what you pay for. That's all I got to say about that.
Savage.
She should be bringing you lunch, and she down at some other dude job,
talking about
20 in the front and 40 in the back. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't even think she charged. She's just delivering. You know what I'm saying? That don't even make sense.
So this right here sounds like, if I may for a second, this right
Yeah.
here sounds like an exact correlation to girl math. This sounds like another way of translating. How do I put it? Uh, Softening bad decisions, okay, or bad behavior, okay. Basically, I know that this is basically trash behavior, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it something that it's not, or I'm going to find a way to tweak what it actually is, right? And I'm going to call it something that it's not, understanding in full understanding that it's ass backwards behavior, right? And it's okay for me, but it's not for thee type behavior. But it's that girl math type of sort of concept, okay? But to me, it's almost like a car, okay? Think of it like a car. No matter how many times someone drives the car is used. Hello, and it don't matter what, and it doesn't matter what the driver is wearing. The car is being driven, is being used. Hello, somebody. I mean, did I miss something? Am I making sense here?
They be trying to roll odometer back, man, you know.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying, but oftentimes, whenever people in general, but in today's society, women do this a lot more often, but people in general do it in all fairness. But when there's deplorable behavior, you want to try and find ways to rename it or retweak it and say, oh, it's not this, but when it actually is. Because when you ask a woman their body count, the first question that people come back with is, well, why you want to know, or they want to divide instead of providing you the actual true answer. And it's because, and that action right there is a complete admission to the fact that they know that it is indeed a bad thing for the multiple of bodies if it's more than what they think it should be for their age. It's an admission if they are wanting to subtract or divide instead of providing a true answer or adding. It's an admission. That's all it is. It's the same thing as it would be if whenever you want to, they say you never ask a lady their true age. It's an admission that the older that the woman is, the less desirable they are. They know that. It's an untold fact in a sense, even though you have some pretty desirable women. I mean, hell, look at Angela Bassett. Okay, hello somebody. But come on now. But in general speaking, that's the reason why that kind of societal norm was created, because women know that once you ask them their age, it's almost like an offense. How dare you ask a lady never tells their age. But a man has no problem telling his age. Why? Because in general, men typically get better with age if they done right by themselves, right? And conversely, if one is true one way, then conversely, the opposite must not be. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, you know what? I got one. Listen, it's what she just did was show you a woman's way of saying she has sex with men she doesn't like. You know what I'm saying? We say men have sex with women they don't like. It's her. That's the corollary to a woman saying she has sex with men she doesn't like, because the men she likes, she's probably not having that the man, or the men that she wants. If a baller comes to her, she ain't asking him to put on a condom, right? Because she already made that distinction that, it don't count with the condom. So that says she has a lot of sex raw. Mm-hmm. So she's having a sex raw with the men that she would prefer to have sex with. But every so often, she just wants to pop a nut. So she'll give some asshole some pussy. Well, she'll make him put on a condom because that's not the man she likes. So, so it's still, but
Pain, hold on. I want you to talk about something. Be Heard Photography. Thank you for being here. I've never seen you here before. So hit the like button, subscribe button, keep coming back. We're on 7 days a week, different shows. All right. But Be Heard Photography said all women lie because they know what men want to hear, not because they think it's wrong. And then she came back and said Men are very fragile, so you have to treat them with care and lie.
Let me ask you something. B photography. When you go to the grocery store and you decide to pay a little less, for your groceries, my question to you is, are you fragile? Is your wallet fragile? You know what I'm saying? Is your pocketbook fragile? It's the same way with men. We don't want to buy. We want a good deal just like everybody else.
We be in the bargain bin now. So the bargain bin.
But here's the thing. You know where the bargain bin is. You know what's in the bargain bin. You already know the ramifications or what's in the bargain bin. It's already been marked down. You know what to expect. But my thing is this: when you go over to the choice cuts of meat and you find out that somebody didn't switch the tags on your damn meat and they done messed around and sold you some chuck when you was looking for some doggone sirloin. Now you're gonna be mad because they done put the wrong label on there. Are you still fragile?
Yeah.
Are you fragile because you got robbed?
You know what?
Stop that, man.
But Bet ain't buying her shit though. She can say that all she wants. But the only reason why it even seems like a thing is because we just gave her a platform to say it in front of another audience. No man worth his salt. We let them talk. So I have this kind of rule when you talk to women. I think that sometimes you have to let them get their 10,000 words out, right? Because they talk more than we do. So, part of endearing yourself to them is just kind of let them yap a little bit and shit, get it out of their system before you could talk. So she just, even when she said, "Oh, men are different," she's scratching her arm and shit. Like, she don't believe what. Listen, she doesn't. All it just tells me about her particular that she had a whole lot of sex with men she don't like. She just wanted to. She was just putting it out there, and that's it.
She responded to your loss. She said, "Laugh out loud. No, you don't want a good deal. You'll eat anything. It's why I hate to hire male morticians. Men have very few standards." Wow. Wow. She said, "We'll put the dead body."
Filthy motherfucker.
Listen, I don't believe that. Wait a minute. Before y'all chime in, allow me to retort. You know what I'm saying? Allow me to retort. My thing is this. Listen, why is it that in the video when the guy said that if her boyfriend wears a condom, is it to be all right? She's like, no, that ain't the same because men don't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? If I had to surmise a situation properly, it would seem as if women's egos are fragile. You know what I'm saying? Every time a man goes out there, like, who you been with? You know what I'm saying? You've been with your other girl. It seems to me that women are more fragile because they have more to lose because their livelihood is at stake. They don't want anybody else to come in and steal their man. But if we gonna be honest about that thing, you know what I'm saying? Yours ain't no better than nobody else's. I mean, all it's gonna take is a little 20 in the front and 40 in the back, and it's the great equalizer, man. You know what I'm saying? Yours ain't no better than the chicks down the street.
What did she accuse herself of? Necromancy? What the hell you call it?
Just gonna call us some vampires or something. Y'all just eat anything.
Necrophilia. Necrophilia is the
necrophilia. Oh my God.
Necrophilia is when you fucking dead bodies.
Correct.
Yeah. Just nasty.
I had a cook. They ain't gonna say his name because I don't know who watching. I ain't gonna say that. But I remember, boy, he loved the women, boy, and he worked at a funeral home. And he said, "Girl, you gonna give me some of that?" She's like, "I wouldn't let you touch me with a stick." He said, "Well, shit, you either give it to me now, or I get it when you're dead."
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Wow.
He worked at the funeral home.
Wow.
Well, busting a nut in a corpse.
So there was a case. I'm gonna have to look it up when I'm done. But there was a case where a woman was had actually.
We understand. Yeah. We fill in the blank.
Yeah, and she ended up getting pregnant from said interaction.
Wait a minute.
And so it gets better. She ended up trying to sue the family for, drum roll, child support.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Did she win?
I believe she did. But I'll have to go look it up. I'm gonna have to go and check that. So don't quote me on if she won or not. But the case is actually real. But yeah, she ended up getting yeah. So check that. Who was it that said that salacious statement?
Yeah.
Hey, Be Heard Photography. Hey, I'm gonna shake it up. Be Heard Photography. Come on up here.
They ain't coming. You already know they ain't coming.
Because my thing, because my thing is, whenever we say statements like that, we have to be careful the fact that it can happen both ways. Now, I will say, you might have a point in the sense that from your perspective, that it might be a situation of statistically speaking, but if you want to make a statement like that, you might want to consider the fact that it might just be a situation where females may have a propensity to do the same thing, and it could be a lot more detrimental to the organization.
Yeah, maybe. I got a question for everybody though. Let me tell you. Let me ask you guys this. Now I don't even want to be fair with this chick, but men tend, when they're younger, especially when we were younger, we kind of put a notch in the belt for all the chicks we knocked down. Did you count the ones that you didn't want nobody to see?
Meaning?
Like if that one dark night, man, it was just you.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they have the best head and the best. We in the barbershop.
So you count them.
Oh, what? I had one time. You could have put her in a cornfield to scare away the crows.
I'm just asking.
But that head. And that
Why am I not surprised with you?
Oh my God, she looked like she did grades for Parkinson's. And that boy was shit.
I can see you going after Free Willy too.
Boy, she can move a state with them jaws. I'm
she was hanging out with Jeepers Creepers.
Oh, she a boy.
But I have to say, I asked. So I told my wife about the about this topic here, and I asked her about this, and basically she was just like, "In what world? In what world does it not count for a body?" She was like, she was like, "Where they do that at? And how does it not count? How does it not count for a body?" I believe. I don't want to say it. I pretty much. It is being used, is it not, Boo? So regardless of what's being used or what's being worn, while it's being used, sugar, isn't it? So she actually agrees that it is definitely a body, Boo. Quote.
Y'all see what she just put?
Yeah. Man, listen, allow me to slay this dragon. You know what I'm saying? Allow me to slay this dragon. She said, "See, point proven." She said, "You'll have sex with anyone, no shame." First of all,
here's the thing.
I ain't done yet. I ain't done yet, Groom. I ain't done yet. I ain't done yet. First of all, that's not true. Look at y'all baby daddies. You know what I'm saying? Look at y'all baby daddies. Y'all baby daddies are unseen. Y'all don't even know who they are half the time. You know what I mean? That's the reason why you always look at surprised when they bring the results out and they will be like, is this your baby daddy? You're gonna be like, I'm 1,000% sure. And the next thing you know, they over there telling the dude, you are not the father. So as far as these hoes ain't loyal, you gotta. So as far as men will sleep with anything, it would be more advantageous. You know what I'm saying? More believable for women to sleep with anything. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why y'all don't count all y'all bodies. You know what I'm saying? That's now you laugh. Now you got your giggle on.
Look at the serendipitous nature of women.
That's right.
Hey, go ahead, Groomy. What you had to say, Groomy?
So most women will lie about their body count. Number one. Number two, then they call sexual harassment when their asses are hanging out and their tits are hanging out in the office with his high heels. And he's looking at my tits, but your tits are hanging out. What do you expect me? I'm a man. I want to fuck. It's nature. Simple as that. Guess what? If I'm attracted to a woman, I'm going after her like a goddamn steak, like this guy down here says. So if you have an issue with that, get fucked.
The beautiful Milani says paternity test shows wouldn't exist if it wasn't for women.
Oh yeah.
We're in this world the way we are because of women don't know how to keep their legs crossed. End of the day.
Well, listen, you know what? The funny thing is, and I think men are starting to try to wake up a little bit and still need to get our heads knocked against the wall. 77% of women in a recent study from 2015 to 2019, 77% of Black women have a baby by 24. 77% have a baby by 24. And that's medium man. And the one thing medium man has is credibility because he comes with receipts and all that stuff.
Hey.
It's hard. It's 77%. So when women start gaslighting Black men and all of this horse shit about what we do and what we don't do, like those chicks try to gaslight Cam Newton and Nick Cannon, you know, I'm just telling you, the where we are in the sexual marketplace is 100% because of women. We just playing it, right? We playing, the men who can are playing in the field that the women have generated.
Yep.
It's just as simple as that, and they don't want to take accountability for that. And I really don't care about that, but it's just the truth, you know. So when a man is actually looking for marriage, and you got to go through less than 30% of women to find a woman that ain't carrying somebody else's seed. Here's another thing. Women don't realize that the greatest gift you could give to a man is a baby. I want them, I'll defy one woman to tell me what's a better gift you can give a man than a baby. You're giving babies to guys who shouldn't be procreating. Period. Going through a chance of death for assholes, you know, and then you're going to sit down here and gaslight men, especially Black men. You know, listen, it's time for us to stop, you know, taking this shit lying down. That's what I'm saying. That's what we've been doing for too long, and it's changing now. But when you have a cadre of women that's supposed to be your women, Black women, and they're presenting you with 77 percentile of them have somebody else's baby. Half of them don't know who the father is, or a good number.
Just
you know, I mean, come on, man. Who is failing who? Who is failing who? You know, so I mean, I'll end it there. So,
but you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Our pain. The question is that they said that, you know, condoms don't count. Well, that's if you use them. You know what I'm saying?
If you use them.
The way these stats set up, you know, the progenitors of STDs seems to be the women's.
Grooming, that's for you. You want to read it?
There you go.
You read it. Go ahead.
It shows you are. Let me read it to you, Grooming. Okay, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, story time with the Grooming and Reviews. So, Grooming, it shows you are immature. You can't control yourself. It supports to my first point, childlike behavior, and must be treated with care. Women must lie, and you know we are lying.
Wow. I'm not even going to expound that because I'm not going to lower my standards to her level. Very simple. Because if she knew anything about me, she knew my history, and she does know. A lot of you guys I've been on here, what, a year now, BMU, give or take?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you guys know my history a little bit. And I'll share it to her because she doesn't know it. I raised 3 kids that were not mine. I'm very mature. I'm nothing then, all right? I raised another 3 kids. A friend of mine who passed away in the service, I raised his kids. Guess I'm very immature. When I bounced my account 3 times to make sure they had food on the table, clothes on their backs, toys, whatever they needed. That's what a man does. Doesn't matter the penalties. I'll pay for them. But their father was not there. Somebody had to step up. I'm very mature for doing that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask you guys a question though, Grooming? That's a good answer. How many men actually ask women their body count from that way? I mean, I don't see that many men on their square saying straight up, how many bodies do you have? I mean, you try to find the information out some way by how they move, how their life is, or what kind of relationship they have. But how many men actually go up to a girl that they're really serious about, say?
So I'm going to answer that. I'm going to follow up with something else.
All men want to know. but some of them just scared to ask. And
but no, but that's not what I'm asking you. But how many guys actually come out and say to a woman, "How many bodies do you have?" I mean, give me a percentage.
Yeah, not a lot, but they're starting to now though, because now they add more questions. How many bodies do you have? How many bodies have you deleted?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's a whole fucking list of shit. Now you got to ask them, how many STDs have you had? Do you currently still have them? Are you willing to take because black women lead in STIs. So now you got to ask that question.
Those questions I can see, right?
Yeah.
Because you can get medical information about all of those other questions. But how many dicks she let in her? If we already know it, we're not the right answer.
For me,
how did we get by that? How do you guys get by that in the modern era?
Personally, I don't even ask, to be straight up with you. And the second thing I have seen, because like you guys know, I'm single right now, and I've been dating everything. The last couple girls that I dated, the last one, I'll be perfectly honest, like she didn't give a fuck about condoms. She goes, "Don't even bother putting one on. I'm good. I'm clean." I'm like, but most women don't even want you. They don't care about the condom anymore. They're like we're men. Where at one point, like, oh, the condom doesn't feel good. Like, no, women tell you take that shit off.
So,
raw dog me.
So Paul, come on up here, Mr. Bennett. Can you imagine being in the store and not your wife, but I'm saying, well, we'll just say your wife, but not your wife. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
And you're in the store, and a couple of guys, back in the time for homecoming, and they over there saying, "Oh, that," like you're over there looking at shirts, and they're like, "Oh my God, ain't that Rachel over there?" Man, you remember that time we ran the train on her in the bathroom? Nigga, it'll ruin you for the rest of your life. I don't give a fuck what you say.
But no, see, but that's not the question I'm asking. Of course it would, but that's not the question I'm asking. I'm just trying to be real straightforward. Do men act in the modern dating era? There's difference. If a woman that you just want to sleep with, right? You don't give a shit how many bodies she has.
They don't ask what they wonder. I guarantee it.
No. If you just want to sleep with her and you don't care about nothing else other than
for your own safety, you better strap up.
Well, you strap up,
clearly you don't care.
But if you thinking about doing something with this one, you want to go into the courting phase and all that kind of stuff. I would imagine, it's crazy. I mean, I just want to know what's the anatomy of the body count question. What's the real of that? I'm learning, man.
Let me answer your question, Arpain. It's not so much as the actual body count; it's the psychological damage that's behind the body count.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? It's more of can I pair bond with you? You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of times, you really shouldn't be linking up with people that you can't, link up mentally with.
I agree.
So I think that is the real nature of the question itself. Are you mentally okay? Are you psychologically okay?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody worried about the body count. If you done went to therapy or whatever, you got yourself together, hey, it's all good. It's in the past. You did what you have to do. But my thing is this: if you rely on your vagina for your survival, then that's going to be a problem for us. Because you're going to override the pair bonding between me and you for your own survival. And I can't have nobody like that around me.
Yeah, so your answer is the best one. The best part of the answer is can you ascertain whether this chick could pair bond with you? Whether you ask the question directly or through other means. Can you get the feeling from her spirit that she can look at you and say, I'm not looking anymore. You're the guy. That's what you have to come away with, correct?
Yep.
Sounds about right to me.
All right, good. You were gonna say something, boss?
I was gonna answer the question.
Go ahead.
That's more directly. And not to say that Lit didn't answer it eloquently, but more directly to the question is that most men in today's cycle just doesn't ask the question. They don't ask the question because they already figure, number one, on the onset, a woman is not going to be truthful about that anyway, because I already mentioned why earlier in the show. They do a multiplication formula for that. And that is, if they tell you a number, you just go ahead and multiply that times a certain number, and then you rationale in your head and you say, okay, I can deal. Okay. But in today's time, you already kind of figure, and it goes back to a thought process of don't ask a question that you're not ready to hear the answer for.
Okay.
Okay. Especially if you like the person. Okay. Now, like the person in what way? Do you like the person? Because again, by the time you get to a certain age, you start liking a woman for a different reason. When you're young, you just like the car. You like the car for its aesthetics for the most part, depending on your upbringing. Okay. And it isn't until you start getting a little older that you start paying attention to the interior and start paying attention to how it drives and do you like the way it feels, you know, and do you bond with it for the most part? But for the most part, when you're younger, you just like, hey, 4 wheels and does it drive for the most part when you're younger. Okay. It's very, very shallow way of presenting it. But in the mindset of cars, you get the gist, right? So you pretty much don't want to ask the question because you already got an idea that when the women are younger, young women are from the age of what, 15, 16, 17 for the most part.
Bullshit. You better go there.
Well, okay, all right, fine. So from early adolescence, they're already what, 5 or 6, maybe 5 years ahead of the age of the guy that same age, right? So they're already getting a head start for the most part. Okay. So then by the time they are what, 2021, you got to already figure, right? And then they're using their aesthetics at that point in time to get what they're wanting because their mothers, grandmothers, aunties, cousins, whoever are telling them that's how you get a man, but not only a man of equal standing, because no. The hypergamous nature of a woman, starting from an early age, tells them that they need to get someone and lock someone down. That's what? Older. So how do you get someone that is older to start spending money on you? How do you do that? You offer them something of value that they're wanting at that point in time. And it's usually that aesthetics of that car. Do you see what I'm saying? So when a guy is looking, bringing it back to my point, when you start looking at it, you don't really want to ask that question, especially if you're interested in the person, and especially if you are already, started drawing connection and start drawing some roots. You damn sure don't want to ask that question, brother.
Now, before we go on, Mr. Bennett to the show.
That's why I started laughing. Come on, man.
What's happening, Mr. Bennett?
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
What up, JT? What's happening, man?
What's up, JT?
Welcome y'all both to the show, brothers.
Oh, it's the two ball guys. Hello, my gentlemen. Hello.
Yeah, I got a major release coming out by the end of the month, so I'm going to be working weekends the rest of the way out. So I'm grinding here, but I needed to take a mental break from all this calculations that I'm doing here. So,
oh man,
so this topic clearly is going to take my mind off of whatever I'm working now. But now y'all talking body count. So yeah, that's
now, now Big 811 said, "Payne, stop lying, bruh. I asked you on Trigger Mike show if you found out your wife had an affair with James Brown, would you leave?" An answer.
Well, technically, that'll be a big upgrade for her.
Hey,
that'll be an upgrade for her.
You know.
Big Ed, man. You know what, man? Big Ed, man. You always come up with some bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh man,
but you never answered my question either, though. Think about it. If you were in a store with your wife and the dude start giggling and laughing like, and he was like, man, I'm used to.
I know that the answer to that is thank God that shit didn't happen. Thank God that shit didn't happen. You know what? Listen, I've been one guy on these panels who said more than many panels that the one unforgivable thing that I have with my wife is she gave some pussy to somebody else. So you take, and we had this conversation. No, after we got married, of course, right? Because I already understood that we as men have accepted women in the West, except for Mr. Bennett and a few others, like unicorns. I already knew my wife wasn't a virgin. I didn't care about a lot of stuff in the past, but as soon as she started to cleave with me, the clock started ticking that you can't give that pussy to nobody else. That's one of the prerequisites. Because there's no coming back from that. Right. So that's the one thing I really care about. If you tell me that you want to marry me, and for the things that I do for the obligation I have to her and my family, the one thing I need from you is respect and fidelity. That's it. I mean, and you know all the other trappings that comes with marriage. But you know what? I don't understand how men forgive their wives, not girlfriends, but wives, for sucking another man's Johnson.
Well,
I don't know how guys do it. My imagination is just too crazy because that dude who didn't do shit has your woman doing shit that she's just getting. She's doing every goddamn thing under the sun. He's whipping her. He's throwing her upside down. He's blowing a load all in her face. He's doing all kinds of shit. There's no coming back from that. There's no coming back.
I mean, I don't want my legs to go back that far.
That's right, man. You know, she said all of a sudden your wife will be ambidextrous and shit and all that shit. No, get the fuck out of here. There's no coming back. There's no coming back. You know, so
about to go out there and go berserk. Can y'all guys hear me, man?
Yeah. What's going on, man? What's going on?
Speak up, old man. I can't hear you. Speak up. Speak up.
Start beating on his wife in a minute. He getting a little revved up, ain't he?
No, I'm just saying, the guys, when you use my wife as an example and shit, I can just tell you how it really is.
You ain't no dude either, man. I've seen the pictures. You a pretty big guy, bro. So,
we're here on Fox 35, where allegedly Mr. R. Payne has drug his wife down the street.
A man that she was with.
I don't see why anybody would say. I've had the pleasure of dining with R. Payne. That's a big boy. You should be naming yourself Big Pun. I mean,
that's how we know.
I'm saying he's a big dude, man.
I don't want to be a player, no.
Biggie, call him Biggie, whatever. But he's a big bro. I'm 6'3", and I'm next to him. I'm like half a body next to him.
Half a pound cake.
First of all, I'm working on it. Goddamn it, you know I'm working.
I'm saying you tall too, man. Just like what are you about? Back now, you're 6'3", 6'4",
6 feet, just 6.
That's what I'm saying. So you my height, and you clearly outweigh. But even back in the day, you would have been bigger than me anyway. So I'm just saying anybody who's gonna look at our pain and be like, man, am I gonna risk it with his wife, man? Your size alone should be keeping most, especially back in the day.
Hey, yeah, but you know what, man? Any fight I gotta get into it, man. Any fight I get into it, Mr. Bennett, it's got to be over in 3 minutes.
That's what you know what? I understand our pain.
3 minutes.
With
me
me
and our pain went into that old man sex. So my man, my young guy here, and you don't understand that yet. Once you get 50 plus, man, yeah, it's definitely quality over longevity. So
Question for both of you guys: when you guys went out for lunch or dinner or what you guys, your man date guy, did you get a sit and ship discount from Payne?
What
did I do? What
did you get a sit and ship discount?
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
You know what, man? Shit.
I respect
you know what?
it. Now, I picked up the tab. I respect my OG.
Yes, that's right.
I picked up the tab, but my respect to my.
Oh, you can get it yourself too.
That's my OG right there. So
I appreciate that.
Anytime, brother.
I definitely forgot about my senior citizen discount. So that damn show will play that card, man.
What y'all got? AARP? I know,
man. Hey, I'm eligible too now. I got mine. I don't carry mine around with me yet. I'm not accepting that. I'm not going that far yet.
Now I want to play this video for y'all one more time, and then we're gonna get back into it. Here we go.
Fucking with a condom, that does not count as a body. If you're fucking with a condom, that does not count as a body. It does not.
So you can fuck 100 niggas,
and it's not gonna count.
Fuck nobody.
Exactly. It's not gonna count.
Yeah,
that's not gonna count.
That's different. Wait, so that means your boyfriend can do that. If you got a boyfriend, like, yeah, I'm about to go fuck with this brown right quick, but I'm gonna wear a condom, so it don't count.
And see, niggas don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Did you see her eyes twitch?
Yeah, she said, no, that's cheating. If he does this,
I know you guys saw.
Just like, no, man.
I know you guys saw. I put it in the back chat and the front chat too. is about 53% non-Hispanics don't use condoms, 42% black don't use condoms, and only like 42 of whites don't use it. The numbers are pretty fucking high.
Listen, Groomer, slow down. Ain't nobody gonna take away from you, man. Slow down. Repeat it. Say it one more time.
I am speaking slow.
No, you're not.
You're
going
depressed. I'm about curse you out in Greek. How that sound? So I was saying.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
So 42.2 black are not using condoms. About a non-white Hispanics are about 42%, and whites are about somewhere around here, about 30%. So the numbers are pretty high. I agree personally.
They all. It seemed like they all kind of like on the same doggone plane right there. It's
pretty much give or take. Yeah.
Hey JT, you talking out your camera mic?
Does it sound like I'm talking out my camera mic?
Yes, sir. Sound like you talking from the bathroom, brother.
Yeah, man. I got a different computer I'm working off of right now. So
gotcha.
But hey, those numbers align to the pregnancy rates. Almost to a T. Usually any statistic that you see relative to pregnancy rates or abortion rates or anything of that nature, it is usually either Black women first and Hispanic women second, or Hispanic women first and Black women second. And right here goes right in line with that. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, the number is up by 1, dude. It's like 44.2, 44.2, 1. That's literally that's how off it is.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, man, I'm off my laptop right now, y'all. So
okay, you good?
Can you hear me clear now?
Yeah,
we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett. What are your thoughts, Mr. Bennett, on the video you just saw? She said if a guy wear a condom with her, it don't count.
Listen, if the guy's got one of those big vulcanized gloves on and fingers, that counts. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all. So nah, you can miss me with that. You can miss me with that.
Exactly.
But we've talked about this before also. I mean that work husband stuff counts too in my view. I mean, emotional affairs, can be just as damaging as those incidents. So if my wife is stepping out with somebody, at lunch and sharing all her intimate feelings and sentiments, that won't count either. So my bar is pretty high when it comes to that.
I love hypotheticals, Mr. Bennett. So Mr. Bennett, you're driving and you pass by a restaurant and you just, you're in the car just jamming, doing the Mr. Bennett dance or whatever. And you happen to pass by, and see your wife having lunch. Like you in the car like this,
Yeah.
And you look through the
Which
window.
happens often. Yep.
And you look through the window and you see a guy and your wife eating lunch together. Are you going to pull over and go in and see what's going on?
Absolutely.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
You goddamn right.
So what are you going to say, Mr. Bennett, when you walk in? What are you going to say? What are your words?
Well, actually, I tell you, it may be depend on the mood that I'm in. See, if I'm listening to some Oran Juice Jones, I may not do anything. I may chill. Right. So when you get home, your bags are packed outside, cut up all the credit cards, all that stuff. So it depends on the mood that I'm in. But yeah, I think my first instinct would stop by. But if I'm kind of in that ice kind of cold, if I'm listening to him, then I may just do it, incognito and just cut off access to everything and whatnot. Yeah.
So how about Mr. Bennett? So if you walk, so say for instance, hypothetically, you walk in. And you walk in, she's like, "Oh my God, Paul never laughs like this. Like I never laughed like this with Paul. Oh my God!" And you walk in, what's the words coming out of your mouth?
Well, then I would be very glad that you would, to allow you to continue your laughter with your new friend there. It won't be with me. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm like our pain. Like we got too much. I mean, we got too much invested in. I mean, that'd be the end of it.
Mr. Bennett is not gonna be that damn cool. He gonna pull out the jammy and blam both of them.
We're here live where Paul Bennett slaughtered 2 people at the local
coke win.
So I think I speak to for me and our pain here because I think we're the 2 closest. If you need bail money, just give me a call.
Appreciate it.
It's an evil world we live in.
Yeah, but so isn't it in the South though? The crime of passion that's still legal in the South, right?
Oh yeah,
sure
yeah. You blow a bitch up.
They don't have the kind of laws in the North. So again, I may have to move a little bit different. But I know in the South, crime of passion that's on the books. So
yeah. I don't think nobody knows what they would do if they were confronted until it happens.
I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
I don't see some cats, bro. They didn't caught their woman dead in the act, and it was very, very difficult. This is the thing, they struggle with it. They definitely struggle with it. But I had a homeboy, he threw his girl and the man she was sleeping with out the window.
Yeah, I remember you told that story from the military. Right?
Well, JT, to be straight up with everybody, this has happened to my JT. To be honest, it happened to me personally. I walked in the act.
Why are you free, man? You're free.
I'm sorry?
Why are you still free?
Well, I'm free because I had.
Well, don't tell the secret.
So here's the whole story.
House and a man put
Hang on.
Before you get jumped to the gut, before you get too ahead, here's the whole story. So you understand where my mindset was at the time. Came back from work. My mother looked at me. She goes, "What are you doing home?" And I'm like, "I live here." Me and my mom being smart as always. Oh, I thought you came from the front door. Like, oh, it's my girl. Some weird she came front door. Walked upstairs. She's right at him like a cow.
No.
So 3 things in my head: grab my firearm because I was loaded at that day, wanted the chain ready to go, beat the crap out of her, or beat the crap out of him, or do I kill both of them? She jumped off the bed and she attacked me. She ended up then the next day she called the cops and I assaulted her. I go, nice try. So because I had a lot of cameras around the house, like I always do, the cops looked at her like, we don't believe you. Because her story went from one cop to the next cop changed and everything. She's lucky to be alive. I'm not denying that part.
Grooming, when he jumped up, did you look at his dick?
And saw her sitting
did you look at his dick as soon as he got up? Did you look at his dick?
What?
Our pain.
He walked in and saw her sitting on that damn thing, boy.
If I still smoke, I will need a cigarette right now. Exact comment.
Oh, Jesus, let me get
So you know what's going to happen now. You know what's going to happen now, gentlemen. If that situation ever does happen, now we got to remember our opinion's question. And if we weren't motivated to look before, now we're going to look now.
Wait. I got a better question for BMU. Please tell me you clipped that for him.
I did.
No, bro. Listen, it was
so our pain. So
story I was telling you about my man. That's why he threw them out the window, because my man jumped up. Now we just coming back from training, and we go upstairs. I just heard some tussling. When I came upstairs, that's where they were in it. But my man said, I looked at her, I looked at him, and he was just up with his dukes up like this, butt fucking naked. How he said it after we talked about it. He said, I looked at her, I looked at him, I looked down at his dick. Everybody.
Oh my God. Well, our pain, since you asked the question, what if this stuff is down to the floor? What are you going? What
Say that again.
Does that make a difference?
What if it's taking 3 minutes to pull out?
Yeah. All I'm just trying to say is that everything is relative. If he's banging this shit with a horse donkey, you know you're lost. You know if you don't got the horse donkey and he's got the horse donkey.
So that's a pass then. So you
Let me ask you a
can-
question. Let me ask you a question. Serious question. Would you look at his dick?
Listen,
Of course he did.
I'm asking you a question. Don't avoid it. Be straight up.
You still didn't answer the question. You still didn't answer the question.
Hold on, Arpain.
No, I did not.
There's a series on Netflix called Sex Life, guys. And this guy finds out that his wife's ex, she goes and writes in a journal. And in her journal, he mistakenly leaves her laptop open. And he's going to get breakfast and he looks at the journal like, what the fuck? So she's fantasizing about her ex, how good the sex was, blah, 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 blah. So the husband gets distraught. He go find the man, find out where the man work at. He joined the same gym with the man. So they went in and do the showers or whatever. And she was talking about how the man just better than her husband. Like he was just fucking or whatever. So he went in the shower, he was showering, and the dude happened to turn around and he looked down at the dude's dick and he said, like he was emotionally disturbed.
Everybody must die.
That shit fucked him up. Turn your camera on from a Jedi. It fucked him up, man. There you go. Man, it fucked him up. So, walk out there and see that giraffe monkey, that giraffe out there. Shit, ain't nothing you can do but holler.
Yeah.
Hey man, listen, that doggone song with Kenny Rogers. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to
walk away,
know when to walk away, and know when to run.
That is a true saying, bro. Sometimes you just gotta, because if you let that shit get in your head, everybody must die,
bro. Let me tell you, like Mr. Bennett said, it's all about what you listening to. Because imagine if you listen to like Guns N' Roses, AC,
it's over with.
Oh yeah.
The opens off me, Cypress Hill, hand on the pump. It's over.
Yeah, it's over with. Welcome to the jungle.
Oh yes.
Cypress Hill, that would do it to me.
Gilbert says, "Do you guys remember the movie Adultery? Anybody seen it?"
Yeah.
I know our paint. Oh my god, the scene that fucked me up is how you go to another man's house, have sex with his wife on her birthday. The husband come home and catch him. He ties one dude to the heater and lets his wife sit in the bed. He calls the guy that's fucking his wife's wife and say, "I caught your husband fucking my wife." She comes over. She 8 months pregnant.
He said,
and she's Asian.
He bent her ass over, fucked her, and nutted in her right in front of her husband while he watched.
And he held the gun while he was doing it.
Yep, he was like,
stay there.
While she pregnant, boy,
and then before she left, she like, hey, make him suffer.
Yep, make him suffer.
Oh, that's the name of that movie.
Yeah, that movie is deep. That's a deep ass.
I didn't know the name of it. I just remember the scene. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is some wow.
Yeah, it was so his wife. It was a black dude and a white woman that he caught in bed. So and the white dude was the one with the gun. So he called the black dude's wife. Apparently she was Asian. She's like, hey, I got your husband over here. She's like, all right, I'm on my way. I got Apparently they created that plan over the phone, and he just did it right in front of him. And the black dude like, no, while he being held by gunpoint. You can't do that.
He was tearing her ass up.
Getting an ancient Chinese secret right there in
the No,
right there.
This is
no.
That's so funny, man.
Man, that's some funny shit.
Woo.
Jedi, what's going on, man? Ain't seen you in a minute, brother.
What's going on, y'all? How you doing?
We in the barbershop, Jedi. I know you married. Your wife probably sleep right now. Bless her heart. Hey, to me, what's going on, sister? What's going on? I ain't seen you in a minute. But I'm gonna tell you something. I bet one thing for sure. When you put your arms around Halle Berry and took that picture, I bet your dick got hard. Come on, talk to me. Bro. And we did all up close on each other and took a picture together. No, Jedi, walk us through it. How did she smell? How did she feel? Talk to me.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Okay, so this was back in Vegas because I went to CinemaCon. For those of you who don't know, I'm also a film journalist and film reporter on the side. What I do.
on my channel. I just crossed 1,000 subscribers. So
Congratulations, brother.
yeah, thank you. But this was like back in April. I was in Vegas and I went to the Lionsgate after party. This is for her new film that's actually you've seen trailers right now called Don't Let Go with the two boys. Horror film. Yeah, one of the boys is in that recent film with Lee Daniels, who I also interviewed for Deliverance. Yeah. Anyway, so I walked over there. This is also the same time when I met Henry Cavill, Superman, in there. It was at the top of the Caesar Palace, one of the restaurants, and everybody was crowded up. There's multiple people there, but I went over, to talk to Halle Berry. Just want say, thank you, just big fan and everything of your work and stuff. And then she was also just giving me good advice about parenthood and stuff like that. Because the film that she's in, she's playing a mother and stuff. And but yeah, then I was able to take her picture, shake her hand. What she smelled like, it was up close, but and then she put, when she take the picture, she's like this, like she's up close and personal. So, but I just had to make sure keep it all together because I don't want to be dragged out of here, and everything like that. I'm being watched, you know what I mean? But no, it felt like success. I'll say it felt, a piece of Black Hollywood. I shook that hand, and it was soft. It was soft. Hands were soft. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I met some other people too, but I'll send the pictures in the back though. So, but yeah, the Halle Berry was at least one of them. But yeah.
Bless your heart.
Is she really small, like little small?
She's petite. Still, she's like just turned 58.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's petite. Yeah, she still has the figure and everything, and stuff like that. But
crackhead that looked that damn good. She was a hell of a crackhead, man. Let me tell you, she should have just got a Oscar for just being that beautiful of a crackhead. She was beautifully fucked up.
She was.
Yeah, but
I don't know what you're talking about. The Jungle Fever she was in.
She was never more beautiful.
I remember Jungle Fever.
Boomerang. That was when she was the most beautiful.
No, Catwoman. Yeah.
Well, I remember. Well, I'm younger, so I remember her on the Flintstones. Remember the Flintstones?
Yeah, she was on that too.
I think she played a hot Storm. Storm was the best role in my opinion.
One of the most beautiful women you ever seen in your goddamn life.
Nah.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring up Storm with her. No, I think it universally.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
And how old is she now?
58.
You can see that arm rubbing up against those breasts.
Smash it up on her. You know what I'm saying?
He's rubbing up against those breasts with his arm, man. That's sexual harassment going on. Shit.
No. I made sure you saw my hands.
Oh, you got an elbow. You got an elbow grab.
No. He's actually smart because I go to Comic-Con.
He put his hands in vision. He was like,
no. Thank you. Go ahead, Pete. Yeah.
No, I go to Comic-Con and I take pictures of a celebrity. They tell you, put your hands up front. If you put your hands anywhere by front, they will tackle you. They will put you like a football times 10. They will fuck you up.
And listen, and these are the rooms with the executives. This ain't no fan event or anything like that. No, this is with like theater owners.
You get press passes, right?
Yes. You see my badge right in front of it. It said press.
Okay,
so, yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
so your rules are a lot more stricter than fans too, because they
absolutely
they watch you guys like
they don't play. Listen, they don't play. You guys think like in that special place, like they gave you a chip, where you have to go up to the elevator before you get checked in. And even then, but when you get up to the elevator, you got to get checked in the second time to see you on the list. But then I just want to say that I'm happy that I got into those rooms and I didn't have to compromise my integrity and not sell out or bend over for nobody. So I just busted my ass and worked it and got in there. So yeah, so I'm just saying integrity wins, y'all.
Jedi Michael, like I seen him personally. I go to Comic-Con like every year. Like I said, I seen people getting tackled, and like even when I take pictures like that, you can put your arm around. If they say that, that's fine. But watch where you put it. If you go too low, you're in trouble. Too high, you're going to right.
Well,
in the middle.
I actually got the story for y'all. I got the story for you because I'm actually about to send a picture of the black man here. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
1 second, y'all.
Jedi Mike, you know, between me and you, since we in the barbershop,
Yes,
what
sir.
Was her other hand at, brother?
Yeah.
What's the game in Wild Out? I plead the fifth.
So the hypothetical question is
all right, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm on my phone here.
why you doing that, Jedi? I'm gonna ask Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, you were out in Vegas. Your wife said, "I'm gonna go over here and kick it with our friends," and you said, "Oh, that's fine. I'll just sit by the pool." And Halle Berry walks up by the pool and said, "Hi, how are you? Hey, would you please put sunscreen on my back for me?"
Wait. I got more realistic for him.
Just a minute, you are
New
lying.
York Comic Con.
You are lying.
19. Hang on. New York Comic Con. The hottest girl in the whole event comes up to you and says, gets on her knees, goes, "I want a piece of you."
No, you got to put a name on it, though. You got to put a name on it.
You can't just put anybody out there.
Trish Stratus.
It doesn't matter,
No.
but not because now. See, I'm supposed to be going with grooming next month, and he'd be taking all these pictures with all these cosplay women with the boobs hanging out and the fake breasts and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, listen, man, I ain't taking those kind of pictures.
I can show you boobies if you want to see one right now.
Don't even ask me. Hey, take a picture. This girl wants to take a picture with you. Hey, take a picture.
Oh, you taking a fucking picture?
We ain't doing.
You asking the right person, man. Mr. Bennett, I got too much invested. He ain't about to risk that shit on a moment.
Okay, let's ask a heathen then. Arpain.
Yeah.
I was about to get to our pain.
Yeah.
That's a different story right there. Our pain gonna be all up on the picture.
Let me tell you.
You gonna be over there.
You know when I
Our
knew?
pain.
Let me give it to you straight. You know when I knew, beside all the other shit, when my fiance at the time was the woman for me. We're on the beach. We got binoculars and all that shit. She said, "Listen, here's the binoculars. You can look at all the women you want. As long as you ain't touching them, I ain't got no problem." So she said, if she gave me the binoculars, I ain't got no issue with you looking at the honeys. And I said, okay, that's cool. That's cool. So I'm one of those kind of guys. I can look. Listen, you know what? If I went to a Comic-Con with all the pretty women, I would be respectful.
Bimu, show the picture.
But I'm still taking a picture.
Yeah, but
I'm still taking a picture.
Show the picture.
Show
the picture.
I send the pictures.
Is it appropriate?
I send the pictures through
No.
Facebook Messenger.
You won't get copyright strike, I think. How do you say
Oh,
no?
hell.
See, that's the kind of picture I take.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you though, that conventions though, like, is one thing because talking about asking, consent is also taking pictures because some of these costumes and everything definitely can be revealing and all that. But on the press section, there's a picture. I sent it to you, black man in the back. So you guys are well aware of Bella Thorne?
Yes.
Bella Thorne?
All right, so I met Bella Thorne, but I just want a picture there. But we were able to about the interview.
Sent to me on Instagram?
No, Facebook Messenger.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So we were getting ready to interview her and stuff, and also one interviewer asked her. It wasn't anyone from my team, but someone asked her about her OnlyFans. Right?
Cool.
She got up and left and walked off. Now, for those of you guys who don't know the controversy with her OnlyFans thing, she was the reason why OnlyFans had to change their terms and conditions of people going through a paywall and making sure that the content that they're selling or displaying whatever is what they're telling is going to be received and stuff like, hey, I'm not showing half naked stuff or I'm doing this XYZ. Before Bella Thorne, you can basically catfish folks and get millions of dollars, whatever. And that's what happened to her. I think she got over $1 million plus for scamming people because she thought everyone thought she was gonna see some nude photos, but ended up she just showing just bikini pictures and that was it. And the whole OnlyFans structure had to change because of her. That was a whole lot of controversy that happened like 2 or 3 years ago. But somebody asked her that question and she got up and walked away. So now I was able to talk to her after the after party and everying. No, I was able to get a picture. But yeah, that's in the messenger too.
So for some information for you guys. So most of these girls you guys see, some of them are not only actors, they're also crossplay. She was supposed to be dressed up as Rabbit, whatever, Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah.
Were they real women?
Okay. Yeah, they're real women.
Okay,
that's right, JT.
legit.
Asked the question.
And
Yeah.
they
I don't blame you, JT.
Filthy motherfucker.
they don't take pictures. They don't make money.
Or do you have a prostate? Very minds want to know, goddammit.
This is one is so weird. Or
What you don't want grooming, you don't want to be grabbing one of them titties and then you see something get hard. You see what I'm saying? So you want to ask the question.
Hang on. Have you guys been to Vegas or New York? I don't know if they do it anymore, but y'all like Vegas, right? Like you on the strip, they be having those burlesque women out there dressed in a thong and nipple covers and stuff like that, and they just there. You want to take a picture, whatever. So sometimes the girl is, the husband or the wife is with the girls and whatnot. They take pictures and stuff. Would any of you guys do that? So our pain, would you?
I'm gonna tell you no from experience because my relationship never did last behind that down in New Orleans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So,
shit, that's a whole nother horse of a different color.
They do it down there too. They do.
No, I went down to New Orleans with me and my girl.
You ain't never been.
I've been to New Orleans, but I never saw that. Well, I never that whole Mardi Gras type. I've never been in that.
Shit, Mr. Bennett, you'll be at Mardi Gras walking down Bourbon Street, and look to your left, and see a woman giving a dude head sitting on a chair.
I want me some glory hole.
Man, or you'll see two having sex. You see the police officer smoking weed with the people. Shit, you see.
Time out, Beamer. I have a great idea for me and Paul. BBU Network needs a pay for me and Paul to go there and do a gray area show.
We can all put together so we can pray for him. I'm gonna go out there and pray for him.
Like we can.
Black man. Okay, I sent you on
Paul is a
Instagram.
great idea.
Okay. I just got it. Yeah. So, because look, man, I'm telling you something, boy. Mr. Bennett, if you go during Mardi Gras, Mr. Bennett, you're gonna have to dash yourself with holy water when you leave out of there. I mean, you'll see
Vegas bad.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. If me and Paul go together, I will sit for both of us. It's fine.
Mr. Bennett,
big time.
Walk up to you with a shot in her mouth, and she walks up to you and puts it in your mouth before it gets down your throat.
That's what took us out, man. It never recurred. Recovered after that.
Listen, but seriously, I got a serious question. I had Mike. You got a little beef down, dude. You're not going to Comic-Con in New York, seriously?
No, I mean, listen. The amount of traveling I've done this year and stuff and working, like I have to slow it down.
I'm just busting your balls, bro. Because
no.
We're literally talking about this. Like, hey, we can get some pictures with the guy. We can get some videos. And all of a sudden, I get a text message from you today. Oh, I'm not going. Like, that little fucker. I'm thinking to myself.
No, I'll probably go next year. It's just that the amount of stuff that I've done this year so far, it's just it's just been crazy because I'm gonna be going to the presenter for the African American Film Critic Awards in February next year. I just
Side note, if you have any leads, you know who to talk to. Just remember that we got to try and get on the show.
So Jedi, I got a question. You're married?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay,
1 year and 3 months or so. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you? So it sounds like you got to be on the road a lot. No, yes or no?
I mean, I travel
you take
periodically throughout the year.
Take your
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that the understanding that you have as part of your relationship that you're gonna, you're not gonna always be in the house, making sure you're rubbing her feet and shit and all that kind of stuff? The reason I'm asking, because women.
Well, let him ask the question first.
Damn.
Okay, I understand what you're asking. No, because now the amount of traveling that I have done now, the only maximum time I'd be gone for probably be like a week. Probably like maybe 5 or 7 days at best. But they happen kind of periodically throughout the year. So like I have a few where I went to in April. And one I went to in July for San Diego Comic-Con. One I went to March for Vegas. But it's not like consistently. Because also she travels too for her work. So so it's like we again like sometimes if I'm leaving then probably the next few days does she have to go to her work or stuff like that and travel. But we have a nice balance of structure of how we do things and stuff. But I think the root about it is about communication and also just having the foundation of like, hey, listen,
I
we're
was going
doing
to
this
ask.
for business.
I was
So
going to ask you that part. So it's an understanding based on your lifestyle with your wife. Y'all have an understanding of what your
yeah, but
obligation.
I know this is definitely gonna change when we have kids though, and I also have the power to say no. So it's just like when certain things come up, like I know for the amount of time I have been traveling to do these interviews and meeting all these people and everything is great, but then obviously that's gonna change when I have children. So it's like it's just about the balance of what I choose because I've seen other people like critics in my space, colleagues who are older in this game, like 20 plus years, who are recently divorced and literally like, yeah, I've been traveling, doing all these things, stuff, and then I'm like, well, but I just got divorced, and they're freaking miserable, and they come and talking to this 25-year-old about, about being shocked that I'm 25 in this space and everything. I'm like, yeah, so I already seen the future ahead of what not to do.
Yeah,
It's the community, like you said. I'm gonna set up here, but communication is the key. Because right now, as a young, that's one thing, but as you get into the thing, the kids and stuff like that. And I don't know about your wife, so she might not be that demanding, but it's one of those things you just got to be aware of. And so I traveled a lot for my job, so I had to have a lot of conversation with the wife about, because there was a 10-year stretch there. I was like all over the place. So she never gave me no flack about it because that was part of the conversation that we had in order to keep everything afloat. And the fact that, she didn't have one of those kind of jobs that she could leave, she had to be here and I had to pay the money. So, so I was just wondering, because we all know about the Judge Mathis kind of thing.
Man, listen, I saw another content creators page, one dude, I forgot his name, but he was kind of feeling that everybody's bashing on Judge Mathis and then the woman's not taking accountability. Now, for me, I see it in a different way where I'm watching somebody, what is it, that even after what you say, almost 39 years of marriage, and then and she still, decided to file. Now, what that says to somebody like me, and I have my first year of marriage and then seeing the future, like one, regardless of whether you provide the provision, the finances, and everything, there's still a capability of like, wait, what is area in my marriage that I'm not adding? But that's going to change, obviously, when my income increases, when my resources and my, I guess my access to power in terms of what I created in my platform and stuff. And if I have people under me and stuff, I have to manage more things, and my time is going to diminish. But at the same time, it's just going back to priorities. And you'd be surprised what people would do as a wake up call just to say, hey, you're not getting it straight. All right, I'm filing. Or hey, some people might just like I've seen men where where they might say, hey, well, I'm not divorcing you or anything like that, but like, hey, girl, you're acting crazy right now. I'm taking the kids. I'm going to go to a hotel, and then just get up and leave. The man taking the kids and leaving, and the woman's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And that type of scare is probably the wake up call they need to get their act together.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this is the case for Judge Mathis, but I just saw a dedication of a man saying, I'm gonna get my wife back. Oh, we're fine. We're gonna get this. Now, I don't feel he should be telling that all to TMZ.
That's right.
That's a whole nother thing. Definitely, you bring the invitation to people just speculating and other things like that. I'm like, and then saying that, oh well, yeah, we're still friends, and she's still staying with me and everything like that, whatever. I'm like, no, you handle business with that. Now, whether how that divorce will proceed, I don't know. But I just saw a person that wasn't shaming his wife, nor I never really seen the woman, Judge Mathis, I guess currently, or because I guess they still have the divorce hasn't been finalized, but his wife, aside from her filing for divorce, she still haven't been publicly disrespecting this dude, and in the media, which is the first thing you instantly see with in the space and everything, and she has not done that even after 39 years. And what I see that is honor. Like still, like, hey, even though if I might not want to continue on this marriage, I'm not going to disrespect my husband of 39 years. So
and that's true.
That's what I just saw with that.
Mike, let me explain something to you, man. Do not listen to these folks that tell you communication is the key. Take your ass home. Because I'm going to tell you why. Women will agree to stuff out of duress and say that they agree to it. but at the same time, they still gonna be thinking what they think behind the screen, behind the scene. So don't be listening to these folks that tell you communication key. Take your tail home.
Well, you know what? One thing I want to say, because the reason why, I mean, we just kind of segue and we can need this. I like this sports announcer named Chris Broussard, right? He's a big basketball guy. He does. Some of you might know who he is, light skinned brother. He's real Christian and stuff. He quit his job on the Odd Couple because he's an empty nester now, and he's still going to have a job on network TV. But he gave away his job on the radio because he wanted to spend more time with his wife now that they're empty nesters. So I would imagine he'll find some other way to make up the income, but he thought it was more important now to hang out with her now that the kids are grown and everything else, because he kind of, to me, he didn't say this, but I know what he did. It's probably because that's something he thinks that she definitely would like and require from him now that they worked his whole life to get where he's at. Because the extra few bucks don't make that much difference.
But you know what's really messed up about just going back to the Judge Mathis situation.
Go ahead.
There's he's a celebrity, so and then he's in California. So when his wife did file for the divorce, I don't think that she understood that when she did file, how fast that information was going to get out.
It's going to get out, no doubt.
So it got to the point where they both was probably looking like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Because I just don't think that after 39 years, she just filed for divorce because of some minuscule type of situation, right? Even though that's what's painted out there, because this is
because it's easy to do that.
It's easy to think of it that way. But I think it was just this. I could be wrong also, but I think that was just her way of showing him that she really mean business. It goes back to what Mike was just saying, is that there's it's like her kicking him in the ass.
Yeah.
And it's not just because he wasn't spending time. It was also all the other things that come along with it too. It could be infidelity. It could be all kind of shit. And the thing is that I know that, especially people of their and they're in that boomer / X type of thing. It's like they're in that hybrid type of thing. So they learned throughout their way on how to communicate with each other. I don't think that was just a problem. I think it was just, the pressures of being in a relationship and constantly being, as human beings, we change. Things change. We get more money. We get less money. We have to deal with the kids and all of these things also. I think that she didn't mean for it to be like, I want to let everybody know I'm about to divorce my husband. I think she just wanted to put that out there to let him know, listen, I'm giving you an ultimatum right now. I ain't never gave your ass an ultimatum, but I'm going to give you an ultimatum right now. And that was her kicking his ass. It just so happened that he's a celebrity and the shit got out to people that really shouldn't even be involved. That's just how I look at it.
I think in marriages in general, if I just may speak just in general about today's marriages, and I think people don't allow room for people to grow from where they once were when the marriages start. And I don't think people expect, both men and women, but I'm going to say specifically women, don't allow room for people to evolve into who they are going to be potentially, because when people marry each other 5, 10, 15 years from the time that they get married, they're not the same individuals. More oftentimes they're not going to remain the same individuals. I certainly, from 2019 when I got married, am not the same guy then than I am now. I like to think that I've grown. There are some areas where I still need to work on, but I've certainly become a better man today than I was before. And if I did not elevate in my manhood from 2019 to now, and haven't made any strides or don't plan to make any more strides to get better at it from here forward, there's a problem, you see. And my wife and I have been together a total of almost 10 years. So there has been almost a decade time frame from where we first started to, from then to now. So there's a lot that we've had to understand about each other from then till now. So when people say, I'm no longer happy with this person, well, you got to understand that people change. And you got to also be able to move with with the way things shift. And you got to also take into account. That is the reason why in the vows it says for better or for worse. It says for richer or for poor, because things ebbs and things flow. But there is a constant with me that won't change. There's a foundational portion about me, and there are some things you may be able to plug in here and there. But for the most part, I have a foundation, but then there's some things that's going to elevate, and there's some things that's going to change. And you should be able to expect that in a marriage. And if you cannot deal with that because you don't have the foundational fortitude, I was going to say something else. If you don't have the foundational fortitude to be able to deal with that, then you're not fit for marriage.
Yeah, me and my wife, we had the opportunity to like start a marriage ministry at our church. The new church that we were at, our Baptist church, when we moved here after we got married. Um, and one thing that it was a very like old church in terms of the age gap was almost 30 years from terms of our age from the 20s, to the elders of the church and everything. And what you saw when I was trying to, in terms of having the marriage ministry, was that talking about the fundamental principles of being in the committed relationship, and whether you want to talk about commitment within Christ and man, in terms of that translating over to my commitment to my wife, and in terms of us going through life situations. And the main point that we want to target was talking about this new ageism of talking about how we became so less disciplined as a people, in terms of we're so in any type of, when the kitchen gets a little bit hot, then we just immediately leave, right? And we leave over very superficial things, and then all of a sudden, when the hurt of the separation, the disrespect of it all and everything, and especially the aspect of social media coming to it, because we like to air out all of our business. Then all of a sudden, when all that is gone away, all you have is yourself, God, and the mirror. And then when reality hits you, you were like, "Oh my God, what did I just do?" And you're too late. And I feel like this on women are in a lot of situations where, yes, we'll say a lot of the stuff on social media, which my wife got rid of her social media when we got married. And the thing about this is, though, is that a lot of people thinking, like, when they're seeing me out in public, well, where's your wife? No, you are seeing my wife because you see me.
Boom.
Right? And this is not about hiding my wife. This is protection. Because I know how this space operates. I'm not talking about YouTube. I'm just talking about just in general life. And in the marriage ministry, we're talking about is that having fundamental things of like what happens, how you do conflict resolution. And yes, and you made a good point talking about the communication is such an easy answer to say, but yet application, which is why men in church needs application instead of just having verses just thrown to them. Because again, it's like you can say all these things, but as a man, when I'm talking about preacher to man, when we're receiving a message, if you have no application to what you're saying, then we're basically just hearing a bunch of womp 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 womp, and you end up actually creating more of a problem than you started with. Because then it's like, okay, the preacher not giving me nothing, and then here's the woman just eating all this prosperity gospel up, and then now I'm just screwed. So I have no solution. So yeah, there's just a lot of things that we wanted when we did the marriage ministry. We had to identify in terms of, and also holding the older generation accountable of saying, do not keep perpetuating this this continuing pattern of in terms of using not only just scripture but using your sermons as a way to recycling topic points and recycling the same I would say what I would call it cruise control behavior, where people are just not actually being aware and actually being decisive on situations coming up in their marriage. What?
Mike, it's kind of like using YouTube talking points just to keep things perpetuated. It's just
Yeah, I don't want to get right, but
it's kind of like using that because that's basically when you hear people say those type of things, they're using it in a context where they're just perpetuating something that they may not even believe themselves, or they outgrew the belief in it, right? So when you hear a lot of older folks in marriages, and especially if they've been in marriages for a while, it's very hard because the work that they have to put in is not as rigorous as the work they had to put in when they first got together, right? Because the
correct.
longer you're together, the longer you know each other, the more comfortable you be with each other, and then it just gets to a point where it's kind of like you're kind of like the like an organ of another person. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yes.
you've been together for so long where it's kind of like clockwork, right? You still got work to do, but it's just at a different level. And as you get older, it's not about trying to learn each other and all these little stupid things that people talk about when you just get married. Because once you start being 50s, 60s, 70s, and God willing, 80s and 90s, guess what you got to deal with? How to be without them. And a lot of people don't want to get to that because that's why you will hear people say, in the beginning of my relationship, you get what I'm saying? And they ain't been married, they ain't been in a relationship no more than about 6 years. But 6 years to a 20-year-old is like a lifetime. You know, we've been together for so long. How long y'all been together? 6 years. Nah, y'all ain't really been together. Once you start being 10-year married, 20-year married, 30-year married, now you starting to get what the gist of marriage actually is. It's just going to come to you. I don't care what anybody say because I hear these folks talk about this. What I meant about the talking
Points.
Happy. People put so much emphasis on happy, and they never talk about being joyful. They never talk about service. When you hear men talking about being a leader, they never talk about being a servant to their family. They talk about being a leader as if, and they don't really know. They just hear these talking points, right? And then you ask them, and if you challenge them on it, well, what does it mean for you to be a leader for your family? And then they will start talking in general. They go, no, I asked you, what is it for you to be a leader? They won't be able to tell you. They're going to try to revert back to all the talking points. But when you have somebody that's being married for a very long time, the dopest thing in the world is talk to people that's been married in different levels of their life. Talk to somebody that's been married for 10. Talk to somebody that's been married for 20. Talk to somebody that's been married for 30 and 40. You're going to hear some of the craziest things with them because when people have been married for 30 and 40 years, it's very little that they can tell you. They can't philosophize it anymore, right? Because they have to just revert to their experiences with each other. And then what do? They go to their history. Well, when we first met, when we were 18, this is how we met. Because they have to go to that. Because it's not about talking to a person 5 years married. You talk to people because they're still struggling. They're trying to get on the runway. They haven't been on the runway yet. So that's why, like where you at right now, man, this the most joyfulest time right now that you can be in. Because once you start getting into a point where people be doing that for better or worse, richer or poor, till guess what? See, a lot of people don't want to talk about that till death parts us. See, once you start getting to that, that's when you've been married and you done, man. I know people that are old as hell. They've outlived their insurance policy. That's how old they are, right? Hear them talk because most of their adult life they were married. It's not we're gonna jump off, we're gonna ride off into the sunset. But what they ended up doing was something for everyone else in the family. It ain't had nothing to do with them, had everything to do with everybody else in the family, especially when they had big families. Did you see
Right.
that interview with the Wayans? With
I was about to go into it. Listen, that is, and I will say this, and not saying that's not family doesn't have problems or anything.
yeah.
What you saw there was a clear display of legacy, but also strong foundation. The fact that you have 10 children and still from father and mother making sure training you, saying, listen, hey, I don't care. I didn't leave my husband if he wasn't romantic. Doesn't mean he wasn't a good man. But I want to make sure my boys know that they're romantic. And that's the thing. Just because your husband is not certain way doesn't mean there's some type of wrong or deficiency with him. And it's something that, I might want to, okay, you're supposed to improve the next generation. It's not like, oh no, I'm just going to leave this man and go somewhere else. No, this is still the father of my children. It's still my husband of these 10 kids. Right. Yeah. And it's the fact that even in situations where the kids are also even in their 60s now, still honoring their parents after they pass.
And listen, they all would tell the same story, but guess what they would do? Tell the story from their point of view. It's the dopest thing in the world. I've heard Damon talk. I've heard Keaton talk.
Yes.
I've heard everybody. And when you hear the baby of all of them say, hey, man, I didn't know what to say because all my brothers and sisters already that told my story until I figured out that they didn't tell it from
my perspective.
So when people talk about this marriage thing, and I always say it has less to do with you and more to do with the legacy you can bring to your children. We don't move too far away from it. Move too far away. People want to get married, right? They did want to get married because they wanted to be happy. Now you got people that say, I don't want to get married. What's the point? The point is you create community. You can't sit back and talk about community if you ain't talking about being married and building one yourself, fortifying a community. You can't talk about marriage if you're not talking about giving birth to something. Ideal humans, we make a difference. I don't think a lot of people even realize that just existing that you make a difference in people's life. I don't think a lot of people really believe that because they wouldn't be as egregious as they are. We got too many people that's egregious right now, but I just don't think that they are. And it's too many people talking about being by themselves. Now look where we at. A bunch of people want to be by themselves, but not really, huh?
I'm gonna tell you what the problem
is. No, because pride. It's pride.
The problem, let me explain to you what the problem is. The problem is we've been doing surface relationships so long. We don't understand exactly what the true purpose of a relationship is and how it actually functions. Let me explain to you a little bit of what I mean by that. When people get in relationships, they always complain about the other person not doing what they're supposed to do. Well, here's the problem with that. The issue is that you never did become the greatest version of yourself. Because what happens is when you get into a relationship, you become one with the other person. And eventually you're going to run across something that you see in them that's actually you that rubbed off on them that you're not going to like. So in essence, what you're doing is there's something in yourself that you don't like, and the other person is reflecting it back to you. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. If you have joy in your heart, if you have love in your heart, if you have grace in your heart, compassion and mercy in your heart, when you give that to someone else, that's going to be reflected back to you through them. And until we actually understand that both parties have to do that, that is the real reason why most relationships fail, is because they fail to do the inner work on themselves before they actually get into a relationship. And the parts that they don't like about their partner is actually the parts that they don't like about themselves. Think about it. You have a lot of women who complain about men cheating on them, but at the same time, that's an insecurity that they have that they're not good enough. But nobody says that part out loud. That's the issue. Everybody likes to point to the number of years, but I like to say, like Mr. Bennett says, you have to point to the quality of each year. And you can't sit on your duff and say, hey, look, I got so many years behind me, but what are you doing today? That's what matters. You only have today. You can't count on what you did yesterday. You sure as hell can't bank on what tomorrow give, because when you get to tomorrow, you'll rename it today. So all you have is the day that you have right there in front of you. Am I not right, Mr. Bennett?
Yeah. The only thing I would not necessarily push back on is you talk about the work that you need to do sometimes before you get married. And I just know in my case, it was through marriage that in a lot of ways, I became a better version of myself. Yeah. So I think what's holding a lot of people back is like, I got to get myself together. And what they do, they keep holding off that work, whatever that even means, to get themselves together. So you're 25, you're 30, you're 35. How long are you going to be in the work? How many times we saw KS and being like, hey, are you in therapy? Yeah. Well, how long you been in therapy? It's like 10 years. He's like, hold up. Therapy, if it's effective therapy, should only take you like a year, 18 months tops.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But people just find themselves, I'm not where I need to be yet. So I think I don't want that necessarily to be a block or a barrier to someone getting married. I think a lot of times marriage is about two incomplete people getting together, but then finding purpose within the relationship itself. But being what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman, to be a woman and a wife, what it means to be parents. And I think that helps guide you in terms of I think it focuses you in a lot of ways. Me and Goulin were talking the other night. Is like, I think one of the problems in society now is we almost have too much freedom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like kids, we were talking about kids. It's like people have this idea about, and I'm asking brothers now, it's like, why do you want to have kids? Mm-hmm. And you really can't get a good answer, because back in the day, the reason you had kids had nothing to do with you loving them.
Right.
You wanted kids for war because you needed soldiers. You needed workers on the farm.
Yep.
Right? And you need to have money because, again, the average age back in the day was like 45 years old, something like that. 50, you could die. So you need to have twice as many as you wanted, because half of them going to die because you didn't have the medical the way it is now. Yeah. So it's only in the last 50 years we talk about, I just love my children. I just want to see them develop and be, and you can be anything you want. No, people were very specific about what they wanted kids for. Yeah. And so I think in that way, life was a lot simpler for people in terms of what your purpose for being was. Now it's like we're saying you can do anything you want, have anything you want, do what you want. But the problem is people still trying to figure out, well, what do I want?
But they also had each other. They also had each other for specific reasons too.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's less distractions. Mr. Bennett is correct.
No.
Think about it.
No,
it's less distractions.
Yeah,
and he's absolutely correct. The reason why I said it that way is because what happens is think about it. Back in the day, you was only you and that person, and that was it. Now everybody have these perceived options, and they really don't take the time out to do the necessary works it takes to find out who they are. Yeah. That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Yes, when you get in a relationship, your spouse will fine tune you. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But my thing is that you got to get to the point where you're able to listen to them, to be honed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. The quote that I used last week, philosopher, he talked about anxiety being basically the symptom of freedom. Like I said, when you live in a totally free society, we can go in a million different directions. That's not necessarily the greatest thing. And so again, when people trying to talk about, well, what do I do? Like kids go to college. What am I going to college for? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, and again, I'll blame the baby boomer / Gen X. I'll blame for that. Yeah, we the ones who said, yeah, go to college and get that degree. But now everyone's starting to rethink that now and say, wait a minute, college wasn't for everybody. Or if you go to college, well, what am I going to say? What I want to do? What I want to study? I don't know. So again, I think people starting to rethink some things. Unless you're going for a specific skill set, a doctor, lawyer, whatever. There's a lot more options out there. We talk about trades now. That's where the money is. The electrician, the plumber, the technician. That's where the money is. And so again, it's just amazing how going back old school to the stuff that used to work. Now people are going back to it after being on free. This last 40, 50 years, everyone's been on freedom and just doing and being whatever. It's like, nah, I need some meaning to life, and really the things that are give meaning to life is not that many options. And people, sometimes you get, so much out there with all the stuff. It's like, look, I just want to get, that's why a lot of people get real religious, especially when they get older. Because look, I had all that stuff out there, and I'm like, I'm done. I just need, give me a woman, give me a dog, give me some kids. I just want to chill out. I've sowed my wild oats, and it wasn't very productive. It's like the prodigal son who basically out there, he went and sowed his wild oats. And it's like, look, I'd be better off living in my dad's penthouse, pig house, than out here with all these distractions in the world. So I think, be careful what you ask for when you have all these freedoms and think that, you're so much better off because of that.
Absolutely. Go ahead, R-Pain. R-Pain, you got next, and then Boss Man, go ahead. R-Pain, you muted.
Your answer is I have a couple of mute buttons. Your answer is rooted in actually mathematics and science. That the easiest problems we used to have are the ones where you could eliminate things as negligible, and that made the equations a whole lot, like gravity. You know what that is, no matter what the equation is. So the truth of the matter is, that's why when I see young guys, when I talk to them about folks about, like, I can't tell you how to date these days, but I can tell you how to be married. When a guy comes up to me and says, listen, I got all these options, and I do love just one woman, but I want to get married. I said, listen, you said, I want to try to get it out of my system. I try to tell him that you're never going to get it out of your system. That the point is, the way you're wired sexually is not going to change. I said, if you're going to get married, you got to make a choice that you're going to choose not to do those things that get you in trouble. With all the distractions, with all of the other things, you could extrapolate that in other things. So when a person understands that, like a man or woman, hey, I still want to get married. But you got to make a choice, and you got to continually make that choice to make sure you don't put yourself in those positions where you could do something that could harm what you want to, your marriage, right? But that doesn't change your sexual orientation. It just means that you have to continually make a choice to do right. And a lot of people don't realize that. So the stimuli that we have, Mr. Bennett, is never going to go away. But I agree with you. So many degrees of freedom, people get lost.
Yeah.
And that's why, and this is the reason why that is because our culture is dead. It's trash. We don't have no social mores anymore. We can't rely on the environmental governors anymore because they're all mostly liberal. Anything goes. And so the only thing that we're really running on as human beings is our biology. Really, if you're looking at it. So the cultural stuff in America is pretty much dead. There's no cultural mores for the masses to say, here's shame, here's the consequences, here's what you should do, what you shouldn't do. Nobody respects those anymore. Some of us do, but you're on an island by yourself. And you can only hope to maybe put a bubble around your children. Right? You know what I'm saying? And maybe get some other people to do that. As far as the laws are concerned, for marriage, we understand that marriage has been decimated the day that no-fault divorce became a national thing. Because even if it was rooted in something that was true 100 years ago, it's not true today. And women take advantage of that. And they destroy men's lives. So men don't want to get married, not because we don't want to. A lot of men don't want to. It's because it's a bad deal. It's a simple bad deal. Women can't gaslight you on that, right? Because they have to give up very little to be with a man. You got to respect them. You got to respect the dude. Okay, whoop-de-doo, right? And respect has a lot of things that go along with it. So I'm just trying to say is that our culture in the West have destroyed anything, because with all the degrees of freedom out there, you get there's like not 2 genders, there's 53 genders. It's all kinds of shit out there.
How do we get an odd number?
It's 72.
72. Okay, so all I'm just trying to say is, so you're absolutely right. I don't know how we get ourselves out of this. That's what I'm saying. I don't know whether we're all lost.
Here's the thing too, R-Pain. I think, because we talk about the West, I don't think it's necessarily a function of the West. I think it's just a function of developing nations. Like I said,
What do you mean? Why the developing nations?
I'm saying we've seen this throughout history. The more advanced or developed a civilization gets, right? I mean, it's like when you're primal, when you're tribal or whatever, again, you live by very basic laws, survival. When you start taking away that general instinct to survive, you start focusing on other things. You again, those options start to come up. Hey, I don't want to. Again, back in the day, you were a farmer, you were a craftsman, a worksman, a warrior, or something. Like I said, manhood was defined oftentimes by your
work,
just the life that you lived.
Yeah. Right.
Like
Okay.
I said, I didn't have it. Like you typically did what your father did, right? So if you were a farmer, guess what? You're gonna be that. If your father was a tradesman, a craftsman, you're gonna take over that business. There was no questions like, oh, I want to go study art or something like that. Like you didn't. Like I said, you didn't have those options. But again, so once society starts getting into, oh, well, I can do this, I can do that, I can be a poet, I can be a this, I can be a dancer, I can whatever that is, just not doing what the status quo is. A lot in the short term, yeah, we applaud that. Yeah, that person's free to have an agency and they're doing things. But over time, the society oftentimes starts to crumble.
Well, you know, I'm not arguing against you, but you can't say that the West is light years ahead of everywhere else because we have a whole bunch of societies don't agree with that.
But what I'm saying, Greece was the West. Rome was the West.
But now the West is the West.
That's what I'm saying. It's like when society gets to a certain level where, again, you don't have to work. Like basic survival is not something that you have to think about anymore.
No, I'm with you, Mr. Bennett. Well, let's talk about right now. You're right. Evolution meant the West and some other places, but right now it's the West that's at the tip of the spear.
But
we still do have a lot of societies on the earth that don't agree with this shit that we're doing. Right? Right. When Kamala Harris went to Africa and tried to get them to become rainbow warriors, they said, no. And then she tried to threaten them. Hey, listen, if you don't become rainbow warriors in your country, in Uganda or whatever else, we're going to take away A, B, C, and D. We don't know what they're doing to those guys. So they had to threaten them to open their doors to be more like us. And a lot of people don't want to do that. It didn't work.
Africa's got more. Got a whole lot.
No, I'm just. Yeah, I understand.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, though.
But we still have places on the earth where they ain't buying it, and it's no small reason that those people are our biggest enemies. You know, I think one of the reasons why the East can't stand the West is because of those freedoms. It's because of the so-called freedoms that we have, because they know that there's a certain degeneracy that goes along with it, and they ain't buying it.
But what do you mean by the East?
The countries that have
you might make an argument for the Middle East, but the Far East is crumbling because of that.
Okay, but they're not crumbling for the same reasons we are.
They kind of are. I mean, look at the birth rates, for example, in Asia, in China, in Japan right now.
Okay, how about the Arab countries? How about some of the
India is changing.
Countries?
India is changing. Like before, like back in the day, you didn't hear about divorce in India. Now you do.
Because they're following the West. Because they're following the West. Yeah. Every country that's starting to crumble is acquiescing to the way the West is.
Well, the West has a great impact on the world.
It does, no question.
I'm not arguing that, but I'm just trying to say I don't even know if I'm arguing with Mr. Bennett because he's correct. What I'm saying though, there's a tip of the spear, and there's people who are following in that suit because it looks good. It's alluring to be that free. There's a certain allure, especially from the woman's standpoint, right? And look what happened to the Taliban when they took over Afghanistan. They went right back to their old ways.
Yeah.
Boss man, you got next.
I'm done. But I don't disagree with you, Mr. Ben. I'm just saying.
So I need to make a correction because I fact checked something and then I am a man of my word. When I fact check something, I definitely want to correct it if I'm incorrect. Okay. So according to sexualdiversity.org, as of April, standby. Sorry, I had it pulled up. Standby. April 10th of this year, There's 102 genders.
Wow. It's just gonna keep adding them.
So at least there's an even number, Lit.
Thank you.
Look,
that was throwing me off, man. That was messing with my OCD.
Look, I have a question. It's kind of rhetorical, but I do want to spur the conversation here. And it's along with the topic. And Mr. Bennett, you, sir, you hit the nail around the head. My wife honestly laughs at me when I say this, and she tells me, she says, listen, you got to be really careful whenever you say this, my dear husband. And I said, well, why? Right? And I'm gonna tell you the question I always ask, or statement I say. I always say, we're too free. So I always ask, are we too free? And I say, what is the cost of freedom? And the cost, and my answer to the question is responsibility, accountability, and principles. And the key to all three of those things is missing at childhood, which is structure. And that ties back to the breaking of the nuclear family. If there is no structure, which with structure you can argue if it's culture, you could argue that it's just having someone in the household that establishes rules, that establishes a foundation, that establishes a requirement, establishes some type of expectation, whatever that might be. It doesn't mean it has to be a religion. It could be a completely atheistic family, but still requires your ass to be home by a certain time and have an academic expectation.
Correct.
But my thought is that if you do not have, if you're missing that structure as a adolescent, prepubescent, and pubescent individual, then you'll spend, to lost point, because I was connecting dots as I was listening to you guys talk. My thought process is that you end up not being able to find yourself earlier in the time frame that you're supposed to be able to find yourself within that pre-30, let's say 20 to 28 time frame, right? And so you spend how many years in therapy trying to figure out or find a way to find yourself for the most part, and therefore you spend an extra 5 to 10, maybe 15 years trying to determine if you are ready to take the next step to bind yourself to someone, if that's even something that you want to do. Respect to those who don't want to do it. My only issue there is that if you make up your mind now, don't come to social media later on and say, the men ain't shit, whenever you are no longer marketable on the market. That's my only issue there. Don't do that shit. Okay. But do you all agree with that? Responsibility, accountability, and principles being the cost of too much freedom.
I'll put it to you like this. I don't think it's the cost of too much freedom. I think what happens is we forget that we're only young for a short period of time. And that time that we have is the time we're taking to hone ourselves. I'll give you an example, man. You have guys that's my age who are not married with kids all over the place. Well, let me explain something to you. I don't care what they're doing. I'm not gonna have kids out of wedlock. This is like my mom used to say. If your little friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump off the bridge with them too? That comes back to home training. You see what I'm saying? That may not necessarily come back to whether my dad told me that or my mom told me that. That may have came from my grandmama. But I assure you this, I'm not going to do what everybody else does, because obedience is better than sacrifice. Mm-hmm. You don't have to tell me twice. You see what I'm saying? You tell me one time and that's it. But some people, man, they like to, they're curious and they want to go and see if you were lying to them. Well, I don't have to listen to or try to figure out exactly whether or not you're telling the truth. A, you've been there longer than me. And B, you probably seen some things that I hadn't seen. And thus far, I trust you because you've taken care of me so far. So in my mind, it adds up. The math adds up. Well, here's the thing that actually messes that up. If you have some people that's been here and don't know what they're talking about, and then you got people who trust in them, who've been lying to them the whole time, and it causes them cognitive dissonance when they try to go out in the world and apply what they've learned. See, at some point, you have to take responsibility for your own self, regardless of your teachings, regardless of what the world says. You're still responsible for yourself. And I don't think a lot of people actually grasp that until later on in life, or they're pushed up against some type of life or death situation where they have to make that decision, you know, because sometimes people don't like to make decisions. It's easy for you to blame something inanimate like society versus looking inside yourself and say, hey, look, I need to eat better. I need to sleep better. I need to get a hold of my finances. You see what I'm saying? I need to make sure that I talk to people like I got some sense if I really want them to respect me. At that point, then you become society. Each person has their own thing that they do. And if you operate inside there, well, I'm going to treat people the right way, and hopefully they'll treat me back, then you're still a step ahead of everybody else instead of trying to scam people. Because I don't know if you ever seen anybody who ever tried to scam people. They don't last long because people want their pound of flesh back. You know what I'm saying? Because you did them wrong. So I say this to say this. We have to learn how to stop blaming external factors for what we do with our own lives. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That goes back to that accountability piece. Go ahead, Mr. Spence.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of the formula that you use. Can you just say it one more time? The freedom is what? The cost of freedom is what?
I probably should have said requirement for freedom, responsibility, accountability, and principles.
Okay, yeah. So I like that better, because when you say cost, like I quoted earlier, that philosopher I was talking about, Soren Kierkegaard, said that anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. With great freedom and great choice comes great anxiety. We don't want to be bound by certain formal structures and certain ways of living, but we also don't want to be alone in a vast sea of possibilities.
Yes.
So what I would say is that I think structure, if done right, I think leads to freedom. I think that in order to truly to have options, it's like a tree has to have roots.
Mm-hmm.
But with the tree, you can have many branches that still tie back to the roots. But a lot of trees, a lot of plants that planted shallow, like you see these hurricanes or whatnot, and you be seeing these trees blown over by the root. You can see like the whole root of the tree is just uprooted because it was never it spread out far, but it didn't go anywhere deep with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I think with a lot of people, it's like they're not being planted. The other thing, what you talked about, missing structure in certain years of development, I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing, as long as you get it at a certain point. So, for example, you might not have had that structure in your family growing up, but you might have got it as a teenager, or you might have got it as a young adult. For example, I know a lot of guys joined the military for that very reason. Like, I know a lot of guys who grew up with no structure at all, but they became men essentially when they joined the military, when they found a cause. Or it might have been you were in college, you joined a fraternity or some sort of brotherhood, some sort of structure that gave you a sense of purpose and whatnot. So I don't think it's necessarily a death sentence to you if you might not have had it early, but as long as you can get it while you still have some youth and some willingness to learn from other people, you can get into. There are structures, there's organizations, there's communities that one can find purpose in, rather so again, I wouldn't, because I know for me, I really got planted in college when I joined. Shout out to 100 Black Men at Rutgers University. That was like what that kind of really started to ground me, like what it meant to be a Black man in America, what it meant to walk with some sense of pride, what it meant to be part of something that was bigger than myself. And I clinged on to that, and that was something that helped me develop as well. So I'm not totally disagreeing with what you're saying. Like I said, I would just modulate a little bit. Like I said, I think freedom comes with certainly comes with some things that a person needs to consider. But again, if you want to be truly free, certainly structure, I think is a key. If you truly want to be free, those who go around at 25, 30 years old, they're still acting like teenagers. They're still like the party's still going on, and it's like, when are you finally going to grow up? Like to what Loss was saying, It's like you got to get to a point where it's like you got to put down childish things. And unfortunately, for a person who grows up and doesn't have those structures, they constantly remind the child, you're 40 years old and you're still talking like a child. Because they never never had that. So yeah, I think it's structure is essential to that, you becoming that person with those options to do other things, but you can always go back to your source, to your foundation, to your values.
But when you, Mr. Bennett, when you say that in a certain level of life, that structure is you should be very rigorous with structure until the person will be able to fly on their own when it comes down to them being able to make decisions that sound right.
Principally, yes, but here's the difference though. Everyone's going to develop at a different level.
That's what I'm saying.
I've known kids who are 12 years old who
Yeah.
are more mature than 17, 18-year-olds.
You
have to be one. So I can't. So even like as a parent, like we always say, you love your kids, but you don't treat every kid the same. So I can look at my 3 daughters and I can look at each one of them at different ages of development. I can say one of my daughters was much more mature at a certain age than the other ones.
That's why
so with that comes certain freedoms. With that comes certain, okay, you can go here and do that. But you, on the other hand, you're still cooking. You still need a little more time in the oven before we give that to you.
Right.
So, yeah.
So this is the thing. I think that what happens when you're talking about past, present, and looking towards the future is that people overcorrect, right? Some people they overstructure, right?
Yeah.
With children, and then you got some people that they don't have, they got little to no structure with their kids, right?
Yeah.
It's the balance that we have to have. And I think that balance comes because everything is on a wave. Nothing is just one straight across. Everything is on a wave. So we have to be able, and one of the reasons why I'm like, wow, this is why God created human beings, because we have the ability to be able to think these things through, right? We don't just look at it as one way, right? We don't look at, because you're 13, this is where you should be at. A lot of us don't. We say, no, that 13-year-old is a little more advanced than this 13-year-old. Because everything is based off of a wave. So when we're talking about, from what my man was just saying, I just keep looking at the structure thing, right? I think everything is because structure is just what it is, right?
Yeah.
Everything is based off of that. But when we look at ourselves, because he also spoke on accountability. Once you start adding accountability, this is the thing about being more self-aware. I don't think that the majority of people in this day and time are self-aware. So what they look at structure as being something that's negative, right? Because you hear people talk about when we try to enforce a certain thing, when it comes down to us having discipline, which is a part of structure, right? And we'll hold someone to task. You would have the majority of people saying that you're judging, right? As if judging is a bad thing. Judging should be one of the biggest things that we have in front of us. If you guys have never walked in pitch black, just pitch dark, right? You have no idea of what polarity is about, because you haven't lost it unless you're blind, right? Unless you can't hear. But when we have all our senses, what I'm saying is that if you've been in the pitch dark with what they call them, night vision goggles, only thing that it does is it just lets you be able to see in the dark, but it doesn't give you a sense of
direction.
It doesn't give you a sense of depth, right? It's weird when you give somebody something in pitch dark and you having to put night vision goggles on, right? They're going to be walking high stepping. Why? Because they don't know how far the ground is from them. This is where I think the world is right now. You got a bunch of people high stepping because they don't know where the ground is. You have a lot of people that think that freedom is just fluid. It's not. The world is going to this whole fluency. I was like, man, I thought about this earlier today. I don't know what I was watching. I was watching something. But somebody had mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And they said, this is where the world is coming to. I didn't look at it as a literal thing. I looked at it as a figurative thing. I looked at it as they're right. When you start having people saying that you should be able to accept everything that I do, no matter what it is, don't judge me. Imagine if we went through life and we just didn't judge anything and we just was going through life. Do you know how much chaos that shit would be for us right now? That's what we're talking about. When we see the world at it as what it is right now, I just don't think that the world is as chaotic as people are saying that it is. I just don't. Why? Because I've read so much and I've seen so much in history where I was just like, yeah, the shit is just at a reset. Now, could it be where, look, you know, you got a lot of people saying this is the end of time, but they were saying that in 1962. They said it in 1970. You had people that was talking about it in the 80s that it was about to be that way also. So the whole thing is death, polarity. In order to understand that, you have to have some type of structure. You have to have accountability. What was the other ones that you said, boss man?
Responsibility, accountability, and principles.
If we have those principles, and if we hold those principles tightly to us, and we started to actually ascertain what is being expected of us as individuals, I think the world would get a little bit closer to being on point. But when we have too many people that's talking about being free, I don't believe in that. I'll tell you the truth. I don't believe in this whole freedom thing, this whole being free. I think that everything costs. It all costs. And there's a thing where people will talk about where there's, you know, what they say, the fittest, those are the survivors.
Survival of the fittest, yeah.
Those are the survivors, and then there's another aspect to it. Some people are just lucky because they have other people that will take care of them. You have people that have went their whole life on riding on the wings of other folks. At the end of the day, man, the world has so many different aspects to it. It's just, this is what makes it beautiful. Because, and this is what makes our conversations beautiful, man, because we just shine a light to the differences, the different aspects of what life is. It's not one thing. Because if that was the case, you would have a whole bunch of people. Think about this. And I love because that's why I had to tell somebody, I was on another panel, y'all, and I told some people, I'm not very versed in the Bible, right? I'm not even close to a novice right now when it comes down to it, but I know some shit. But I depend on some brothers that I'm surrounded by, Lost in Translation, Black Man Unfiltered, and a lot of other cats that actually give me the fortitude to actually challenge, or not even challenge, just to go, and I start to study the things that they say, right? Makes me fairly intelligent. But I swear to God, if I hear people say one more thing about the Bible and they have no idea about it, I want to punch them in the face. I just be honest, because when you don't know, there you go, right there. You can learn. You know what I'm saying? But when people think they know it all, they we had this whole thing where people just start arguing and for no reason at all, man. And I think this is where the world is. I'm so tired of listening to people that's my age and older. And I ain't talking about, and that has nothing to do with generations. This just has something to do with a lot of people that went through life, bro, and they've not learned a whole lot in their life because they think they know everything. And now when they get in their older age, they're starting to learn that there's a whole lot that they didn't know. Why? Because they're suffering now. Some people suffer in the beginning. Some people suffer in the middle of what's going on, but a lot of people, I'm talking about a lot of them that's older than me, that's suffering now because they thought they knew when they were in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. It's crazy.
I was gonna say, I can't remember if it was in First Thessalonians or Second Thessalonians. I was looking it up, but anyone quoted. But I was gonna say, people are always learning. I mean, people are always reading and learning, but never getting an understanding. And one thing I never wanted to, and before we get off here, I'm going to figure out what scripture that was. But one thing I never wanted to do was to get up anywhere, stand up anywhere, or get in front of anyone, and most importantly, not in front of my son, or any of my stepchildren, and say something on authority and not be of understanding about it.
Word.
Or at least say, hey, I am not sure, but I'm going to find out. Or I know something about this, and I'm going to put it upon you to find out more about it, because this is the extent that I know of it. Because you are sending somebody on a path of ignorance when you are in a position of trust and they trust you, and you lead someone down a path of ignorance and uncertainty when they trust you, and you give them wrong information, and you are uncertain yourself.
Here's my thing. I always tell people, man, I've learned myself is to teach people to think for themselves. That way they can't come back and blame you for something that you said. Most of the time, usually when I'm giving advice, it's usually scripture. I just pull the numbers and the names off of it, and hopefully later on you'll catch it. But normally that's how I usually do it. You know what I'm saying? Because if you tell somebody a scripture and verse, their ears are going to get turned off. But if you put it in such a way that they can understand it, then the principle still stands and it still works. You see what I'm saying? They don't need to necessarily know where it came from. They just need to know that it works.
See, here we go, right here. It was letters to Thessalonians, but the scripture is 2 Timothy 3:7. See? And this is the reason why.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, it's crazy now being where we at right now. Now, boss man, I think you the youngest, right? How old are you?
34.
Oh yeah, you definitely the youngest. You definitely the youngest, bro. And it's amazing to talk. My oldest daughter will be 28. My youngest would be 23. And when you interacting with your kids and their friends, and then you got family members that you interacting with that's very young compared to yourself, and you hear you hear what their concept of life is. I remember when the older folks used to listen to people that was my age, and they hear us talk, right? And they used to laugh at us because I didn't get it then, because I used to get kind of upset sometimes when I have someone laughing and they be like, "Yeah, you think that's what it's about?" And they laugh, and then they'll tell you their concept, right? Or they'll tell you what it is according to them, because at that time their generation was kind of like running things, right? But as I got older, I understood that it was a lot of shit that they were saying that was bullshit. And that's what a lot of people like. This is why you have the generations now that come out that's so doggone. It's like the disrespect from the younger folks, man, is crazy. But to
Crazy.
really say and ask why, and then actually asking, not rhetorically, but to really ask why, it's because the generation before us had fed us some bullshit, and we fed the younger generation the same bullshit that was fed to us. And it was proven not to be correct either at that time, or it was just straight bullshit. When I look at how politics are talked about now, my generation, younger exes, or I'm sorry, younger boomers, and then when I hear millennials speak, man, I revert back to what was told to me when I was 17, 18 years old, 20 years old. That back then was some real bullshit. And I fed into it for a very long time. So I can understand why the younger generation can have some type of vitriol towards the next generation. I don't, because I just respect, my generation. And I was probably one of those young adults that challenged them a lot too. So I was
Well, JT, I'm gonna let you
a
know.
whole lot.
JT, I'm gonna let you in a little secret, man. Every generation, I always think the generation before them don't know what they're talking about. That's how it is. But you know what I've also noticed too? When you get older, you'll realize that the generation before you were a lot smarter than you realize. And you ain't gonna figure that out till later on. I've seen that happen several times.
Yeah, that's where the balance with me comes.
Yeah.
Because the generation before me, I think that they were smarter than my generation. I just think that they fed us some bullshit.
No. It was to your understanding at that point.
Yeah,
Trust me. Trust me.
was.
When you get a little older, you're gonna go back and you're gonna see the wisdom of your folks, and you got to think about it too. The wisdom that they're applying to you is from their time, okay? But they have to make sure that they calculate what's going to happen during your time. I'll give you an example. My mom taught me how to cook at a very young age because she saw that the women that were my age weren't going to be wives worth a damn. You see what I'm saying? So she said, "Babe, I'm gonna have to teach you how to cook because I already see right now that these women that you're gonna have to worry about, have to pick from, they're not gonna be able to do what you do." You know what I'm saying? That's why you have to learn how to do these things for yourself. You have to learn how to cook. You have to clean for yourself, so that way you don't have to rely on them doing whatever it is they have to do. Right. And she was correct, but at the same time, it was good that she taught me how to do it. And I also listened to the wisdom of what she said on what's going to happen, and she was not wrong. You see what I'm saying? At first, when I was younger, from my point of view, mama don't know what she's talking about. Them girls around the street, they know what they doing. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't until I got old, I was like, damn, mama was right. It's all about the context and the time frame that they're applying it to. Sometimes the wisdom don't kick in until you mature a little bit. Am I not right, Mr. Bennett?
Absolutely.
Our pain. Is that correct? Our pain went to sleep over in the corner.
No, our pain said no.
Hold on, I got something for our
we
pain.
we were giving our pain some respect. Our pain was like, all right, I'm gonna have my revenge.
Right.
I'm gonna have my revenge later when y'all be.
I got something for our pain. Our pain. Wake up, sir.
We're gonna have our revenge later.
Jesus. Yeah.
He gonna wake up and remember, man. Y'all gave me my props and I was sleeping.
Jesus. Wake up. He done took
you. Trying to get you. You trying to give you your powers.
I'm forth.
Trying to give
right.
you powers.
But yeah, man, most of the time that your older
Don't
folks'
leave
wisdom
them
ain't
on
gonna
the
kick in until you
street.
can understand it.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull him off, man. I ain't finna have our pain up here slobbing on himself, man. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna fall out that damn chair.
Man.
No, I get exactly what you're saying. I'm just saying, I guess to go, and I'm not gonna go too more deep, but I remember when, and it was mostly the men that used to tell you that you ain't gonna never get ahead because the white man is never gonna allow you to do it. And they were saying this in the 90s when I was coming up, right?
Right.
And I understood what they were saying, but you know, it's kind of like that balance again. It's kind of like in those days and time, man, it was very few older folks that listened to younger folks when we really was making sense, right?
Let me ask you a question, JT. What would be the benefit for the older generation to listen to the younger generation?
Because they can move a little bit more faster around the world if they're still being conducive. They have to listen to us just like we have to listen to them. It's the same thing. This is what makes me more functional around younger folks than my parents was or their generation was around my folks, because I can talk to them and listen to them at the same time. And that generation before my generation, they talked and you said nothing. So they will put a concept, like I said, when it came down, I understood what racism was, because guess what? I was born in 72. About time 76 and 78 came there, I thought Martin Luther King died a year ago. Get what I'm saying now? Because it was that much ingrained into us. But talking to the younger, once I started getting like 16, 17, 18 years old, they thought that they just talk and you listen. It's kind of like a doctor prescribing something to you and don't even know what the fuck is wrong with you, right? That's how they talk to us. Well, let me tell you something. Women, you know, this and that, and you got to do this. And one of the things I really, really get on the older generation about is that simp shit that they would, because they didn't have a word for it back then. But it was some simpy ass shit that they was doing back then.
That's what we call simping. That's something that we made up.
Right, because we had to reinvent, and that was my whole thing. They never wanted to allow us. Now, understand, I'm an X. It was kind of like being a Generation X. We kind of like never had our turn. It was kind of
trust me, we had our turn.
No, we had it, but at the end of the day, trust me when I tell you, this is why we have a problem with the millennials and Zs right now, because what we did was overcorrected. We had our generation had parents that wasn't trying to hear shit we was talking about. When they think about this, it was actually their generation.
Well, you know why, JT? You know why, don't you?
No, go ahead.
Because our survival at the time that we came up was paramount because of the era that we were in and racism. That's the main reason why we couldn't stay outside long enough. We had to be in the street, like for somebody to come snatch us up, that type of thing. So that they talk to us from a safety standpoint. So now the next generation comes up, it's not as bad. So they're not going to talk to them from a safety standpoint. It's going to be from a, hey, it's a good idea that you don't do this, and it's no urgency behind the message. So that generation gets it as it's not really a hard and fast rule. It's just basically a suggestion. And then after that, that's how things get looser and looser and looser over time.
Yeah, that was one aspect of it. What I'm saying is this. In our generation, they wasn't trying to hear nothing that we were doing that was totally different than them, right? One of the things was the music thing, because we shared with music with them when it was R&B, when it was pop. But when it came down to hip hop, guess what they were saying? That's not real music, right? It's not real music. What the hell is that? That hippity hop and all that. There ain't no guitars or nothing. It's just a beat. It was kind of like Right. So it was kind of like, and that was a form of
Say what,
expression.
Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, they tried to ban Elvis.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but I mean, that was that the what was that dance they said that
The dog
waltz was
the
considered?
dog. The dog. It was a dance called the dog. It was a
I
dance.
said the waltz.
Oh, the waltz. Oh, okay.
Waltz was a sinful dance back in the day. So I'm saying I'm just supporting.
I thought it was the lambada.
That every generation had something. There was always this generational gap. Depending on where it was, and certainly in the 20th century, and all that music that came out when jazz came out, that was demonic. Blues came out. That was
understand it, but now it's
music, not the hymns. I'm talking about gospel. When you started putting a guitar, or when you put the drums, gospel music, that was demonic. So I'm just saying, every generation
is
always
the problem.
Had this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is not that I get that. Understand it. What I'm saying though is that now look at the generations, the gap between us now. We don't know each other at all. It's like two different, it's like one is an alien and the other one's been here for a while. It's like we don't have and it's the what I'm saying is that it's kind of like it progressed into something now where we're just not even talking to each other anymore. It's the generation Z and more and going on. They don't give a fuck about what the hell we saying. They don't care. And this is at a younger age. This ain't at teenage age no more. Why did that happen? It's because there's a progression in it. That's why I was saying in our generation, yes, we still share something with our parents' generation. However, when it came down to what you see in the Z's and X right now, right? That shit, that didn't just happen. It progressed into something, right? And it was because each generation did what they did. And nobody sit back and said, well, let's change this motherfucker shit here. And let's do it a different way. We just got a problem with that. I think it progressed into a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, The Angry Man.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good.
What's going on, bro?
Angry Man, you wanted to chime in, man, on the topic, man, just a little bit.
Yeah, I had to come up because I disagree with this whole, like, we live in an age now where everybody's trying to chalk up our discontent with the way the culture is right now. Everybody's trying to chalk it up to, oh, that's just the way it always is. Each generation doesn't like what the newer generation is doing. And I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mischaracterization. The idea that my grandmother only really messed with gospel music and then looked at R&B as devil music, it's not the same as what we're looking at now compared to our music. It's nowhere near the same.
Yeah.
Okay, because with that, it was the matter of, it wasn't a matter of, oh my God, this music is just evil. It wasn't the matter of that. It was the matter of, it was just different from gospel music. This music, it's not a matter of it being different. It's a matter of, you can look at it and tell the entire purpose of it is some wicked shit.
Facts.
You feel me? It's not the same. Like, you look at like when we were younger, right? Of course you had music that was vulgar, right? But that wasn't all of the music.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? Like even to the point where you got to recognize that music isn't even evolving anymore. Because you had, you of course you had gospel, you had the blues, you had jazz, and then later you get rhythm and blues, you get R&B, then you get hip hop. What's after hip hop?
Nothing.
Nothing,
Because hip
because
hop
music,
is mainly a bunch of samples now.
because it
You know what I'm
stopped
saying?
evolving. It
Yeah.
stopped evolving. We're at the point where there should be, like, the same way my father would sit back and be like, oh, well, I don't really like that boopity bop music. The reason why he didn't like it is because it was totally different. It was a totally different genre than what he was used to listening to growing up.
Until he got older. Until he got older and the music got older, and he was like, "Oh, I actually like that MC Hammer."
Yeah, but here's the thing: our music is not a different music.
Right.
It's just the
same.
degradation and the degrading of our music.
Yep.
Like hip hop was not a degradation of R&B. It was a different music form.
Yeah.
R&B was not the degradation of jazz or blues. You feel what I'm saying?
Or neo soul was not the degradation of R&B music, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Even though, somebody in my mother or my father's age bracket, they may not have liked Heather Headley. They may not have liked Music Soul Child. But it wasn't because that music was horrible. It was just something they wasn't used to. The reason why we don't like this music is because it's horrible.
Or it's totally horrible. Yeah.
There isn't even any talent in it.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Not
Like
even music.
Right. It was more of a
Noise, a cacophony.
Yeah, it was more of a variety, right? So this was I said this on somebody else's panel when I was telling them, I said, hip hop, if you listen to like Wu-Tang, right? There was it wasn't a whole lot of people that really dug Wu-Tang, and they didn't like it, right? It wasn't a fact because it was vulgar or amusing. Like they just didn't, you know what I'm saying? They didn't vibe with it. They didn't vibe with the vernaculars that they would use. They didn't vibe with how they were talking, because a lot of people probably didn't know. If you wasn't watching karate movies, if you didn't watch any animes, if you didn't actually understand a lot of the words that they were saying, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the times you had to have a fucking thesaurus to do it. And a lot of people didn't want to, burn their wheels like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even when it came down to it, they didn't depend on the heavy 808s, you know what I'm saying, or the 802s or none of that dropping of beats or nothing like that. So it was more of if you had to listen to what they were saying. And a lot of hip hop was like that. Like when we came up, it was about what you were saying. People actually understood why, because it was always about the culture was always about at some form where we're going to battle each other. How witty can you be? How can you use your words? You know what I'm saying? Because it was at a point where shit, motherfuckers was very intelligent, man. To be able to use the English language the way that a lot of these cats were using it. So we took a liking to that.
Bruh, here's the funny thing. I seen this on a podcast. I can't remember the podcast, but they were talking about classic albums that were put out, right, in the 90s. And it was like, bruh, do you realize that most of the dudes that was putting out classic hip hop albums in the 90s is putting these albums out in their late teens?
Yes, they were kids.
Early 20s. with that type of world view, with that type of lyrical content. You feel what I'm saying? Meanwhile, now if you listen to the lyrical content, it's trash. It's garbage. You know what I'm saying?
It was what we would. It's like when when you first started and you thought you was gonna be a rapper in the 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they rap. And these are grown ass people.
Basically.
Yeah.
You remember 90s rap was born out of
a rapper.
Think about that. 90s rap was born out of the coming out of the Cosby era, when everybody was going to college or whatever. They wanted to show how intelligent they were. So the music reflected that. You see what I'm saying? Now the music don't necessarily reflect that. It's who can out mumble each other. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, what happened was, and that's where I was getting to, Angry Man, when it came down to like our parents' generation, they just didn't understand it. They just didn't understand it. That was the only thing. With us, we don't like it because for one, it's not a different type of music. It's the same music. And they've taken it and dumbed it so far down to the point where we like, why is anybody listening to this shit? Right? And then when you see your family members, you like, really?
Yeah, because this is the best analogy for this, right? The best analogy is my father liked the Cadillac of his generation. Right? He liked the Cadillac from his generation. Let's say a 78 Cadillac Seville, right? But I got the 98 Cadillac CTS.
I was
right.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the CTS because it doesn't look like the 78 Seville.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where our generational gap is when it comes to music.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't like my son's Cadillac because his Cadillac is still the 98 CTS, but he's fucked it up. You see what I'm saying? He put rims on it that are ugly. He put big ass wheels on it, them big clown wheels. He got it painted a weird color.
Yeah.
He didn't put like fur seats inside of it. It looks gaudy and awful. Yeah. That's the difference. See, our parents didn't understand hip hop. We understand this music. Yeah. It's just trash.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett. You had something you want to say?
Yeah, and I have to go after this, gentleman.
Go ahead.
I appreciate where this conversation is going, and certainly, Angry Man, good to see you tonight. I want to just quote something. This is Martin Luther King. He used to write this this advice for living, and this is a quote from 1958 edition. So you had the 17-year-old musician. He asked, I belong to the church. I play gospel music and I play rock and roll. Is it a sin to play rock and roll music for a living? So this was MLK's response. The question of whether playing rock and roll for a living is sinful or not, or it's not sinful, is really sinful. Is not the basic question confronting you. The real question is, can one be consistent playing gospel music and rock and roll simultaneously? It seems to me that one must decide whether to play gospel music or rock and roll. The two are totally compatible. The profound, sacred, and spiritual meaning of the great music of the church must never be mixed with the transitory quality of rock and roll music. The former serves to lift men's souls to higher levels of reality and therefore to God. The latter so often plunges men's minds into degrading, immoral depths. Therefore, I would say for you would give your life over to a more noble purpose if you concentrated on the music of the church rather than rock and roll. Never seek to mix the two. So he's
how does that work while he was preaching and fucking everybody, every woman under the sun?
I'm just the point I'm making is that if you're trying to make the point that the older generation saw it as different, I'm saying back then, especially when more people were in the church, there were a lot more voices who would speak out against the music of that era, not because it was different, but because they thought it was immoral or it was evil. So again, they said that about jazz. They said that about rock and roll. They said that about R&B. Even when gospel changed, when they started putting drums and saxophones and things in it, making it more jazz-like, because those were instruments from jazz, a lot of churches split because of that. So it wasn't just because of taste. People really thought that what the product was trash. And so I'm just saying that I don't know if it's necessarily fair to say that it was just different. No, people definitely had a problem saying that people should not even participate, or we shouldn't even modify our music to more of our blues and jazz roots. So that's my only. I just want to just add that to it. It's not,
but
how people looked at it back then was often similar to how people are looking at it now. I'm not saying you're completely wrong, because I definitely think that music has evolved. But I certainly think the way people talk to young people about it then, as if they were doing something that was, the language, what they were speaking about the music is similar to what we're saying today. That's the only point.
But the problem is, it's not about, the problem is their assessment, although they were categorizing it as evil, that was a misinterpretation. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, back then, their thought process about new music, first of all, when you're dealing with black folk going back to the greatest generation, anything that was different than what they were used to was evil. Everything was evil. The microwave was evil. The VCR was evil. TV was evil. Everything that was not in their normal life that was new was thought of as evil. So what I'm saying is, the correlation between gospel music and jazz does not parallel the correlation between 90s hip hop and today's hip hop. Those two things are not, they're not equal. Because what a person who first of all, gospel music is based on religion. Okay, so anything outside of gospel music, which is the core of what most black folks' music is in America, it starts with gospel music. Yep. So gospel music is all about God. So anything outside of gospel music is going to be viewed as evil because it's secular music, right? It doesn't matter what they're talking about in the music. They could not even be saying anything evil. They could be saying something just regular, right?
Stop.
I've been in the church. And I got cousins that play the piano and stuff. And you start plucking Mary Had a Little Lamb and they're going to shut you down because it's not gospel music. So the point I'm trying to make is, older folks back then, their idea of the newer generation's music as evil was an exaggeration. What we think about the younger music now is not an exaggeration. That's the point I'm trying to make. It is exactly what we're saying it is. It's not a generational gap as much as it's the quality of the music that we're talking about. See, back then, they weren't necessarily talking about the quality because it was still good music.
Mm-hmm. See, that's
you
why
know what I'm saying.
Again, the fact that they started to bring in those jazz blues elements, how they then attacked it, how they ran people out, how they ostracized people for just trying to play the same song.
I know.
How great they are, but just put a little beat to it.
Put a blue note to it and put a beat
Yeah,
to
I know.
it.
I know exactly what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I'm not disagreeing with you. We can have that conversation today about the quality of the music today versus 90s rap or whatever. I'm definitely with you on that. That is definitely bad. But the way it still doesn't change the way people were viewed and treated and ostracized from back in the day. That the tap, even though we could say it was exaggerated, still people paid a price for making those kind of decisions. And it would cost them either expulsion from church or something. Oh, they playing that, or they found out you were playing jazz on the side or whatever. Oh, you can't be here or whatever. People paid a price for that. So I think it just goes beyond just a stylistic difference. Like I said,
but here's where the difference comes in, and this is what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where the difference comes in. So back then, right? They viewed it a certain way, and yes, they ostracized people, they condemned people. If they could have burned them at the stake, they would.
Exactly. Yeah,
I get it, right? But guess what? Today, the church don't have no problem with that music. You see what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's the difference.
Right.
That's the difference. The difference is that was a more natural, organic, generational gap.
Mm-hmm.
So back then, that was authentic. That was, the older folks don't like our music because it's different than their music. It was authentic. It was organic.
Mm-hmm.
What we're seeing now is not organic.
I got you. The only other thing I would say is, and again, I'm agreeing with you, but the tactic to try to defend today's mute product, oftentimes they try to use, well, y'all didn't like jazz back in the day, or y'all didn't.
It's similar.
That's why I said what I said. I'm not saying an effective argument for the very points that you're saying. Yeah, it's different, but it doesn't keep people, even in the larger society. We talk about structure and whatnot. It doesn't stop people from challenging traditional structure because of stuff that might.
That's why I said. But see, that's the entire point. I'm raising the argument.
Yeah.
I'm raising the argument because when someone today tries to use that as the excuse, it becomes justification for not assessing it right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it becomes a justification to downplay
It
how horrible and degraded the music is today compared to what jazz was. Because let's be honest, the older folks, my grandmother's generation, they didn't like none of the, and even back then they had liquor house music, right? They had that type of music that was really, you know what I'm saying? That was really out there. That was raunchy as hell, but the thing about it is all of that music back then, one of the reasons why the church had so much of a problem with it is because it was influential in a way where someone from the church would want to hear that music. It was influential in that way because it was still good music as far as the quality of it. Now, this music here, you can't even half the time you can't even call it music. You feel what I'm saying? Where you got people that are sampling beats and they don't even know where the beat came from.
True.
You feel me? So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's the excuse though that people use now.
Right. But I want to just repeat, and I got to go after this, just to JT's point. You talked about the communication gaps. I think certainly one thing that has certainly been able to keep my family close is simply just communication, just to understand, like the music that you're listening to now, I can play you the sample of the beat where it came from. So it just helps. I think we say, well, people not listening and understanding. I think if we do a bit more to help them understand that what you may think is new is not really new at all. I think that helps keep, at least certainly with families, I think that's what helps keeps families tight, where folks don't feel alienated about stuff. So I think that's one thing. So we're talking about, how do we bridge this gap? How do we get people talking to one another? I think it's, a responsibility of the older to do a bit more work to try to, connect and try to relate to young people and say, look, what you may think is new really isn't. And so I would think, I would hope that, for a lot of us who are older, with that, we at least we attempt to do the work, maybe not always successful, but we attempt to do the work to say, hey, there's nothing new under the sun, and here, let me show you why. But with that, gentlemen, certainly appreciate the conversation. Angry Man, always good to see you. Our Pain, they gave you your flowers, man. We gave
while you were asleep, we gave your flowers,
we gave
man.
the baby boomers the flowers and whatnot. So
And you missed it. You was boomed out.
Well, you guys have a great night. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it, Mr. Bennett.
You guys take care.
Appreciate it.
All right, though.
I think the main difference between the music that we have now in church that we had back then is a blue note, and that's it. They start passing that collection plate around, and they playing Jesus Be Offense, and it's got a little blue note to it, and the guitar playing is hitting it. You know what I'm saying? It hit a little different. You playing something that they can feel and relate to, but it's still gospel music. It just got a little beat to it. Make you feel good when you're giving up that money in church. It's the same thing.
Well, the music today, most of it is hollow. It doesn't have any soul in it.
That's because they didn't have to earn their soul, man.
Yeah, they're making the music on a beat machine. And not to hate on them for doing that, because some, there's dudes that's really talented at that. But the problem they don't understand is those instruments are important for a reason. You know what I'm saying? The drums, the percussion of the drums, the strings of the guitar, all of that stuff is important. The sound has its own soul. You know what I'm saying? Its own existence. And when you take that out of the instrument and you put it in a digital machine, it doesn't have any soul in it.
It's too mechanical.
Yeah, it's empty.
They put it on the metronome and just let it go. And it's predictable, and people can't really get into it. But when you play real music, you play it live, they may throw an extra kick drum in there. They might hit the snare drum a few more times or rattle that thing, a few more times, because the audience feeling it. Bro. And then the drummer is pulling the energy off the audience. That means he could delay into it. He's like, okay, y'all like that? Let me give you a little some more of that right there. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
Bro, let me
and
tell
it's
you
the crowd participate. It's kind of like what we do. We watch the super chat, and when they start acting crazy, they start putting more and more money on the screen. I'm like, oh, y'all like some of that right there. Well, let me give you a little bit more of that. It's the same thing.
Bro, if you go back and look, one of my favorite scenes on the movie Get On Up, the James Brown story.
Yeah.
You remember when they had the boys out there and they had them in that ring fighting or whatever, right?
Right.
And they got that band playing that bland ass music.
Right.
And he looks over and all of a sudden he see them, like, the band turn up. Bent, bro.
Yeah.
Make you want to get up out the chair, bro. Like,
I'm telling you, hey, remember when he was fighting? What was that Ray or so? I think it was James Brown. He was a little boy and he started fighting. He was boxing. Remember that?
That's what I'm talking about. That's
he
what
started playing that beat. I was like, oh, I like that right there. Man.
One of my favorite scenes about that movie actually is when he was teaching the band about recognizing that each part of each instrument within the band is its own band.
It's a drum.
Yeah,
it's a drum.
Each
there we
instrument
go.
is a drum.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to mention there is that this is the absence of each one of those instruments, or the diminishing effect of having instrumental elements within music now, is increasing the importance of having music played on a frequency. So Angerman, you was talking about how music or instruments have a feel to it, to a certain degree, and the importance, Lost, you mentioning, of a certain note of but things having a certain we exist on a frequency. I don't want to go too far into certain elements of the conversation, but we exist on a frequency, and we all respond to a certain frequency.
Yeah.
Well, when things aren't naturally played on a frequency, and everything is played on a technical frequency in a sense, it loses that kind of genuine feel. So what do they have to do? They have to play the entire sound on a synthesized frequency to get the same reaction from people. It's kind of sort of that same thing of I'll hear a song and I don't like the song initially. I grew up on Luther Vandross. I grew up on Anita Baker. I grew up on these old time people, you know. And so now listening to certain things now, I'll hear it for the first time. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, right? And then all of a sudden, what I'll find out, yeah, man. So what that's right. So what I'll do is I'll find myself, I don't like the song, people. And what I'll find myself doing is I'm walking around the house and I'll find myself humming the song, not realizing that I've actually memorized it.
Yeah.
Having only heard it one time. Now I'm a musically inclined person. I don't tell people this too often because people want to ask me how far did I get, but I actually attempted to try out for American Idol at one point in time in my life. I vowed I never ever would try it again because the experience was horrible. But I used to sing a lot. And so I'm musically inclined. So it doesn't surprise me that when I hear something, I instantly want to harmonize with it or find the abstract part of it. That's just what I do. But songs I don't like, man, I don't really want to try to memorize it. But the fact is that when something is played at a certain frequency, your brain subconsciously wants to memorize it.
Yeah.
And it is something to it. The fact that what you were saying is that they have to replace something that is authentic. They have to replace it with something that your brain naturally wants to engage with to make you like it. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
That's why they got rid of the you can't really see, first of all, people don't even understand the importance or the detriment of them playing with our music like this. Because our music has power in it, right? So if you notice, they got rid of the record players and the records. The best way outside of live music, a live band, to listen to music is on a record player at a certain frequency, right?
Right.
So they got rid of all of that. Now all of the music is digital. You can still feel it to a degree, especially if you've heard it before. If you heard it when it was analog, you can still feel it because you still have some memory of it, right? This is the reason why Michael Jackson was so famous. People don't even realize this. Michael Jackson sang at a certain frequency. And that's why everybody loved it. The only person now that sings in that frequency is The Weeknd. It's part of the reason why he's so popular, right?
Yeah.
El DeBarge came close to it. But anybody that has ever sang in that frequency is going to be like, if The Weeknd could dance like Michael Jackson, he probably would have ended up being as big as Michael Jackson. You feel what I'm saying? Because
I wonder if Sade sings at that frequency. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought
Sade too.
Sorry.
Sade too.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right, Sade too. You know what I'm saying? You brought up my other wife, but anyway.
Yeah.
Word. But yeah, like our music is like, I have a theory, and I've been saying this on my channel for I don't know how long, and I'm gonna keep saying it. You look at the gender war that's going on right now, where people are having so much difficulty getting in relationships, maintaining relationships, and all of this. There's no love music being made.
That's right.
Word. There's no love ballads. Nobody's writing any love ballads. So it's like, how do you expect it? And I said this also, and you guys tell me if it's true, right? You can tell the condition of people. I don't care what time. If you had a time machine and you got in the time machine and went back in time, you could tell the condition of people, especially Black people, just by listening to the music that's being played on the radio.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a what they
A
call
time machine.
It's a soundtrack of what's going on at that period, right?
Right.
And that's
Mhm.
when you hear it. And that's one of the things that I'm doing now is I'm starting to. That's what I'm about to rebrand my whole thing is when I start talking about it, when you listen to the music that you listen to now compared to when you listen to it earlier, it tells the times that you were going into. And one of the things that I'm gonna do, Angry Man, and that'd be dope, man, to have you on here. Do you know anything about dramatics, stylistics, Smokey Robinson? And when you listen and you hear those lyrics that they were saying, man, it told what that time period was all about. When you hear, like, I don't know if you guys ever heard the dramatics, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you,
all the things that we went through. Look, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
Harold
right?
Melvin in the come on, Teddy
If you listen to If You Don't Know Me By Now,
That's right.
it literally describes what people are going through right now in their relationships.
Yes.
Literally describes it right now. And like every once in a while, when I'm on my show at the beginning of the show, I'll play like some older music, right? I'm talking about I go all the way back. I go all the way back to Percy Sledge.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? I'll go all the way back to damn, what's his name? I'm talking about all the way back to the blues to
oh shit.
What's my man's name?
You got
I'm a man.
Oh,
And
you went back further than BB King, pretty much.
That's Muddy Waters.
Muddy Waters, yeah.
Muddy Waters,
Oh,
right?
hell, think how young I am.
Yeah, so I'll play that music, and it's crazy because it's weird to me that people, especially in our culture that's young, don't know this music.
Yeah.
How do you not know this music?
Because the music don't make them feel nothing.
Bro, I was born in 78. I know who James Brown is. I know.
Speaking of James Brown, I found that clip.
Yeah,
I found that clip.
Man, hardest working man in the show business, and you would know. And that was one of the things I said. I got to do a whole thing on James Brown because a lot of people don't understand. James Brown was all of this. He was jazz, blues. He was all of it, man. And the craziest part about it was that James Brown didn't have to write lyrics. He didn't have to write them because it was what you felt. Like literally, if you hear Teddy Pendergrass, going back to Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, right? And Teddy Pendergrass, the song they got, the whole town's laughing at me.
Yeah.
Man, that song, if you just listen to the lyrics, you'd be like, oh shit. And even in the conviction that they had in a voice, man. That's why you would hear people say, "Dad, you can't do Teddy no more. You can't do a lot of these cats, they gone. It's over with. You ain't gonna ever hear them again unless you replay their music, right?" And it was for a simple fact that they wrote a lot of this shit based off of the shit that they was going through.
Some stuff just timeless though, man. Matter of fact, I'm finna show y'all this clip. This James Brown. You tell me you don't feel nothing when you don't see it. Hold on, I'm gonna bring that up.
Oh yeah.
He got old boy laid out. Here we go.
Here we go.
Come on, super bad. I got soul.
You that bass?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You can't even sit still and play that. You got to move when you play that. You got to move when you play that. You saw when they started. You saw when they started playing it. They had to move. You can't just sit there and play that.
You can't stand still and play that. You gotta.
Man.
But that director, he literally encapsulated what James Brown was feeling as being a kid, and then he conjoined that until when he made that song Super Bad, right? Because if you hear that song right now, I don't care how old you is, you
gonna feel that. You gonna move.
You gonna feel super bad. You gonna be like, damn. It's even. Listen, he had another song, and I guarantee, I don't care how old you is, if you listen to it, you gonna do some gangster shit. You gonna. What was the name of that damn song?
Big Payback.
Big Payback.
Papa don't take no mess.
My money. Stole my honey. Nigga, I gotta come back and get you now. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like when you heard him, when you heard music like that, it was literally, you want to know what the fuck was he thinking when he came, you know what I'm saying? When he came up with, because it is not just James Brown. It's a lot of these artists, man. We just don't understand the way that Black folks, man, we took over this shit. And for us to hear music the way it is right now, I'm telling you, I'm like, this shit is garbage.
Heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking.
But see, if you listen to that music we just played, you can't even sit still.
You can't.
You cannot. I don't care who you are.
But
Black, white, other, you can't sit still.
But even when it came down to going back to hip hop, right? It was a time in hip hop, man, when you first heard something, it's like you just had some good candy, bro. That shit was so goddamn nourishing to you, where you just be like, man, how did he even come up with this? Right? And it was what resonated with us. So it goes back to what you were just saying, Angry Man. It's a timepiece of what was going on at that time. What's going on at this? So look at what's going on at this time right now. I don't give a damn what rap artists you pull them up. I guarantee it's a bunch of bland ass shit.
Well, I mean, the thing I'm noticing now is that it seems like now everything is structured around some sort of agenda. And right now, what we're seeing, whether you're on the left or right or center or wherever your ideologies lie, it seems like the primary agenda is either division or some sort of destruction or degradation or extirpation. It's some type of just demolishing of anything that is either structural norm or some type of foundational soundness. Even if Angerman, if I disagree with you, or Lost, if I disagree with you, even if anyone disagrees with whatever that soundness is, it's just complete disheveling and extirpation of anything that is anything normal or sound. And that is exactly, and to Angerman's point, it is basically mirroring that in music. I mean, just look at it. And nothing is making any fucking sense when you're listening to read the goddamn lyrics. I'm sorry, read the fucking lyrics. Read the fucking lyrics. I swear to you, not read the fucking lyrics, and there's no verb noun agreement. I mean, hell, okay, James Brown, he didn't have any verb noun agreement either. But damn it, when you listen to anything listen to anything he said, and you understood the purpose of what he was saying, okay? But there's no verb noun agreement. There is no purpose for the actual song. It's just the purpose is the rhythm. And anytime you are trying to get anyone to move towards something, towards an agenda, what do you focus on? The rhythm, the beat. And in the beat and in the frequency, there's always the agenda.
Yeah, so what they had now, understand this. I guarantee you, just go back to James Brown, and he has a song at the beginning of the song, and we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, Lost, when he said, "Pack the people, pack the people." A lot of people thought he was saying some other shit. He literally said "capasa." He was speaking in Spanish. A lot of people didn't know what he was saying until when you understand. If you listen to "We're gonna have a fun good time," you won't know what he's talking about because you don't understand. He's commanded his band. When he say "we're gonna do it," because the name of the song is "Do It to Death." And he had a guy featured that played a horn. What's his name? Fred something. But that was the thing about that song at the time, right? So when he was saying we gonna get, because all they were talking about, people that was really into music, man, when they say it's about the funk, George Clinton, all these guys, James Brown, you got the Spinners, you had my man Felipe, all these guys were together. They all used to talk. All of their musicians was in either one of those groups. You had musicians that was in either the JBs, James Brown, or you had them that was in funk, Parliament Funkadelic. The thing was that these were real musicians, right? Go back to the song. We're gonna do it to death. We're gonna have a fun good time. And he told them, he said, we're gonna do it again, but we're gonna do it in D. Didn't nobody know what the fuck he was talking about if they wasn't in the band.
The key.
He was talking about D minor. We're gonna take it back to D, in D, going to D, and then he just kept. He's gonna count it off. When he used to say 1, 2, 3, 4, he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to the band.
Right.
He said we're gonna do it on the 1. He was talking to the band. We're not gonna go on the off beat. We're gonna go on the on beat. So when you have these guys that were sitting there, they was only thinking about the music. They didn't care about how much money that they was going to make when they were doing it. They was talking about that shit on the back end. All right, motherfucker, I got this music now, which y'all gonna pay me. You know what I'm saying? It was like that type of thing. But now, when you're talking about trying to make it for the people, ain't nobody trying to do shit for the people. Ain't nobody doing shit for the people. When you had James Brown, you seen him with his perm, then he went after perm, then that motherfucker went into an afro. He was making a statement.
We'll see.
His logo was an afro, but then the nigga went right back in the 80s to the perm again, right? Like, what the fuck? He was like Vince and all that shit. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Well, see, here's the problem, right? The problem with today's music is just like the artist that's putting it out, it suffers from arrested development. It's immature. They haven't really experienced anything of substance to make any music. And then on top of that, even if they do experience it, they're not willing to be vulnerable enough to express it in their music. This is part of the reason why Drake is running circles around them in rap.
Yeah.
Because he's willing to be vulnerable enough to talk about his feelings in his damn music, right? Most rappers are not going to do that, even though that's all rappers did was talk about their feelings and what they went through and all of that, right? Like prime example, you go all the way back to Ray Charles, right? Who's willing to admit that type of experience where, you know, where he says, last night you were dreaming and I heard you say, oh, Johnny, when you know my name is Ray, like who's gonna admit that they're going through that? You see what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah.
But that's what makes powerful music is you have to be vulnerable enough to admit that you're going through. It's just like with Richard Pryor. What made Richard Pryor such a great comedian is he was willing to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
He was willing to let everybody know, because that's really what art is at the end of the day. You have to be willing to open it. You have to be willing to bare your soul.
Yeah.
And most people don't want to bare their soul. They just refuse to do it. The best music that we have is, like I always make this joke about Mary J. Blige, right? When she was with the last dude she was with and the relationship ended, I said, good. Now we'll probably get some good.
I said the same thing.
You feel what I'm saying? Now we'll probably get some decent damn music from her. You feel me? And that's just the way it is with everybody. Like you look at Boys to Men. Do you really think they would have went diamond if they weren't willing to admit, you know what I'm saying, what they was going through? Like,
yeah, it's when you talk about that type of artistry, you have to tap into who you are at some point. You cannot sit back and think that you're gonna be, especially what you just said, diamond, and you don't have some form of vulnerability when it comes down to it. When you're talking about, even with rappers, that was one of the things about, with Pac, was when you heard Tupac, he resonated with a lot of people, right? I never was a strong Tupac fan, right? But I always respected Tupac. But it just came to the point where some of the things that he was expressing, it just didn't resonate with myself. But I understood exactly who he was going to resonate with. I have dudes that, and this is being a DJ, man. I remember, I have the whole club rocking, and I'm always gonna have this one dude to be like, "Hey, man, play some pop." It ain't even shit that you heard on the radio. It be some shit that you heard on, what I'm saying, where it was in the streets type of thing. And as a DJ, I'm like, I'm not about to fuck up my party because you want to hear me, you hear some goddamn Tupac. That shit is depressing right now, bro, compared to what's about to happen. The shit that they want. Or if you hear somebody wanted to hear some X, right? DMX was another one. He resonated with a lot of people, and especially when they went to his concerts, because he ended up bearing who he really was on that stage.
Yeah.
So then you'll get his music and you be like, I'm about to rock with my man. And he did it, man. And it was just to the point where, yeah, I'm a rapper, but understand, I'm a man before I'm that. And he always showed it. And then on top of that, you had guys like him. You had, I don't know too much about, because when Pop was really rocking, I was in the military. But when X was really out here, he used to be in Detroit a whole lot. And I was in the bike world. And I seen him a whole lot because he was with the Rough Riders. And I thought he was just, making music at first when it came down to it, until I understood. Oh, no, just a way of life.
But see, you talking about two rappers that had no problem being vulnerable.
Yeah.
You feel me? When Tupac said, even as a crack fiend mama, you know what I'm saying? Everybody on the internet jokes about it and say, I would never admitted that. And but that's why he resonated with people so much, because he would say the thing that was on his mind that most people were not willing to admit. Same thing with DMX. DMX get on the stage and do a prayer and cry in front of everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
and have everybody crying with him.
Yeah.
And nobody ever questioned his gangster.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So like,
when Pop did Rear View, that was another one, man. I mean, just the lyrics to that song.
Which one?
Rear View, looking at his life through the rear view.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, so, man,
but even
the lyrics that he said in if these lyrics didn't resonate with you, I don't know what to say. He said, you can't complain. You was dealt this hell of a hand without a man feeling helpless because too many things for you to deal with. Dying inside, but outside you looking fearless while the tears is rolling down your cheeks. You're steady hoping things go all down this week.
Yeah.
Because if it did, you couldn't take it. And don't blame me. I was given this world. I didn't make it. Bruh.
So that resonated, Angry Man. That resonated with the first phrase that he had in the song. When I was young, me and my mama had beef.
17 years old, kicked out on
the street. So when people when they talk about, when he said, even as a crack fiend mama, you always was a black queen mama, you got to understand the correlation that it had with him and his mother not getting along. And his whole thing was that I got to do something to tribute to you. Because think about this, even when he was famous, she still was struggling with drugs.
Yeah.
And so he had to let her know that I understood your struggle because I got similar struggles also. So he didn't just look at her as being his son. He looked at her as being a woman.
Yeah.
Period. A black woman that's out here trying to make it. And knowing her past before he even came to fruition was something that was big too. So when we listening, and that's the whole thing, when we listening to the music, man, a lot of times what's the art of it is being lost, is that we don't really actually understand what these lyrics really be meaning in a lot of ways, bro. And one of the things I just loved about rap was that a lot of us, we didn't have to hang on to lyrics. All we had to do was understand what they was talking about and then figure out where they were coming from when they was talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you had guys like, you go back to Biggie. Biggie had a monotone voice.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't even appreciate the nigga until he was dead anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when you heard those lyrics that he was saying, man, you just be like, oh shit, this, you know, that one song, that one album, I mean, that one the cut he got, Angry Man, when he was talking about fuck the world. He was just like, fuck my mama and my girl. He was like, at the end of the song, he killed himself.
Yeah, suicide thoughts. Yeah, that track was a powerful track, even to this day, the gravity of that song escapes everybody because he's literally talking about something that black men struggle with.
Yes.
You feel what I'm saying? That nobody, he in that song, and most people just overlook it as being a negative song because they don't realize in that song, he's talking about mental illness. He's talking about the crap that, you know, that black men go through, you know, because Biggie had issues with his mama too. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, Biggie was different, but he was another one that was willing to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
When he say black heartthrob never, black and ugly as ever, however, I stay Coogee down to the side. You know how many big dudes this ugly needed to hear that?
Yeah, man.
Can't tell them nothing after
they
that.
needed that self-esteem, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. It really put an impact, and that's what I'm saying. What we're talking about, man, has been so powerful towards the whole world.
Yeah.
We ain't just talking about America. We talking about the whole world. It's people that don't even know how to speak fluent English that know the lyrics to songs that Americans do. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the things that kind of messed me up was the impact that Michael Jackson had on a whole bunch of people, right? Once I start seeing men in other countries passing out, I said, this young man right here, bro.
You know what people need to do?
Beyond him.
You know what people need to do? Honestly?
Yeah.
With Michael Jackson, most people get mesmerized by his voice because of the frequency he's singing in and the production of the music. People really need to go revisit his lyrics.
Yeah. Especially being a kid, because I'm to this day, name a kid that had adults being mesmerized by the music that they sung. Michael Jackson was what, 12, 14 years old, and he was singing songs that were for 20 and 30-year-olds.
Bro,
And it was like, how the fuck did he pull that off?
Bro, Michael Jackson, I was watching a video of the Jackson 5 the other day. I think he was on the Ed Sullivan show. I can't remember, but it's the one where he got on that
the pink hat and the hookup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look at him performing. You just look at him like God made him to do that shit.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you can get around that. Like, the way he was performing, the way he was comfortable on that stage, like you could just see that X factor that people have. Like, I feel like everybody that's like extremely talented, they have this unknown factor about them, right?
Right.
I can spot it immediately. Like when I seen DMX on 4-3-2-1.
Mm-hmm.
When he jumped up there, stay out the dark. Because if I catch you when the sun, I was like, this dude about to go. I seen it in Kanye.
Mm-hmm.
I seen it in 50. Like, it's this thing. It's like an unseen thing. Like, the moment you see it, though. You be like, who is this? Like, you know what I'm saying? And Michael Jackson had that when he was a kid, like when he was little.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, and he wasn't even the first kid star. That was like, even when he went to Motown, they didn't want to deal with no more kids because of Stevie Wonder. A lot of people don't even know Stevie Wonder was a kid star.
Yeah.
He wasn't even an adult. You know, he been doing this shit for, that's why he's so outgoing, and he can mimic anybody. He can sit back, and if you talk, he could talk just like you. The man was so fucking talented where you just be like, damn, how the fuck did these guys end up having that? And I think it's something that, I don't think it's something that they just had to learn. I think it was already in them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was something where, especially that one song that Mike did, ABC.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Stop the love you say may be your own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so many.
Crazy over that song, man.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy for a kid, and like to this day. And that's why, like, you hear some stuff, that's why they call it timeless. You hear it, and you like, it's kind of like the first time you've heard it again. But that's what you're saying about hip hop. It's like when you hear something that's right there in the pocket, that shit is, man, it's like somebody just gave you some really good drugs.
Yeah,
you over and over again.
Certain musical combinations just work. Like a hit is a hit, no matter what genre it is. Like what was the name of that white group? It was a boy group. His song was like bop, boop, boop, bop, bop.
Handsome.
That it's a hit.
Yeah.
They wasn't even talking about nothing, but it's a hit. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's certain musical combinations that if you can make a hit, you can just make. Like I don't know if we was over here or we was on another panel when we was talking about music, and Izzy was talking about how Keith Sweat couldn't sing.
Right.
I said it don't matter. He can make don't matter. He make hits.
Yep.
It don't matter if you got that formula down pat. It doesn't matter. You're gonna make a hit.
You play Make It Last Forever. In any era.
I'll give you an example. Arpain, you remember we played that song by Yami Became? He's a French rapper. You know, you don't understand a word he's saying, but when he's singing it and he's rapping it, you feel it. You don't understand nothing he's saying. But you know a hit when you hear it.
It's like Japanese R&B. Have y'all heard Japanese R&B?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Brother.
But
I was sitting there jamming to some Japanese R&B, and guess what? I couldn't understand what she was saying in Japanese, but I knew what she was saying. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. But them and the Chinese, they study the shit out of black folks. They
Mhm.
have this dance right now over in Asia where it's kind of like they wear all the old 70s and 60s shit that we used to wear, right? And the way that they dance, it's absolutely like in the 70s. They pop and lock in, but they also doing shit like the Cracker Jack. I know you know what that is, RP. You know what the Cracker Jack is.
He said the Cracker Jack.
You know what I'm saying? Like they had, we've always had the dances and stuff, but it looks like when you see them, they perfected it so well where they're doing it in unison, when you just like, it's like you got two different feelings. You be like, that's kind of dope how they do it, but then you be like, did these motherfuckers just sit back and still? Is that culture appropriation?
But see, you can't even.
It's more of it's an homage. It's really a
I'm gonna tell
homage.
you the truth, though. I'm gonna tell you the truth, though. If we being totally honest, right?
Right.
I was sitting back, and I don't even look at it as cultural appropriation. I'm gonna tell you why. For them to do it at that level shows that they have an appreciation for it, right?
Yes.
So that's number one. Even though black folks will get mad about it, but to any black folks that get mad about that, the only thing I can say when it comes to Asian culture, black folks, you got to be ashamed of yourself.
Yes, that's how
Because
I was feeling.
they're over there right now. The clothing that they got is fly as hell, bro. It's like somebody took 90s streetwear and took it to another level, right?
Took it over there. Yeah.
I seen a Chinese dude. They was filming the video. It looked like they was in the hood part of China or somewhere in Asia, right? They had a car out there. His boys was chilling on the car.
Probably Tokyo.
It didn't even, I think it was Tokyo. And it didn't even, like the way they was chilling, it didn't even look like they was mimicking nobody. It was natural. The way they was just with the B-boy stance, right? He came out eating ramen noodles and had a bottle of Henny and started spitting some fire. I said, bruh. And look, this is the thing, because look, Common said this back in the day, right? He said in I Used to Love Her, he talked about how hip-hop journeys from place to place, right? We got to accept the fact, and I told dudes this back in the 2000s. I said, you wonder why hip-hop ain't the way it is? In the early 2000s, you know where hip-hop was at? It was in the UK.
Yeah. Yep.
You could go to UK hip-hop in the 2000s, and they was over there spitting like dudes was rapping in the early 90s, right? Yeah. Now, R&B and hip-hop is in Asia.
Yep.
That's where it's at now. I hate to say it, but that's where, like, they are running. Yo, there's a chick, her video was on YouTube. In fact, I'm gonna find the video and I'm gonna put the link in the back. This chick, bruh, she put every female rapper to shame. That's out right now. Dang. All of them. I don't care who they are. Like, and she's standing there dressed like matter of fact, I'll show it to you. Hold on, let me find it. But yeah, they man, bruh,
I was gonna say we don't have anyone to really be upset about any of that as far as the idea of us losing a particular culture, but us. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm only gonna say that because we took something, we made something, right, and then we allowed it to basically. I'm gonna be careful when I say this. We made something, and then we basically destroyed it in a way by distorting something that we made, and allowed the image of it to take on a negative connotation. I think that's a way. Yeah.
You're right.
And I think the proper way of saying it also is allowing the powers that be to pay us to allow it to be taken, to assume a negative connotation.
Yeah.
And then to allow it to be destroyed. And then
Yeah.
somebody else picks it up, take that mantle and give it a positive connotation in a
Ooh,
sense.
that hurt, and it hurts, and it
Doesn't
hurts.
that hurt?
That
Yeah, it
hurts.
hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
Let me tell you one of the reasons why it hurts.
Hey, it's in the back. I put it in the back.
Okay.
In the private.
I mean, first of all,
I'm gonna pull it up now.
am I correct? Because I mean, I say that only because we're mad that someone took a piece of something, and Angry Man's correct in that someone else took something and out of appreciation.
No,
and
it ain't just it's not just that either. There is a section in Asia, there is a culture in Asia of Asian people that if you were to hear them talking without seeing them,
you would think they were
you would
black.
think they were black.
Yeah.
And then if you look at them, you can see they're Asian, but they'll go and they'll get their hair permed so it'll be curly and get fades and cornrows and bruh, like, and I think it started with Wu-Tang going over there because Wu-Tang was really big over there, right?
They were huge overseas, period. Asia, Europe, they were huge. Bro, I remember I was over in 93. I was over in Germany. That's how I learned about them because they were over there. I didn't know anything about them other than they had Yo MTV Rap, but they had Yo MTV Rap Europe, right? And that was the first time that I laid my eyes on them. And the first video that they had was Method Man.
Yeah.
The METHOD, man. And when that came off, bro, I'm telling you, Europe blew up because everything was Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even big, bro. If you seen, I don't know if you guys seen the docuseries of the Wu-Tang, but the shit is, when I look at it myself, I'm like, this shit is so close to what was happening during that time because these guys, bro, was literally at where you had two dudes in the group that was trying to kill each other.
Yeah.
They're best friends right now.
Yeah.
Ghostface Killer and my man, the chef, Raekwon. Best friends now. They were Raekwon shot up Ghostface Killer. He shot up his apartment. And he had two brothers and his mama in there. And his brothers, both of his brothers were well, I think
they got muscular dystrophy.
Yeah. And his mama was supposed to have been asleep. She just came in. And when them dudes seen, and you had my man, you had RZA. RZA was just cool with everybody, right?
We still gotta give him props.
Man, so much.
Because I don't know how he was able to get that group of niggas together long enough to do anything.
Method Man didn't like none of them niggas. He was like,
before we get too far down the rabbit hole, I'm gonna go ahead and share what AM just sent.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and play that right quick so y'all can get a hold of it.
The OCO and they be popping on the NATO weights. Who would have thought Lil would turn up on it like a fadeaway? He for the don't get leasy flow. When I'm away, no play, no games. Hold up, let me just play my flow real quick. Okay. Live it now, body did never win out. To motori nashi uchira mo take it the one. Metakoto na has not like us. Cold na be the new genesis. Stage cock, I can flicking the wrist. Comedy show we go put on to rest. Taking no L's and giving no F's. Chawani dollar. The one that 100 with that money power. Rip at the comes on a cosplay. 어리버리 따위도 지나나 나 파르트 눕힌 the rotten tomato 나 파랗게 배포 눈에 북해주는 바람직한 건 너 재미라 오 surrounded by sound made it C to the OCO and AP popping on the NATO waves who would have thought Lil Tim would turn up on it like a fatal.
What female rapper is rapping like that, bro?
Let me just play my flow real quick. Okay. I know I can't afford.
What female rappers rapping like that, bro?
She said, I'm dropping the L's and keeping the F's.
Like, what female rapper right now is rapping like that, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret, man. The problem with I think a lot of people with hip hop is y'all look at hip hop as something you have to gatekeep. You have to look at hip hop as a gift that you give to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's the
and
problem.
See, you know what? My personal opinion. This has always been my opinion of hip hop. I don't have a problem with the whole world participating in hip hop because hip hop is the only other thing that has touched every corner of the globe, with the exception of the British Empire, the British flag. So if hip hop has the ability to influence the whole globe, guess what that means? That means that this little thing that came out of Black culture has serious power.
Yeah.
The only problem is we don't take advantage of it because we too busy running around screaming about cultural appropriation.
That's what I'm talking about. We lock ourselves out of it. Like this shit ain't gonna never stop. It ain't gonna never stop. It's just at the point where it's not about gatekeeping. It's about being able to give birth to something that you still can participate in. And at the end of the day, I just don't see it where Black folks wanted to participate. Let me
we
give
the
you
creators,
one.
man. We ain't just participating.
But let me give you
we
one.
write it.
I remember when hip hop was at a point of this. And Angry Man, you remember this? B Street, Crush Groove. We ain't never seen nothing like this. When we start, Who's the Man? When I tell you, if you guys ain't never saw Who's the Man, y'all ain't gonna understand how many rap artists was in there. They weren't trying to make money. They were trying to fortify the culture of hip hop and merge it into Hollywood.
Bro, I said this the other day, right? When I did my show about Fat Man Scoop, right?
Yeah.
I said Scoop come from that era of hip hop that I come from, where it wasn't about what type of car you drove. It wasn't about your jewelry. It wasn't about how much money you made. It was only about what type of impact you had on the culture. That's it.
Yes.
Nothing else. That's all it was. Because you got, matter of fact, you speaking about Who's the Man, the last episode of Yo MTV Raps, right? Method Man and Redman went there on the bus with backpacks on. You feel what I'm saying? Like at the height of being who they were, like these dudes is not showing up in no Bentley. They not showing up on no freaking private jet. They got on the bus.
Hold on, Angry Man. Epic moment. Remember, do y'all remember the lifestyles of the rich and famous?
Yeah.
Redman did an episode on it.
Oh, you mean Cribs? You mean Cribs?
No, that was Cribs, wasn't it? It was Cribs,
right?
Yeah, Robin Leach's lifestyles of rich and famous.
I'm
Robin Leach, and welcome to my house.
I'm still in the motherfucking crib that when I first started, like he was showing you that he was still practical. So when he do get some money, it's not gonna be what if you see him now, you see 50-something years old right now, a practical dude. Just very practical. He's always been that type of a guy. Why? Because he loved the art of rap. One of the things was with Redman, anytime you asked anybody who was, on the top of whatever, Redman was always in that conversation, right? Because it wasn't because he could flip his lyrics and all that stuff. It was like what he was saying was some dope ass shit that he was saying. Everybody had different styles of rap and all of that, but it wasn't about that. It was about when you start talking about when you start talking about with rap, now you're talking about different styles and then how they resonate with people. Man, that Superman lover killed that shit, nigga. What was the other one he did, Red Man, where motherfuckers was like, where he was talking about how to roll a blunt? He just did a rap on practical shit. How to roll a blunt. It was the same thing. Like that shit had the impact on Biggie's 10 Crack Commandments.
10 Crack Commandments.
Bro.
Crack Commandments, you had niggas was like, whoa, shit.
Bro,
That's
Red
the issue. Oh, go ahead.
Red Man used to ride around Queens in a hoopty.
Yes.
Playing a tape from Stacy Latterstar because it was stuck in the damn tape deck. That's the type of nigga Red Man.
Pop it out.
I couldn't get it out.
Couldn't change. Can I get some FM or something, man?
He had a brother. He had a brother by the name of Special K. Was it Special K or was it K Solo?
Oh Lord, don't bring that nigga up, please.
K Solo had a motherfucking song. You must know him personally.
That's my wife's ex.
That the nigga had a song, Your Mom's in My Business, disappeared. And he was, didn't he come before Red? He came
Nah, not really. Cause they was always them niggas was always together. They was always hanging out together and shit. You feel
okay.
me?
But
they was always together. So they, they came out about the same time. Cause you gotta remember, Redman was linked up with Keith Murray and them.
Yeah.
Not Keith Murray and EPMD and
was it Flip Squad or Flip Mode?
Def Squad.
Def Squad.
So all of them niggas like kind of came out around the same time. Like it was EPMD, K Solo, Redman, Keith Murray, Tribe Called Quest, all of them, Busta Rhymes.
Yeah,
Leaders of the New School.
New School, yeah.
All of them came out around similar time period.
One of the things I said, damn man, why motherfuckers never got like, how they had basketball and baseball cards? Niggas really never had hip hop cards.
They should have.
They should have.
Nobody thought about it.
Dope as fuck.
That's actually an awesome idea.
And get Eminem's rookie card.
Yeah.
Speaking of Eminem,
a rare Tupac card, right? A rare one.
Like a graphic.
You a hollow Method Man card. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But speaking of Eminem, that's the reason why I think they're all butthurt about Eminem. First of all, hats off to Eminem. Eminem is to me, I think he's a GOAT. To me,
he definitely is great. He definitely is.
But that's one of the reasons why I think they're butthurt about Eminem is because I think we operate. Us as Black people, I think that we operate in a victimizing mentality to a point where, because we operate in this victimizing mentality to the point where we gatekeep everything, so much so that we don't recognize the positive influence that our creation has made and can continue to make, that we can effectuate, the white community, the Asian community, even people in Africa, and so on and so forth. Like we don't recognize hip hop and R&B and so on and so forth can affect everybody across the world if we stop, thinking that everyone is trying to steal something from us versus just, engaging in order to show appreciation and respect. Instead, we want to, hold on to it, gatekeep it, but then on top of that, anytime you don't allow it to spread, you end up destroying it, and that's exactly what we end up pretty much doing.
That was
see, that's the thing about it. The whole Eminem argument, and Lord Jamar, he was dead wrong for that bullshit he did, where he said, Eminem is a visitor in the house of hip hop. That's BS because
bullshit.
It's BS because at the end of the day, if you know the history of hip hop, you can't exclude white people and you can't exclude Latin people. You can't do it. You can't do it because they were part of the foundation of hip hop. Like, you wouldn't even have Nas if you didn't have an MC Search.
Yeah,
Right.
I was just about to say that about.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a white dude that would go to some of the roughest clubs that were black
Yeah,
clubs.
he little hat.
Yeah, and he would be in there. You feel, and not to mention, look, at the end of the day, nobody really wants to talk about this because they always love to talk about the culture vulture side of it, right?
Mm.
If it wasn't for Rick Rubin, would you even had a Def Jam?
Shout out to Fresh Records.
If it wasn't for Jerry Heller,
Yep.
would you even have an NWA?
Right.
Yikes.
Like we can't sit back and pretend like we're sitting back acting like, oh, they're vultures or whatever. Are they, or were they the grease that made the wheel turn? What were they, the individuals that got things rolling?
Right.
Because before that, they wasn't rolling. You feel me? Where would Russell Simmons, if you go back, Russell Simmons wouldn't have been able to do that without Rick Rubin. Not to mention your boy from Loud Records that sound the Woo.
Yeah. Yep.
You feel me? Like you just see it over and over again. You feel what I'm saying?
People say that, man, because they think there's DEI in rap. There's no DEI in rap. Either you can or you can't. You know, go ahead, R-Pain.
You know, one of the things about Eminem that really got me when he was at his height as a white dude in the black space was at the same time Tiger Woods had taken over golf. You had the top golfer was a black dude, and the top rapper at the time was Eminem.
Yeah,
they coincided there. It was funny because I always noticed that.
And
look, let me just say this one thing before we go on this. Listen, the way you guys are reminiscing now, but because way music takes you back, I think that's required for like older folks because it helps you reflect. We reflect on the thing where we were, what we did, the decisions we made, all the stuff we did when we were younger. Listen to this stuff. The sad part is I don't think the young folks have that shit.
No,
what
they
are they
don't.
gonna look back on?
They don't, because their artists don't have, most of their artists don't have staying power.
That's right.
So their artists, the average artist that they have is not going to be around 10 years from now. And this is the reason why a Drake or a Kendrick Lamar is so impressive to them. Like I got into the argument when they was talking about the beef back and forth, and it got to the point where I was talking about who I liked, and they just kept coming at me in the chat room. I finally got pissed off and told them, I said, look, man, if you really want to be honest, the hell with both of them. I said, because I can take artists from my era, and I don't even got to take artists from the top 5.
Right.
I said, I can take Raekwon and Ghost and wash them niggas.
Yeah.
And they was like, nah, man, no, it's true. Like the level of competitiveness back then compared to now, I said, y'all talking about a big 3. You talking about Kendrick, Drake, and J. Cole. I said, yo, you had to be that nice just to get in hip hop back in the day.
Not even to be on the top. You can't even be on the top.
You had to be that nice just to participate. You feel me?
Yep.
Just to participate. So, you know, it's crazy because when you look back at it, a lot of people view it a certain way. And R-Pain, you right, because when I was a young dude, my life was so wild. If it wasn't for music, I don't even know where the hell if you ask me about a year, if you say, where were you in 96? I'm going to have to look up the music to figure out where I was at.
I do it. I do it. Hey, listen, 96, literally, I was in the sand for a very fucking long time. Do you know? Bro, I didn't know that Pac was dead until 2 weeks after his death.
Bro, 96.
I was in the sand.
96. I was in the 96. I was in the south side of Atlanta, up to no good.
Right.
I was 6 years old.
I was at work, man, late at night working at the bank.
I was 6, bro.
And all the women was crying, talking about Tupac died. I'm like, get back to work.
I was 6, man.
Bro, listen. I was doing those times, man, especially like in my 20s, and really being at a point where like hip hop got me through a lot of shit, man. I missed like 4 Christmases with my family. I didn't really have a lot going on. I was married at 22. So in 94, that's when I got married. And literally, to tell you the truth, I had to get married because that was a part of my survival. I got tired of going and get sent off. And then I come back and all I got is the fucking barracks. I ain't had no care packages. I ain't had nobody. And you know what really hurt my feelings, angry man?
What's that?
Nigga, I was gone for like 12 months. I come and I visit home. I just came home to visit. Niggas was like, hey man, where the fuck you been?
They didn't know you left.
No, they didn't know I was left. And I was so hurt. I just shook my head. It was like, don't worry about it, man. I was hurt, bro. They didn't even know I was gone.
Bro, music was my therapy. Music kept me from going crazy, bro.
Yeah.
For real. Like
but I wonder
the stuff that I was going through, you know, as a teenager, if it wasn't for music, it wasn't for being able to cope, like seeing somebody else going through or lyrics where I can tell that person went through something similar. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. That was a song that they had. What was it? Was it Men United or Black Men United? And I didn't really too much. I think that was on. They had performed it on my man Arsenio Hall's show, right?
Right.
I just seen it on the tape because we were so, we were so behind when it came down to like music and movies and shit like that. So I just remember, somebody had sent one of my homeboys a tape. They had Martin on there. Nigga, I used to watch Martin so goddamn much. I knew Dragonfly Jones is always, to this day, it's going to always be my favorite. A couple of other ones, but Dragonfly Jones, when the first Dragonfly Jones, when that nigga did that, and I wasn't even laughing too much of him acting silly. I was laughing at them laughing at him was trying to stop. That nigga bust out laugh. It was like shit like that actually got me through a lot of times, man, because I didn't know anything, in all the TV shows they had before was in German. And before I understood and spoke German, nigga, that only thing I had was motherfucking old ass VCR tapes of Martin and what's the other shit? Def Jam comedy. I can tell you right now, you play some Chris, you play anything from 92 all the way to 96, I probably know it verbatim.
Word.
Mac, I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. Got to stir like motherfucking coffee. Goddamn Chris Tucker.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
Chris Tucker, I'm coming, mama. Chris, what you doing up there? Nothing. Shit like
That's
that,
right.
man.
Speaking of Def Jam, y'all know Pierre from Def Jam, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So he got mad at me because I made a comment about the chick from Harlem Nights, the one they say throw it in the air, turn to sunshine.
Oh, Lila Vachon.
Yeah, so I did a reaction video because she bigger now, right? And niggas got mad at me. Pierre was one of the ones that got mad at me. And I told that nigga, I said, nigga, first of all, I seen you on Def Jam when I was 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That's how long you been in the business, nigga, and I make more money than you. So shut up.
Wow.
Wow. Him and the other dude that got mad at me is Brandon T. Jackson. He called himself trying to give me a lecture, and I put in the chat, I said, man, shut your dress wearing ass up, Negro. Nobody want to hear that shit.
I'm a little mama instead of big mama.
Yeah. They was heated because look, that video, and I didn't say anything in the video. I just showed the video and I was just shaking my head like this. And the caption was, I hope that ain't who I think it is, right? And Black Hollywood like came for me, bruh. One of the chicks from SWV was talking shit to me. Like, I was like, bruh, look.
Was that on IG? Was that on IG? When you
it was on yeah, it was on Instagram.
Twitter or IG, I seen that shit.
Mm-hmm. And I told her, I said, you know what? I was a fan of SWV. You feel what I'm saying? I be playing y'all's music and everything. I said, I'm just glad it wasn't Coco that was mad at me because she the only one that could really sing anyway.
Right.
That's
They don't want that smoke with me. Like I was in that comment section going in, bro. I was just scrolling through looking for the blue checks. If I saw a blue check, I looked at who it was and read the comments. I said, okay, and just started roasting niggas.
Let's start at the top and work your way down.
But I told Pierre, I'm trying to get him to come on my show. I want to have a conversation with that nigga.
You know that ain't gonna happen.
He say now this is the craziest thing about Pierre. I don't run from no conversation. If you want me to come on, so he ain't came on yet, huh?
He ain't came on yet. Hey, look, I sent him a message because I said, look, I want you to come on my show and tell me what I said that was wrong. Because I didn't say nothing about the woman. You feel what I'm saying? I was just shocked that she is bigger now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she got a thyroid disease or something. You know.
Yeah.
You also understand this also. These cats, man, that's they got a little bit of star power or whatever. When they come into this realm of podcasting, dog, if they ain't used to this shit, bro, these motherfuckers, you gonna make them look bad anyway. So they understand that shit. They know that because a lot of them they're panderers.
Yeah.
So they think that they can just say some shit on some goddamn talking point shit and it's gonna be left there. No, we got all damn day. That's the greatest thing about podcasting, bro. We could go. I got 6 hours for you. What you want?
Mm-hmm.
We ain't got no commercials. We ain't got none.
And they just don't know. A nigga like me, this, like I'm not. It's not like I'm one of these podcasters that's not part of the culture to the depth. Like, nigga, if you like Pierre, if he was to come on my show and try to say something slick to me, I will roast him into oblivion. It won't even be fair. I'll start pulling out stuff. I'll be like, bro, you think I forgot about you on Def Jam with that poodle hair, nigga? Like, I'll go all the way in on him, bro.
Cross colors, wearing,
Wasn't he on How to Be a Player?
You gonna reach back that far, Angry Man?
I'll reach all the way back, bro.
It'll be bad because he ain't really got a lot of good material out here that motherfuckers is really fucking with him, right?
Yeah.
Tell me a Pierre joke right now. Off the top of your head. You can't.
Yeah.
You ain't petty, Angry Man, are you?
Huh?
You ain't petty, Angry Man.
I'm petty on a whole other level, bro. I went. Look, I did the show about them. I went all the way in on them. I went in on Brandon T. Jackson. I told him, I said, bro, you ain't built like that. I was like, who you? I was like, bro, you seriously, bro, you was hanging out with Bow Wow, nigga. Do you really think that you and see, here's the thing, and I told him this. I said, look, just because I'm a guy on YouTube and I'm not famous, you feel what I'm saying? You don't know who I know.
Yeah.
So I might know some stories about you that you think I don't know about you. You feel what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
Get up there and start roasting and shit. It'll be a wrap.
That's right. No, I don't let no dude with a BBL come for me. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's why they so reserved. Because I mean, let me tell you something, bro. The motherfucker that you think is the chat is a motherfucker. You got some motherfucking funny ass motherfuckers. So you come, it's kind of like if you've been on stage, Hollywood, and all that shit, and then you come where the so-called fans and the audience is, we gonna hand you your ass because now we got the microphone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
it's different now.
It's different now, nigga.
It's different. And then with me, you may be a celebrity that I've been watching since I was younger, and I may have had some shit on my mind this whole time. So I done been building up jokes for years just in case I get a chance to go in on you. For real.
They think this is the craziest thing. They think because somebody ain't made it into the comedy realm, they ain't funny. Bro, some of the best shit in the world is from just regular ass people. I'm telling you, dog, we do some of the most like spontaneous shit where it's like that shit savage. You know what I'm saying?
Because they've been gatekeeping for so long that niggas think the most talented people are the ones in Hollywood.
Yeah.
But if you look at social media now, you're starting to realize they not the most talented people.
Not at all.
It's dudes on TikTok that be having me rolling, bruh. And look, I'm gonna tell you something else too, right? It's comedians that they won't give any shine to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, bruh, if they would, like, right now, in my opinion, comedy is trash right now.
Absolutely.
With the exception of like the greats that's already been up there, like the Dave Chappelle's, the Chris Rocks, the Marlon Wayans, all of them dudes, right? It's new cats that they just don't like. You got dudes like Craig Smith, you got dudes like Big Ja, you got dudes like it's a bunch of dudes that's funny as hell. And it's like, bro, why y'all not giving these dudes the shot? These are the dudes that need the shot.
These the ones that need it, especially that nigga Craig is, man, that nigga be funny than the motherfucker to me, man. I'm like,
they won't give him the shot because they won't sit
their
the
style of comedy, like when you really look at what comedy really is, man, like I'm just not a real big fan of dark comedy, but it's some motherfuckers that got that shit where I be like, I can appreciate it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got slapstick comedy, you got physical comedy, you know, you got motherfuckers that's out cold with their shit. But this social media shit, that's taking this shit to a point
most of these motherfuckers only funny because their mama told them they was funny. Let's just be honest, man.
But
that's the reason. That's the only reason why I didn't like Uncle Jeff told me. I said I wanted to get my comedy skills up, right? So Uncle Jeff was like, yo, man, go get on the stage, go on an open mic. The only reason I don't do it is because my brand of comedy is mean. It's gonna be some hurt feelings when I start telling jokes, especially if I go up on stage and I start telling jokes and somebody decide to heckle me.
That's what you want.
It's gonna be a rap, bro. Because like I'm gonna go all the way in, bro. Like, like it's not even gonna be. It's not even gonna be fair, bro.
Yeah. That's basically what it is, man. Once you get up there and you start trying to get your chops and shit, it's a journey that you got to go through. When you're doing a stand-up, and a lot of people think that they can they can cut right through it, but you can't. You ain't gonna be able to cut through that shit, man, because especially like now, nigga, I'm telling you, it's motherfuckers that's just in the hood that I like these goddamn stand-up comics. And some of the best comics I know are really good with hecklers, right?
Yeah.
So when I was doing, I used to in Detroit. It was one of the dopest things that I had. It was a moment in my life, man, where I got the plug, right? And so I used to just DJ at the comedy clubs, Chicago, Detroit, Indiana, Ohio. So it was just a dope thing to see, because you see motherfuckers that's really like big now in the comedic world that wasn't then.
Yeah.
So you just get a chance to actually see what the fuck they go through, man. Some of these niggas, and man, it's the most goofiest niggas ever. I ain't talking about people that just trying to get their chops together. I'm talking about motherfuckers that think they're funnier than what they really are. And
Ryan
then
Davis.
they end up getting on everybody's fucking nerves.
Ryan Davis.
Hey,
Ryan Davis with his trash
I want to come out on this song right here.
Ryan Davis with his trash ass.
Yeah, he is trash, bro.
Trinity ass.
Look, check this out. I call him Big Worm. Wait a minute, is it Ryan Davis?
Yeah, that's him.
Which one is the one that looked like Faison Jr.?
Him, Ryan Davis.
Ryan Davis.
Look. So check this out, bro.
Worm.
Matter of fact, speaking of Detroit, right? Funniest shit in the world, Dave Chappelle, right? He said he went and did a show in Detroit, and he said he was kind of off his game or whatever. And he said the people got mad at him. He said people are saying, he's like, they're saying that I got booed off the stage. He said that's incorrect. I got booed, but I didn't leave.
Right.
He was up there, he said he's up there talking, monologuing or whatever. It said one lady said, "This show sucks. I waited all week for this, Dave Chappelle." Right? He said another white guy said, "Yeah, I want my money back." He said, "Oh, I had to do something quick. People of Detroit, hear me now. You'll never get your fucking money back." He said, I drove around. He said, I went and got $2,500 worth of chewing gum and rode around and gave it out to the homeless people so they'll chew it and still be hungry. I said, God.
Hey, you know the level of savage you gotta be. One joke after when he said it, I said, "God damn!" This is the greatest thing. He did get booed, right? But it was the second show he did.
Yeah.
The one show, then the later show he did, and they booed him. Now, all the other shit he wrote on there, but it was on the news. It was like, got booed. And you know, the people that went to the show, that motherfucker, he didn't say shit. So when he did that joke, that's what made it even more funnier, because he was like, "Listen, I got high. I smoked weed with black guys." And the nigga got stuck. He was stuck, right?
Yeah.
But the thing was about, like with David Chappelle. David Chappelle, that's why he just shows up on people's comedy clubs, right?
Yeah.
And to be like, let him go, because he's working his jokes out. You know, you gotta be that type of a nigga. You know, Mike Epps got a comedy club here now. He's trying to make legendary now, called One Mic in Detroit. Yeah, so he's trying to get that to be more like a Chuckles, or you know, all that shit where they have these clubs where everybody goes through. So he's trying to do that again.
Yeah.
I don't know how successful it's going to be. It's a nice club. I went there myself, and
I've thought about going to the, I thought about going to the open mic here at Good Nights Comedy Club.
Yeah,
and I might do it because I respect the craft of, I respect the craft enough to do it the right way.
Yeah.
And not try to cut no corners or whatever. But the one piece of advice that I heard about comedians I will always remember is Patrice O'Neal, when he said, if you go out and you do a set and you start bombing, he said, don't try to recover. He said, just take the whole audience with you. Just he said, if you go bomb, like really bomb, like just screw it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Bill Burr has a legendary. He had went out to Philly and he was telling jokes and he started bombing and he was booing. Man, he went all the way in on the damn audience. Funniest shit I ever seen in my life, bro. Like, just went all the way
everybody out, stayed, and they started applauding at the end. The nigga, he won his crowd back by talking shit about the whole. He was like, fuck this whole. Was it Boston? Where was he at?
He was in Philly.
He was like, fuck this whole city.
Look, literally, I just put in the chat that Bill Barr is like fucking hilarious. That man.
Oh,
like,
Bill
Burr
is.
Nigga,
Bro,
if y'all ain't
he's
never
a
saw
monster.
Evans Family, listen, I don't watch cartoons like that. But if you ain't never went on Netflix and watched F is for Family, trust me when I tell you, that shit is money.
Did you see when his son he played hooky from school and his parents came home and they were arguing and he was hid under the bed and they was arguing, making up, and he stuck his head up and he saw his dad's balls slapping him. But yo, I like that show because I like that show because it reminds me of my childhood. Like it's real accurate to the way all of us grew up or whatever, like real funny. But yo, Bill Burr, Bill Burr is a monster, bro. Like he's got some jokes, man, that like every time he comes out with a comedy special, I gotta see the shit.
Yeah, and the type of no fucks given that he has, he's one of those ones that are uncancelable. New word. I'll talk to Webster about it another day. But you can't cancel him, and that's the type of comedy that is lacking. Is the pure, unadulterated. I don't give a fuck what you say, how you feel about it. It's a joke. Get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's lacking. It really truly is lacking.
The funniest shit I heard him say, he said, I'm starting to realize that a lot of white careers could be saved if they would just make one simple adjustment. He said, whenever you're talking about somebody's race, he said, you got to put the insult behind the name of the race, right? He said, so like if a black guy says something about an Asian person, he'd be like, so yeah, so I was chilling with this Asian motherfucker, right? He said, you don't even hear it. He said, you don't even hear it. It's like, so what did this Asian motherfucker do? Like, he said, but a white guy, he'll be like, so I'm sitting here with this fucking Asian. It's like, whoa, buddy. He said, what? I just put the fuck in front of the. It's like, nah, bro. I don't want to have no parts of this conversation. Yo, Bill Burr is funny as hell, bro. The observations he makes about certain things is just spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate his level of comedy. And yes, his observations on things. He has a way of putting a spin on it that makes you say,
Yeah, you guys get a chance. If you ain't never seen it, I'm telling you, if you ain't never seen F is for Family, especially if you was born in the 70s, man, the shit is pretty dope.
Hilarious.
Because the key is him. William, that's him. And he's the voice of his dad.
Yeah.
That motherfucker, that shit, man. When I tell you, it was just so much where you like, damn, this motherfucker really. I think he got what 4 or 5 seasons of it.
Yeah. Did you see when because the kid is supposed to be him?
Yeah, the kid is him.
Did you see when he ran that magnet across the TV they just bought? The TV. That's some shit I would have did when I was a kid, bro, and be trying to figure out how to fix it.
They was fucking shit up, man. It was him, it's him, his brother, and his sister.
Oh yeah, the brother. Oh my God, the older brother.
Man, that motherfucker, him and his daddy never got along and shit. His brother messed around and screwed the motherfucking the neighbor, my man that was always on cocaine. His girl, his brother screwed his girl, and then he found out because he fell in love with the chick. And the nigga wrote a song and did it at the party and sung the song at the party. And motherfucker found out that her and him was screwing, and he shot his whole party up. The nigga, the neighbor, shot his whole fucking party up and went crazy. As a matter of fact, it's what's my man McConaughey played.
I was ready to say he should be, if they made a real life version of it, he should be the one to play the neighbor.
Yeah, man, that
Matthew McConaughey.
Hell yeah, that motherfucker was on the because he was radio disc jockey and shit like that, always doing cocaine. And when he was on cocaine, he was cool as shit. But then he went cold turkey, and the motherfucker went crazy on their ass. Bro, when I tell you that cartoon is one of the ones where I was just like,
and he did a tribute to Patrice because he got Patrice on there as his co-worker.
Yeah, absolutely.
The funniest story I ever heard about Patrice O'Neal, Kevin Hart was telling this story, right? He said he was at a comedy club and he said he was telling some joke, and he said the joke wasn't really that funny or whatever, right? And said he was on stage and everybody's quiet because he's telling this joke and it just wasn't a good joke, right? So Kevin Hart's on the stage trying to muddle his way through this damn joke. He said all of a sudden he heard something go, whoop, 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 bop. He looked down, somebody had threw a phone book on the damn stage. Then you all of a sudden hear Patrice in the background, read it. It's better than your material. This nigga Patrice done threw a phone book on the damn stage.
Damn.
Talk
That's
about
crazy.
savage. And look, the messed up part, right? I think Bill Burr, somebody, I forgot who was saying it. He said the comedy shows at the comedy clubs wasn't even the funniest thing. He said the funniest thing is when all of the comedians are outside of the comedy club, roasting each other. I said, bruh, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall and heard them jokes, bruh. Like, because they be doing savage shit
going
to each other.
hard.
Like, look, Dave Chappelle. They said that Dave Chappelle went to he was doing a comedy show somewhere. He had showed up to this comedy club and he was doing a set, right? And there was another comedian, it might have been Dane Cook, I'm not sure, but it was another comedian that was coming after him. And he told Dave, they told Dave if he could, shorten up his set.
That was Dane Cook.
It was Dane Cook?
Yeah, it was Dane Cook.
Oh my God, what did he do that for? They said right after Dave got through rocking the crowd, he said, hey, I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette if anybody wants to come outside and have a conversation with me. He said the whole damn club left. And Dane Cook is on stage, get ready to tell jokes to nobody. Like, bruh.
That's right.
What was the reason? Do y'all know the reason that? Because I remember at one point, Dane Cook was like, they loved him. Like he was selling out shows and all types of stuff. And then all of a sudden they just started hating his ass. What did he do?
I have no idea.
No, it was the whole thing with him and Amy Schumer, where they were, the comedians were saying these motherfuckers were hacks. And he was stealing jokes and shit like that. So once he started to get out there, then that's what happened. Yeah, because he had HBO specials and
selling out arenas and shit. Like,
selling out arenas and that motherfucker was but I think it was the whole thing, because if you look at his material, man, he was trying to be a Burr. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was trying to be that guy. So yeah, he fucked around and once you got those comedians saying that you done stole their jokes, man, that's like you done stole a couple of kilos of coke from them.
they said Kevin Hart was doing that a lot.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey.
Well, Steve Harvey, Jeff, I asked Jeff on I think we was on This Might Be Risky, and I asked him because I remember Jeff did a long time ago. He had did the joke about the uncle that be mispronouncing the words and shit like that. I remember he did that shit a long time. Matter of fact, I think he did that shit on Star Search. And when Steve Harvey did the first God Ain't Done With Me Yet or something, he did the joke. And I asked him, I asked Jeff, did he pay you for that joke? Or did he just steal it? Jeff was like, nah, he just stole that motherfucking joke. I ain't never got a residual from that.
Yeah. And that's crazy. Like I was on a panel and Jay Prince for president. He called himself coming up there try to talk shit about Uncle Jeff, right? And I told him, I said, bro, do you even know who Uncle Jeff is?
Yeah, he have no idea.
Like, dude is a legend. Like, he's a fucking legend, right? And like, because the first time he came on to my show, I was honored that he was on my show. You feel what I'm saying? And I told him so. You feel me? But he called himself trying to go at Uncle Jeff. Man, Uncle Jeff roasted his ass into oblivion, bro.
He'd put his ass down. Yeah, I seen that one. I seen
You
that
saw
one.
it, and I told him, I said, bro, I don't know how many times I gotta keep telling you niggas, you cannot roast a comedian. If you're not a comedian, don't try it.
Yeah,
because you gonna get it, bro.
You gonna get
Ain't
your
good
ass
for your
off.
health.
That's all they do is sit around and roast each other.
Yo, yeah. And a lot of the thing is about Jeff, like you don't hear him come up on these panels and talk about what a lot of the shit that he do. But man, like a lot of those DL jokes,
yep,
he wrote them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of jokes that you hear a lot of these comedians come up with, he wrote those jokes. So a lot of people just don't know. You know, it's not that he's just legendary. The man's still working. He's still doing his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Uncle Jeff?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he still do his thing. So I got even with what's this goddamn that so-called PhD doctor that was on I think you done already did a show on the Angry Man. What's her name? Dr.
PhD?
Bryant.
Dr. Bryant.
Oh, Dr. Bryant. Oh, yeah.
So she and Jeff probably don't even remember he was on a show with her with his homeboy Zoe Williams.
Oh, word.
She was on a bunch of their shit. Man, they handed her ass. That was what happened with her and like with Corey Holcomb. Him and her had ended up getting into it. I don't remember seeing a show where him and her got into it, but he went in on it. He was like, what the fuck is she a doctor of, right?
Yeah.
He was just going in. And so I used to watch Zoe a lot.
Yeah.
And I just went back, man. You know, that nigga got a lot of shit. I had to go all the way back to when he started having her on like every week.
Did you see when Zoe beat Ari Spears' ass?
Oh, no doubt. With the elbows. I seen it happening.
If I ever see Ari Spears, I'm gonna tell him flat out, bro, you gotta turn in your damn New York card for that shit, bro.
And he was talking shit. That was the thing he told Zoe. He said, I beat your ass. He said, I really beat your ass right now because I'm drunk.
He tried him because he light skinned and got, you know, like, bro, I don't know how many times I got to keep telling dudes, just because a dude is light skinned with some different color eyes don't mean he can't fight.
Low, right. Said, because I speak clearly. That nigga took his hat and brought it down a little bit more. He said, say something else.
First of all, when a dude tell you to say, when a dude says to you, say something else, and you're sitting down, you say what you gonna say. You need to stand up.
You might want to think about it.
You about to get
you
rocked.
might want to think about it.
All he did was ball up, man.
Bro, I would have stood up. I'd have been like, something else.
Right.
Something else.
At least you be prepared.
You ain't just gonna get a free shot, bro. You gonna have to get past this jab.
That's crazy because that was one of the things. Like when they were going through all of that, man, you'd be amazed at all kind of people that was legendary that used to come through, you know, Zoe's show, and shit like that. So I remember when he had Dr. Umar Johnson before Dr. Umar Johnson got the little fire he got right now.
Yeah,
he had him on the show. And you know, he was just trying to get some fire. It was the same thing with Dr. Bryant, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she couldn't show improve. Like she was literally up against a bunch of other professionals that actually knew. And at this time, I got a video from 9 years ago that she was on. I got 2 videos from 9 years that she was on. And she sounded about as dumb as she sound right now, bro.
It's because she lived in a damn echo chamber. That's why.
They pretty much called her out. Yeah.
She would have I would have never let, like, if I would have been Cam Newton, there's no way I'd have let her sit up there and talk to me like that.
I swear.
I'm trying to figure out what I know what happened because she in that California circuit, right?
Yeah.
But if you see work, so I think it was because of that nonprofit shit that she was doing and whatever. But as far as being on YouTube or being on a podcast and shit like that, she's not good at it. And they just made it Cam did, because if you seen the whole footage of her and Nick,
Yeah, I see them both.
Laughing at her.
I'm still
I
mad.
Like, bitch, you ain't whatever whatever you talking about. That's some bullshit.
I'm still mad at Cam Newton and Steve Harvey for trying to steal my swag.
No
Like
doubt.
them two niggas, they had came out with a show, and it was a show where both of them was sitting in this spot. It was kind of like a gentleman. It looked like a gentleman's club. And they would say, yeah, we could sit here and smoke some cigars and drink some cognac or whatever. Now, keep in mind, at that time, I was probably one of the few black content creators that's sitting around smoking cigars, drinking the liquor and all of that.
Yeah.
That whole vibe, right? Man, I went live and roasted the shit out of them. And that's how I know niggas be watching from the clouds, because they only did one show like that. And then I think there was one more and they stopped doing that show.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, bruh, like, don't be trying to steal, because a lot of them dudes that are celebrities.
Oh, Shay was trying to do the same thing.
Yeah. A lot of them dudes that celebrities, they'll come over here and see, they don't really have respect for YouTube content creators.
Right. So they ninja.
They'll come over here and they'll try to steal your ideas and then get their corporate backing to do their shows and stuff. And they don't realize that this is a different type of monster.
Yep.
It's not the same as like dudes be trying to think that, oh, I'm a celebrity so I can do a podcast. And it's like, nah, bro, you might have the contacts to where you can get the people to come to your, get guests or whatever, right? And that's another thing. When Joe Budden
turn out right if they get an angry man on that motherfucker.
No, it ain't. Look, but you got Joe Budden up there. He was bragging about how, because niggas was talking shit about him taking so long to get his gold record, right? And he said, but I'm sitting on my podcast with platinum. I'm like, nigga, you a celebrity. You supposed to have a good podcast. You got everybody that's gonna be your guest. You got them in your phone, bruh. You should be able to have a good podcast. But see, this is what they don't realize. Just because you were a previous celebrity doesn't mean that it's going to translate to podcast format, because all of you don't have great personalities, right? You're hidden behind a veil of corporate backing. So once we start to see who you really are, that's when we're going to understand whether we like you or not. And everybody ain't going to be Shannon Sharp or Joe Rogan. Right. That's not gonna happen. You see T.I. trying to do it, it ain't working.
It ain't work. His personality too dry.
Lil Wayne tried to do it, it wasn't working.
It work. He too high.
Nicki Minaj tried to do it, like they can't do it. It's not the same type of thing, and I think it's gonna get to the point where they're gonna have to start respecting it.
No, that's what's happening now, because look at even my dude Willie D.
Oh yeah.
That nigga so damn dry, man. I'm like,
bro, I roasted the shit out of him one day. I went all the way in on Willie D. I was roasting him mercilessly. I said, when I got finished, I said, well, I guess I'll never be on his show.
Yeah.
No, but I think one of the dope.
I'm gonna tell you the difference between Willie D. I'm gonna show you the difference between them. Both of them had Shannon Sharp and Willie D had Cat Williams on his show.
Yep.
Cat Williams on Shannon Sharp, 14 million, 15 million, 20 million views. Willie D is like 25,000.
You know why? Willie D had him first. But you know why? Willie D, that was Willie D's strategic mistake.
Yep.
He should have, what he did, he already had that interview the year before.
Yeah.
He had the interview a few months before. Mm-hmm. And because when did Club Shay Shay? That was January, right?
Yeah, it was January.
Right? So Willie D had his interview with Cat last September.
Okay.
Why did he sit on it so long?
Because he had a bunch of interviews he did, and he was just sitting on them, and he was going to start rolling them out at the beginning of this year. Yeah. But when Cat Williams jumped on Club Shay Shay and did that, And then he knew he was behind the 8 ball. So it's like, oh, well, let me go put it out, which was the worst mistake he could have made. Was like, okay, it's doing like everything that Cat Williams was saying was what made it do numbers and go viral. Why would you put yours out right behind his?
You should have waited. Yep, that's what I said. I said you should have just waited, bro.
No,
Not only that, it was dry.
He should have did it.
It
at
was
first,
dry.
Since he
This shit
did,
was dry.
yeah.
He should have got the Hawk Tour girl to come over there and moisten that thing up. You know what I'm saying?
It was a better show when he had Scarface on, but he fell out with Scarface because he didn't like what Scarface was saying. And so
but we talking about Cat Williams and the difference between him and Shannon
Yeah,
Sharp
that's-
and how you
that's-
run your podcast.
right, I guarantee if you had Face on there, he would have had a better conversation. If you look
Because
at
Willie D sucked. That's why.
right, he's not a good. He can't ask questions. He can't interact the
He
way
can't think.
You know, I'm like
Willie D is not a Willie D is well,
Willie
first
D,
of
the
all,
old nigga at the barbershop.
Willie D is a you know, it's like if you tried to have Leon Spinks do a podcast. You feel me?
Right after the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like Willie D, come on, man. He's not really articulate like that.
That's and so that's what make it dry. And it's cool that you was trying to do the Ghetto Boys podcast and stuff, but if you ain't got that personality behind it, then it ain't gonna work. And that's the thing about him. I'm like, damn, boy, we probably need the 23, the 28-year-old Willie D. Because this old 50, 60-year-old 80 Willie D now,
How you fix
to talk about?
Let me tell you how you fix Willie D shit. You get him a sidekick. Somebody with a little bit more energy.
Yep.
You know, Willie D gonna care because of the name.
He was
but he's gonna need somebody on the side. He gonna need
he was hoping it was gonna be Scarface, but they fell out.
Yeah.
They fell out.
That ain't gonna do it.
Like,
he needs somebody younger. He need a chick.
You
He
will
need a chick up there to mix that shit up. That's what he need. Because that junk he putting out there now is trash.
Yeah, doing it by itself, it makes that nigga shit so motherfucking dry. I was like, and I'm like, damn, I like Willie D. I just don't like your fucking show. I can't stand it.
Willie D show is like a dude in the bathroom and you on the other side of the door talking to him. Hey man, what you think about these comedians these days? You know what I'm saying?
These days.
Right. These days, you know. I'm gonna tell you, Ryan Davis is one of them cats. It's trash too, man. If comedy was a gear, Ryan Davis would be reversed. He is just that trash to me.
I hate his face, bro.
I don't like nothing about him, man.
Like he just now look, this was so funny. Like he tries right now. I'm gonna tell you a dude that's funny. That nigga Bubba Dub.
Hell,
yo,
that's my dude right
he
there.
be going in on them players, bro. He was up there on the interview with I think he was on Funny Marco with Dwight Howard.
Yeah,
Dwight Howard thought he wasn't gonna call him trash to his face. You said you trash.
That's my guy right there. Hey man, I saw him on he was on Ticket with Corey and a couple of other dudes, man. And he was one of the funniest dudes that came out there, man. It was like, yep, that's one of them Southern boys, man. That they make it look easy, but that shit ain't easy, man. That dude, he came out there. Yeah, that's another dude I like. Bubba Dub is trash. That nigga be going. Now it's football season, so he about to really be up on them.
Oh, he finna show no be acting a fool now.
Oh, he about to cut up. He about to cut all the way up. But yeah, they it's a few dudes that's funny like that. It's a dude from Detroit, light-skinned dude. I can't think of his name. He kind of remind you of the dude Skin Bone, the way he sound when he talking. That Negro funny as hell.
Foolish, is you?
Huh?
My nigga Foolish?
Nah, it ain't Foolish. I can't think of his name, but bruh, that dude is funny as shit, bruh.
Yeah, we got a couple of cats, man. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of his damn name, man.
That'll be them niggas, and he be one of them niggas in the front of the club when they go out there and start roasting each other.
Mm-hmm.
You be like, fuck fuck getting the ticket to get inside the club. I'm gonna let these niggas come outside.
Signing autographs.
That shit they be dog. You don't even know they comedians until you sit. They be in a. Let me tell you, bro. You have to, if you don't want to get into that circle, stay back. Because them niggas gonna get everybody. You got some niggas, man. They scanning the whole outside, dog. And anybody that they got. And it's cool to see how those dudes do what they do. Cause that shit get
Man, let me tell you, the last comedy show I went to go see Charlie Murphy. And there was this one chick just kept hollering out Rick James, Rick James, Rick James. All of a sudden he was like, shut up, bitch. And the whole damn crowd started laughing. And then we hear no more from her ass. That joke was hilarious. When a comedian is doing his shit, leave him alone.
Yeah.
Because they still trying to remember these jokes. Leave them be.
Oh, no. Look, let me tell you the worst thing I ever seen in my life. So I'm down here at Good Nights Comedy Club, right? Going to see Paul Mooney, right?
Oh, my God.
I'm sitting right up front. I'm talking about so close. I could look. If I had to look up to look at him tell jokes, because I'm right at the stage, right? And so he's up there telling jokes. My stomach hurting. I'm laughing so hard, right? And so he started going in on white people, right? A couple of tables over, there's a table full of white people with one black dude. So I guess the white people is his friends or whatever, right? So this black dude decided to tell Paul Mooney, I didn't pay $25 to listen to you talk shit about white people.
What did he say that for?
Paul Mooney went in on this nigga, bro. When I tell you, I was damn near falling out of the chair. He said, nigga, you think I give a damn about your $25? I'll give you your $25 right now. Oh, house nigga. Like he started going, bro. When he started going in on his ass, bro, I said, oh my God, he ain't never gonna say nothing at a comedy show ever again. That dude had me rolling, bro.
Up there telling me he up there acting like a pickaninny. You know how Paul Mooney do it. Paul Mooney was a good comedian, man. Underrated, man. Underrated.
Mm-hmm. But see, he was another one of those comedians that wrote a lot of jokes for people.
Oh, yes. He wrote Richard Pryor, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. That joker said he was in New York staying in he was in New York in Harlem staying in a hotel. He said he was in the penthouse suite. He said when he checked in, he went upstairs to the penthouse, and he said he looked on the ledge, like outside of the window. He said there was a rat on the ledge outside the window. Paul Mooney said he said, how the hell did a rat get on the top floor of the damn penthouse? He said the rat looked at him and said, how the hell did this nigga get this penthouse?
Now that is hilarious.
Oh my God, yo. But Paul Mooney, that's the type of comedy I would do, which is why I know it ain't gonna fly over well in this day and age. Because this day and age, like Paul Mooney style jokes, people can't handle them jokes nowadays, bro.
And Dave Chappelle be throwing some of them in there too, man.
Oh yeah.
If you pay attention, some of his stuff is structured, like Paul Mooney stuff. Think about it. Remember that R. Kelly joke? He was like, how you gonna make a video about peeing on somebody? And Dave Chappelle was like, how you gonna make a video about peeing on somebody? You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing, man. It's the same thing. I love me some Paul Mooney, man.
Man, Paul Mooney was the king, bro.
And he didn't care either.
Hell no.
He did not care.
Hell no. Hell no. That nigga said everybody want to be a nigga, don't nobody want to be a nigga.
Right. Now, when it comes time to want to be one, you know, ain't got time for
Well,
that.
you gotta be, like Chappelle's not afraid, man. I mean, like some of the shit that he says, he's ready for the backlash, and he just keeps going on.
He doesn't.
I don't think he would have ever apologized like my man did for the Oscars. What's his name?
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart. He would have never. I don't think he would have never done it.
Hell no.
Yeah, man. Kevin Hart, you should say, listen, man, the hell with you guys, man. Joke was 20 years ago, man. Shit was funny then, it's funny now.
Funny is funny.
Right. Timeless.
Funny is funny. I don't give a shit what year it is. If it's funny, it's and see, that's another thing too, because Patrice O'Neal, he pointed this out. He said, comedians are supposed to be able to say the things that everybody else can't say.
That's right.
He said, because that's just like back in the day when the king had a court jester. The court jester was the only one that could get away with saying messed up shit, and the king wouldn't do nothing to him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And comedians, you look at George Carlin, Richard Pryor, a lot of the comedians that had like social commentary. It's important to have that. You know what I'm saying? It's important to have that because especially like Chris Rock. Chris Rock will definitely give you some social commentary. Like the thing he said about there's a war between black people and niggas, and the niggas is winning. That was prolific.
Yeah, it was.
That was prolific for real.
White folks now said, what is he talking about?
Oh my God. That last special he did where he went in on Will Smith
and Jada Pinkett.
Oh my God. The way he crafted that whole bruh. I said, y'all need to leave that nigga alone.
That was pure artistry. That was pure artistry.
Yeah. Yeah. Masterful the way he did it.
Yeah, it was. And we ain't heard from Will ever since.
Martin slapped him in Bad Boys 4, right?
No.
Yeah. There's a scene in the movie. My wife was watching it. There's a scene in the movie where they're under gunfire or whatever. And like Will Smith, his character, Mike Lowry's character, his life starts flashing before his eyes.
Yeah.
And Martin slapped the shit out of him. Wow! Snap out of it, Mike. Now, the only reason I know it was a real slap, Martin just recently did a comedy show. And he was up there talking about something. He said, this ain't the Oscars. Ain't nobody coming up here to slap me. He said, y'all know I had to slap Will. So he's saying that was the purpose of it. Like, because, you know what I'm saying? Because Martin the comedian, right?
Like, get back.
Yeah, that get back. Like, nigga, what you doing slapping comedians, bro? What's wrong with you?
You know better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Well, y'all, that's it, man. We're gonna give it a night tonight. Angry Man, thank you for coming out, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Our pain, you too, man.
Now I'm up all night because I already went to sleep. up all night now.
Our pain has slept through the good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Power nap.
Leave the old people alone, man. How with you guys, ages, motherfucker.
Indeed. If you follow along at home, make sure you guys hit the like button here, subscribe. Make sure y'all share, man. We're trying to grow this thing, man. Y'all know how this works. It ain't gonna get no bigger if y'all don't share. People are like, how come you ain't made it yet? Because you ain't shared my shit. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate y'all coming out. Also, hit the super chat, hit the super thanks, do all that good stuff, man. Make us know you like it, man, like the content. And when the show is over, make sure y'all leave some comments in the section too. Appreciate y'all. Right. See y'all later. Peace out.
Peace out.